map. This is as it stands now. And we are going to clear the map. It's going to go gray. And when we start getting results in, we'll start coloring the map.
Okay.
This is my magic trick.
Okay, here we go. Hundreds of thousands of ballots have been cast. Careful thought put into who you want to form government and why. Our election special starts in less than 2 minutes, but first we ask the question, what do you want in a government? Here's the Buffalo Boys Drum Group in Regina with their answer.
I want a government that.
I want a government that.
I want a government that respects my culture.
Hi, Chloe.
Creates jobs.
Hello.
Respects treaties.
Lowers taxes.
NDP won. Just barely, though.
I want a government that
Is kind.
helps
See
me
how loud
graduate,
this is.
cares about me.
Hello? Hello?
I want a government that
Hello?
respects the land.
Cares about everyone.
Empowers me to grow.
Who will keep our economy strong and our future bright?
It's time for change. No healthcare worker in Saskatchewan is okay right now.
I want to hear that they value education.
I'm not asking to live in luxury, but I would like to live.
Saskatchewan is the most affordable place in Canada to live.
We're in last place in education and healthcare and cost of living because Scott Moe and the Sask Party put us there.
The polls have officially closed. The counting is about to begin, and the anticipation builds for what promises to be an exciting night. We are live from the Provincial Archives in Regina. Welcome to our viewers across the country on CBC News Network, on CBC Gem, YouTube, and our listeners on CBC Radio.
I'm excited to watch
Good
this
evening,
too,
I'm
actually.
Sam McKegg. You have cast your votes, and tonight we'll see what kind of government the people of Saskatchewan have chosen. Will Scott Moe win another majority, taking his Saskatchewan party to its 5th consecutive victory? If he does, it will be something that's not been done since Tommy Douglas governed with the CCF. But to do so, Moe will have to fend off the NDP. Carla Beck is looking to win big in the cities and to make a significant gain elsewhere. And while most eyes are on the two main parties, there are in fact 7 parties. So vote splitting could come into play. Now, if you're watching on TV or streaming online, I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom of your screen. That's the seat count. Think of it as a scoreboard. That's where you can see the results play out in real time. And all 61 constituencies will rotate. So every 7 minutes, you'll see your riding. And for those listening on the radio, we'll continue to bring you live updates on those numbers all night long. Our team is standing by on the ground to bring us the latest. Sam Sampson is at Saskatchewan Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Dan Zakreski is in Shellbrook at Scott Moe's home riding. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters in Regina, and Ethan Williams is outside a polling station where the ballots are going to be counted shortly. And we will come back to them in just a moment. But first, joining me, my partner in crime.
I think there's only 2 parties.
Our provincial affairs reporter, Adam Hunter. Wow. Now, the NDP seems to be gaining some momentum
like
through
to
the last
know.
couple weeks of this campaign, but to oust the Saskatchewan party is a real steep hill to climb for Carla Beck and her team. Set the scene for us.
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow path for the NDP to form government. We're going to set the numbers for you. The magic number tonight is 31. That's what's needed for a
31. I got to write
majority.
that down. I'm going
At
to forget.
last vote, the
I don't
Saskatchewan
know
party had
Saskatchewan
47
politics.
seats, the NDP 14. Now, this does not count anyone who was kicked out or left caucus. So what does it all mean? Well, the Saskatchewan party can lose 16 seats and still hold on to power. Well, the NDP, Sam, they need to gain 17 seats, while of course holding on to their 14 if they want to get to that magic number of 31. And I want to show our viewers and our listeners what they
how
have to
huge
do
those
in order
numbers
to
were,
flip
like
some of these seats. And they got a
47.
difficult road ahead. Well, they have to flip some incumbent seats for the Saskatchewan party, and they have to knock off some cabinet ministers. In Saskatoon, we're going to start. This is Bronwyn Eyre, the justice minister. Now, what's interesting about this seat in Saskatoon,
My
Stonebridge,
cat is destroying my
4,500
place.
vote margin. Why are we talking about this? That was 4 years ago. Well, we have redistribution. We have a new map. The Sask party lost a lot of its strength in the southern
Really?
part of that riding, Dakota Arm River, got redrawn. That margin of victory goes down to
Mrs. says,
67 votes.
Right.
Very tight.
Our
Darcy
guest,
Warrington is a
Mule
teacher.
Politics
Teachers are going
from
to be a story
Sask,
tonight. There's more
a
than a dozen
journalist,
running for the
predicted the
NDP,
Sask
current or
party
former
to win.
teachers. We're going to move on in Saskatoon now
Oh,
to Saskatoon
no.
Silver Spring. This is another one that was a
That won't be
really
good.
significant win, large margin, relatively speaking, for Paul Merriman. This is the Minister of Corrections and Policing. This is another one that potentially
I should
on the
invite.
east side of Saskatoon, the NDP has been targeting this area.
I
We'll see
should have
what
sent
Paul
you the
Merriman,
link.
has in for
I
Stu
should have
Gordon
sent
tonight.
actually
If
Mrs.
any
Radical
challenge
the
comes from
link.
that. We're going to go down to Regina
Share it
Highway 11.
with Mule
This is Laura
Politics.
Ross in Regina Rochdale. Now, I want to mention the star before you tell me to tell the viewers about the star. The star on the screen means incumbent. So we're not passing judgment on anyone. We're not giving anyone a rating.
Are you joining
The
me,
star
Chloe,
you see
for
on your screen,
the
that means
U.S.
they were the
election?
previous MLA, Laura Ross, another comfortable win 4 years ago. And this is one that the NDP and Joan Pratchler, they've really been targeting. This is for our North End viewers and listeners, NOD, north of Dewdney, an area we know well. So we'll be watching this race, and a lot of these cabinet ministers may be chewing their nails more than we're used to.
And something, Adam, before we move on to note as well, is just because there aren't as many incumbents riding. So Sask party might hold a riding, but it might not be the same person running in that seat. So there could be a lot of movement tonight on that front as well.
That's right. A lot of turnover in the Saskatchewan party, a lot of new faces.
Okay. From Adam Hunter, we head over to our political panel. And Stephanie
Awesome,
Langenegger,
Kurt.
the host of the morning edition on CBC Radio 1, longtime political reporter, is joined by Murray Mandrick, who is the columnist for the Saskatoon Star Phoenix and the Leader Post, and professor at First Nations University of Canada, Merelda Fiddler-Potter, who you may recognize from the debate. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Sam. What are you watching for, Merelda?
Tonight, I'm really watching to see how many people step out and vote. That's the big thing.
Yeah,
How many
I
people
wanna know
were
that
moved
too.
by these messages? How many people either want to help the Sask party form government again, and they like what they've seen so far, and they want that to continue, or how many people really did say it's time for a change?
Murray, how about you?
I'm watching those 17 seats that Adam talked about, and we're not sure which 17 they may be because they have to shift. But in order for the Sask party to lose tonight, for the NDP to win government, it's absolutely crucial that they pick up the 17 seats, mostly in Regina, Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Moose Jaw. There's a few bedroom community seats.
Yeah, me too.
And maybe
Considering
a couple
what
rural
was at
seats they have
stake.
their eye on.
Oh,
But
sorry,
it'll
I got to
be
show it.
those seats that'll tell the tale tonight.
So
Whether
the
there's the
missus
same opposition, a stronger NDP
says, I was
opposition,
so
or
disappointed
an upset.
in the voter
Thanks very
turnout in
much, you guys. We'll
BC.
be here all night, Sam, anxious to weigh in.
I
Look
was
forward
too.
to the jokes that come with being here all night as
I
well.
thought it would be better.
From inside the studio here, we head out to a polling station. That is where we find our Ethan Williams. Ethan, the polls are closed, and that means they become a very different center.
Yeah, that's right. The last few people have left this polling station at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum in Regina, and we haven't heard of any polling locations that have had to stay open a little bit later because of any technical issues or anything like that, so that is a good sign. Here's the thing, though. If you are still in the lineup right now where you are voting and you were there before 8 o'clock, don't go anywhere. Stay where you are. You still will be able to cast your vote. Now, for the polling locations that are closed, yes, it is time to open up the ballot boxes, start counting all of those ballots one by one by hand. Of course, we don't have electronic voting tabulators in Saskatchewan
you need
provincial
snacks.
elections anyway. All the advance votes from last week, all the votes from today going to be counted up. But here's the thing, the counting doesn't end tonight because we have to count the mail-in ballots, and those will be counted a couple of days from now on Wednesday. There has to be a bit of a delay because we need to make sure that people haven't voted twice by mail or in person. And then there's a final count that will happen for ballots received after October 26th. And that'll be happening on November 9th. Now, we know that there were about 32,000 of those ballots mailed out across the province. That's about half the number than there was in the last election, but you have to remember that was 2020. That was the COVID election, vote by mail, a very popular option. But we will have to watch, Sam, because those ballots may just become critical in some races. They determined
like in
a few of the
BC.
races in the last election. We will see if that is the case once again tonight.
All right. Thanks, Ethan. Now back to our reporters. They are going to have the scoop for us tonight from the headquarters around the province. Sam Sampson is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters in Regina. And Dan Zakreski is in Shellbrook, hometown of Scott Moe. Sam, let's start with you.
Well, I think they're going to be scooping out some food pretty soon because they are getting ready for a crowd here at the Saskatchewan Party headquarters. We've got a buffet coming out, smells good already. And of course, you have that classic, that iconic Saskatchewan Party green.
There's
that
hardly
is
any tables.
cast all across this room. Doors just opened as the polls closed, and so we are expecting more people to come through pretty soon. This hasn't quite been the campaign that the Saskatchewan Party had been hoping for. Of course, they came in with tons of momentum, that monster majority as they entered the campaign. But now some polls, as you'll hear more about later, are showing them a bit more neck and neck with the NDP. But still, they're hoping to pull off that 5 consecutive majority
Come on,
government.
NDP.
And we are in Saskatoon, as you mentioned, and this is a place to watch because, as Adam really nicely detailed, there are 2 cabinet ministers in the city who are holding on to their ridings, potentially in a more competitive setting. But just outside of Saskatoon as well, watch
Hold on,
those
everybody. I
bedroom
got to take a phone
communities.
call.
Particularly, there was a big swath of the province that was one riding, and now it's been split into 2. I'm talking about Martinsville, Blairmore, and Warman. Now, this is pretty safe Saskatchewan Party territory this past term, but you never know. Because of that redistribution, it kind of changes the voting dynamic. And so we could see a more competitive races in those 2 ridings. So watch Saskatoon, watch the bedroom communities, and watch Regina. That's where we have Alexander Kwan, who is at NDP headquarters.
Thanks, Sam. Yes, I'm at the Doubletree Hotel in downtown Regina. This is where Team Orange is going to have their HQ tonight. Now, the doors just opened a few minutes ago. People are already pouring in. Even some candidates are here already. Now, I've talked to a few people here, mostly NDP staff. They say they are very excited to start seeing results come in, which should be fairly soon, hopefully. But they say they're excited because they believe that they have momentum on their side. They have the ability to bring people onto their platform, to bring them on to their support, and they hope that they'll be able to get enough votes, to definitely pick up some seats, but potentially
NDP.
even to form government. And that's all because of Carla Beck, who's stuck on message throughout this entire campaign. She's really hit
31
3
seats
key
for a
points:
majority.
healthcare, education, and affordability. So we'll see what happens tonight. People here are excited. And from now, I will throw it to Shellbrook. That's the home riding of Saskatchewan Party leader Scott Moe.
Who
Dan
needs to lose
Zakreski
this
is there
seat.
for us. Dan, what are you hearing?
Well, thanks, Alexander.
Hi, Mrs. Radical.
The Doubletree looks
I should have
cool, and
sent
it's a
the
big
link to
city
you to
ballroom,
share.
but I'm in a small town rink, and this is a great place to be. Over about the
I might
last
still be
half
able to.
hour, there's been a fascinating change in the dynamic here as we shift away from hockey families and more into the political types. And what we've been seeing is the main doors are just off to my right here. And every few minutes, the doors will open and all the reporters will turn
Very
our heads
exciting.
and look over. And it's either people in green Sask Party windbreakers or it's 13-year-olds with hockey sticks who see the cameras and go, So Sam Sampson, to wrap it up, you can talk all you want about your food over there, but you haven't lived until you've smelled Vietnamese rolls dropped into a deep fryer in a small town rink. Sam?
Well, on that note, thanks,
Mr.
Dan.
says
And to all
Saskatchewan
three of you, we'll
politicians
check in
have a
with all three of
record-breaking
you
status as
through the
convicted
night.
criminals.
Adam, let's take a look at some key ridings
Are we
before we
sure?
get into the meat and potatoes of the night.
Very
See what I did
good.
there?
Yeah.
We're 13 minutes in, and we have not had any polls returning yet. But in 2016, it took them about 15 minutes before we had any results. And in 2020, it took them almost half an hour. But remember, in 2020, they had to count with masks and gloves, so it slowed them down a skosh.
And in 2020, we were further away from each other.
were
Now
not allowed
they've
to
brought
stand
us
near me.
closer together. That's right. So you're going to try and fact me tonight. It's not going to happen, Sam.
Well, then tell me about this.
This is Moose Jaw Wakama. This is Megan Patterson, the Saskatchewan Party. Melissa Patterson, the NDP,
Trying
no
to figure out
relation.
who I
We
can,
checked.
if somebody
They
requests how
are
I can get
in
the
a
link to
tight
them, I
battle.
don't
This
know.
is a place that both Scott Moe and Carla Beck have spent a lot of time in Moose Jaw. The NDP hoping actually to pick up both Moose Jaw seats, but this is the one they're targeting. This is the former seat of Lauren Calvert. Deb Higgins historically has been an NDP seat, but
This is
recently the
positive.
Sask Party has won it. The incumbent is not running. So this is one to watch for us tonight in Moose Jaw. We're going to move on and look at Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood. There was a number of races 4 years ago that were in like that 200, 100 range. This is one of
so
those.
there's
Lisa
a Green
Lambert is
Party
the
member in
incumbent
this one.
in Saskatoon, Churchill, Wildwood. Keith Jorgensen trying to knock her off in this riding. We talked about all night, and everyone's mentioned it. The Regina and Saskatoon are so key for the NDP if they want to make a dent into the Sask Party's huge seat advantage. This is one they have to target. And finally, in Regina Northeast, this is another matchup of new candidates. Rahul Singh of the Saskatchewan Party replacing Gary Graywall, who most recently was involved in a conflict of interest investigation where he was found in conflict of interest from benefiting from hotels he owned. Singh is taking over that riding, hopefully trying to win. The Sask Party is hoping that. Jocelyn Roy for the NDP is hoping to wrest it back. This is one that's kind of flip-flopped over the last several years. The NDP is really targeting a pickup here in Regina Northeast.
And she's another teacher.
Another teacher,
You
yes.
said I
that's
could
gonna
out fact check you.
Well, let's game on. Let's go. We're doing the game, the sports meta first.
Okay, from inside the studio, let's bring in our polls analyst for the night, Eric Grenier, a familiar face and a familiar voice to CBC viewers and listeners, a longtime polls analyst in Ottawa. He tracks election results across Canada and writes about it at therit.ca. Eric, is there a path to 31 for the NDP tonight?
Is there,
There
Eric?
is a path for
Please
the
do
New
tell.
Democrats. It is a very narrow one, and it could be pretty easy for Scott Moe to knock Carla Beck off that path. But we're just going through the numbers. You need 31 seats. There's 26 seats in Regina and Saskatoon. If the NDP can win all of those seats, they just need to find 5 more. There's 2 in Moose Jaw, there's 2 in Prince Albert, and there's 2 in the north. That would give them
I can
32
see
seats. But it's not a lot of margin
why
for error for the New Democrats. So the big question tonight is
Mule
whether the
politics
NDP is actually going to be able to
would
expand the
say
map at
that
all,
the
put any
or would
pressure
predict
on the Sask Party
the Sask
outside
Party
of
to
the
win.
cities. So looking at bedroom communities like Martinsville, Blairmore, White City, Capel,
Even just looking
will
quickly
those
at
kinds
this.
of ridings
I
be
hope they
competitive?
don't, though.
If they are, then we might be in for a long night, potentially an
they-
NDP victory.
they do,
But
they
if
have
we
a
see that the
minority
Sask Party is
government.
holding those kinds of ridings,
That would
holding
be
some of the
awesome.
suburban seats in Regina and Saskatoon, then Scott Moe probably has another 4 years ahead of him as premier.
Yeah,
Eric,
it's
this
on the
is
ground
the
is
third
live.
provincial election in a little more than a week. We have a presidential election going in the United States next week. We just got the projection of the majority government in BC, New Brunswick. We know Nova Scotia's going. Is there a common thread that we're seeing through these elections that seem to be happening all at the same time?
I think there is one common thread. It is that it is a tough time to be an incumbent. David Eby does look like he's going to hold on to that majority government in British Columbia, but it will be by the skin of his teeth. He almost lost it, and they're going to have to actually do some judicial recounts in at least 2 ridings. You look at what happened in New Brunswick, Blaine Higgs and the PCs not only went down to defeat, but Blaine Higgs himself lost his riding, and that was a riding he had previously won by 50 points.
Good.
And then when you're looking at what happened in what's happening right now in the United States, while Kamala Harris is not the incumbent president, the Democrats are having trouble as the incumbent party. And just here in Ottawa, you want to find a story of an incumbent that's having a tough time, well, you can just ask Justin Trudeau.
Eric, what are you seeing when it comes to polling? Because over the last month, this has been a roller coaster of a story. This is not the same story as it was 4 weeks ago.
No, absolutely not. And what we've seen is that it isn't just one poll coming out of the woodwork that shows the NDP is ahead. We've seen multiple polls that shows the NDP has been leading in the final days of the campaign by between 2 and 5 percentage points. Now, will that actually come true tonight? Will we see the NDP ahead in the province-wide vote? Will that put them over the top to get the 31, 32 seats they would need for majority government? We'll see. But this is not a campaign that we've seen in Saskatchewan for a very long time. The last time you could find a series of polls from different pollsters putting the NDP ahead of the Sask party, you'd probably have to go back to the time that the NDP was in government. So this is clearly not politics as Saskatchewan has gotten used to.
When you're looking at the issues around the polling, what are some of the things that really stood out to you?
Well, I think it is, as we've seen in elections around the country, that affordability, healthcare, these are really the key issues. And we've seen how Carla Beck has made healthcare one of the cornerstones of her campaign, following in the footsteps of another New Democrat in neighboring Manitoba. Wab Kinew was able to use that formula to oust a PC government there. I think that we're seeing that really the parties, the Sask party and the New Democrats, trying to focus on those pocketbook issues. Whether it's going to resonate with voters, well, we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, thanks so much for this, Eric. We will check in with Eric again later on in the evening. We know the NDP has been calling for change this entire campaign, hoping that Carla Beck has inspired voters, but it's a lot of pressure for a new leader. As Aishwarya Dutta explains, the provincial NDP has had a lot of turnover.
Saskatchewan deserves better. I'm Carla Beck.
Carla Beck's campaign video
Wonder if
is
this'll fit.
metaphorically on point. She's swinging for the fence and trying not to
The
strike
missus
out.
says
But let's face
the left
it,
is
the NDP leaders haven't been good on the bat lately. Not like the old days.
protecting coast to coast. NDP on
Party
West
held
Coast
power for
nonpartisan
most of 6
democracy
decades between
and none of it.
1944 and 2007,
None of
losing
it.
power just
And
3
East
times.
Coast
And
has
over that 6-decade stretch,
Newfoundland
the NDP
Libs
only
and
had
New Brunswick
5 leaders.
Libs,
But then
Nova Scotia
it
next.
became a
Let's squeeze
revolving
these
door.
cons like a poppy
Lauren Calvert eked out a narrow victory in 2003
I like that.
with 30
Let's
seats.
squeeze them
but
out.
The Saskatchewan party was gaining momentum.
So how's it going?
In 2007, Brad Wall won big, and soon after, Calvert stepped down as NDP leader. Next up, Dwayne Lingenfelter. The Saskatchewan party was on a roll with all that resource revenue, and in the 2011 election, the NDP shrunk to 9 seats, its worst showing in 3 decades.
Wow.
And that was my fault.
Lingenfelter also lost his own
9
seat, a first for an NDP leader, and resigned on election night. Over the next 7 years, the party would go through 3 interim leaders and another leader, Cam Broughton, who would lose his seat in the 2016 election and also resign. Then it was third time's a charm for Ryan Miley, who finally convinced the party to make him their leader.
And it took me 3 times to get into medical school. And well, that ended up working out pretty well ultimately.
In the last election, the NDP grew to 13 seats, and Miley held on to his, but it wasn't enough. In early 2022, the NDP lost an important by-election, and Miley resigned.
The next leader of the Saskatchewan NDP and the next Premier of Saskatchewan, Carla Beck.
Carla Beck is the party's first elected female leader. Her motto, "It's time for change," could apply to the party's high turnover rate. With 8 leaders in 15 years, the NDP is hoping to have a leader who sticks around.
Thanks, Aishwarya. Our political panel has certainly been watching Beck's campaign, haven't you?
Most definitely, Sam. And Merelda, I'm wondering what you think Carla Beck needs to do to not join that list of NDP leaders who've left after the election.
I think we need to see somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 seats. She has to pull 20 seats in order to sort of hang on to that
I
gig,
think that's
and then to be
a
able
possibility,
to build on that,
actually,
right? And that's
with all
something
of
that
the
leader after leader has struggled to do.
things
is,
that I have been
get
seeing.
that kind of base that you can build upon. And without that base, it's just really, really hard. You just don't have the resources to really come out of the gates and be a really strong opposition. So she needs some seats.
Marie, what difference would it make if the NDP were to get to 20 or 24?
Mrs. says she
Well, it
has
would
to
be a
go.
huge
She'll check
difference.
back later.
The difference comes
you
in the
very
form
much
of
for
resources available to them,
your support
because the
and
amount of
everything that you
money that they can get from
said.
the legislative office is directly attributable to the number of MLAs.
I hope I get
that they
better
elect.
at this, though.
So
It's
if you have more or double the MLAs that
hard
they
to
have
keep
right
the,
now, 14,
talking
28, they get double the
when
resources
I don't know
for
what to talk
research,
about because I
hire
don't
more
know
staff, etc.
Saskatchewan politics
I think
very
Carla
well.
Beck
I am dying
probably
to
will
see
be
what happens here.
disappointed, or the NDP will be disappointed if they don't get at least 10. The expectations are much
10
more.
more.
10 more seats from
So
the 14.
24.
24 altogether, yes. The expectations are much higher for that. And that might put a different place on it. But the NDP aren't in a great position to change leaders. This would be the fourth or fifth leadership race since in the last 15 years, and that doesn't work out terribly well for parties. So I think that they're anticipating getting more, but to be quite frank, I don't see, unless she does absolutely disastrously,
NDP,
a huge push to push
NDP.
her out of office right now, particularly after the campaign that they had.
Merlda, if she does better for the NDP, if the NDP does better this time around, what do you think that will be attributable to? What has she and the party done?
Well, I think what they've done is started to connect the issues that people are experiencing in the province to the current government. That's the only way to win this space, is you have to explain to people, this is the problem that you're having. It's a policy issue in the end. Governments have to make changes, add money, add resources, these things. So you need something to make those things change. Healthcare and education needs both more human resources and actual resources, and we know this.
We'll be watching to see how that plays out throughout the evening as well, Sam.
Okay, thanks, guys. The polls closed 24 minutes ago, and we are still waiting for results to come.
This might not be a
And
good sign if they're
remember that
already
these are being
waiting.
counted by hand. And we've talked
Yeah.
so much about the NDP campaign. Let's learn more about that campaign. Alexander Kwan is at NDP headquarters, and he is standing by with the senior campaign strategist.
Yes, Sam, that is, I'm here with Jeremy Nolis. He's a senior NDP strategist. He also is the former chief of staff for NDP Premier Rachel Notley. Now, Jeremy, can you tell me a little bit about what have you been hearing on the doorsteps? How did you run this campaign?
Well, I mean, Carla Beck ran the campaign, and what we've been hearing is that people are ready for change. Carla ran on hope and optimism and on things that matter to people, and I think she was very focused on things like fixing healthcare, making life more affordable, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this with her and her team.
Now, you obviously served under Rachel Notley, a successful NDP campaign in a very conservative province. Any kind of similarities you've been seeing here in terms of the campaign?
Yeah, so I wasn't on that campaign. I did watch it. I was a reporter. I joined shortly after in the government, and I think Rachel Notley did some incredible things in Alberta, and I'm feeling that energy again here, and I was watching this in 2015 in Alberta, and I think, again, Rachel Notley focused on what was important to the people of Alberta, and Carla Beck has focused on what's important to the people of Saskatchewan. And again, that's fixing healthcare, making life more affordable, and just bringing change. We heard so much. I was door knocking today, and people are just tired of the current government. They want something better, and I think Carla's offering that to them, and it's such an honor to watch her go.
After 17 years of Saskatchewan party control here in this province, you mentioned obviously time for change. That's obviously kind of been the tagline for this campaign. In terms of change, what are you hearing from people? What do they want to see change in this province?
Well, I think we've got to start with making life really more affordable and healthcare. Those have been the top two things, but also other things. I had people today talking about education, and I was out in White City, Capel, where we've promised to build a new high school. People are very, very excited about that school, and they know it's been ignored. White City is the largest community in this province that doesn't have a school. So these are the things that Carla's talked about. She's been very focused on those priorities, and I think it's just been such a pleasure again. And I think she'll get to work on day one. Like, I think you'll hear tonight, whenever she does address, that she's ready to get to work. Like, I don't know when she sleeps, but she works so hard, and her whole team has been just out there every day, including today. So I'm really excited for tonight.
In terms of excitement, obviously, we've been hearing about polls showing more support for the NDP. In terms of volunteers, in terms of staff members, how are you feeling, with those kind of signs pointing to more momentum for you?
Yeah, I mean, Carla will be the first to say there's one poll that matters. It's the one that's starting to trickle in right now.
31
or hasn't quite yet.
for a
But it's been really
majority.
exciting. We've felt a surge of energy in the campaign headquarters. And again, people are just resonating. I don't think enough people in Saskatchewan knew who Carla Beck was at the start of this campaign. I think they certainly know now.
And we're
because she's
starting
talking
off,
about
I
the
think
things that
they
matter to
said
them.
the SAS
so,
party
it's
had
been a blast.
47
if I
seats.
look like I'm beaming tonight, Alex, it's because I am. I've just been so excited to be part of this.
And I can't remember
and,
what,
to
I
really
think the
deliver
NDP,
something for
they
the people
said
of Saskatchewan. I
14,
think they're
right?
looking for.
Jeremy, thank you very much.
Hopefully they'll tell us again.
Sam, I'll throw
I
it
didn't
back
write
to you in
that
studio.
down.
All right, thanks for that. Alexander Kwan at NDP headquarters in Regina. Adam, we are still waiting on results. Polls have been closed for 28 minutes, but they got to count them by hand. So let's take a look at some key writings.
They're just doing this, right?
Super
Old
hygienic.
school, pencil and paper.
Lick those thumbs.
That's right. We're going to look at some writings to watch. And we talked
We
about
had
cabinet
Dominion
ministers from the
machines
start, and
here
I
in
mentioned.
BC.
Remind people what the asterisk means.
Yes. Don't interrupt me. I'm kidding.
I will interrupt you
Yes,
when I want
no,
to
it's fine. You
interrupt
can
you,
do
Adam
whatever you want.
Hunter.
You're in charge. Christine Tell is the incumbent here. That's what that star means. And in Wascana Plains, this is one that I don't think the Saskatchewan Party would have thought before the campaign. Maybe they'd have to be door knocking a ton. But that southeast part of the city, even into White City Capel, as the guest mentioned
Sask
there,
Party has
those are all
47,
places where the
NDP has
NDP feels like they have
currently
some momentum.
14.
So Regina University, which we'll talk about, this is Regina Wascana Plains. This is the Minister of Environment. Brent Blakely, another one of those teachers, more than a dozen current and former teachers running for the NDP, trying to pull off the upset tonight. We're going to go to Prince Albert now, and this is Prince Albert Carleton. No incumbent here because Joe Hargrave, who is the was a minister in Scott Moe's cabinet,
We had
he
an
won the
electronic
nomination. They
counting
decided fairly
for our
late in the game
ballots,
that he
and
wasn't
ours took the longest
up
to
for
get a
running
result.
and sitting for another 4 years potentially if the government was to hold. Kevin
For the
Kassoun
BC
came in a little bit
elections.
late into that nomination, won the nomination. He's running against Carolyn Brostrom, if that's a familiar name to people who watch the news here in the province. She did sue the government as a nurse a few years ago, running for the NDP. She's also been someone who has been nominated way longer than the Saskatchewan
Like
Party
in
candidate.
2023, I think.
Yeah, so she has a big advantage in that sense of familiar face to people in that area. And we talked about Moose Jaw being a place where Carla Beck and Scott Moe spent a lot of time. Arguably, the Prince Albert area was the hot spot for both those parties. And finally, we're going to look at one more that was mentioned and was mentioned by the panel, was mentioned by Murray, was also talked about by Sam Sampson. Martinsville Blairmore, this is a pair of Martinsville City employees, Jamie Martins, Tammy Pike. This is part of the redistribution that split Martinsville and Warman up. Terry Jensen is the incumbent, a cabinet minister running in Warman. But in Martinsville, this is the neighborhood that
Yeah, I
leaks a bit
saw
into
that, Chloe. They're
Saskatoon.
starting
Those
to
bedroom
burn the
communities,
ballot
if
boxes, but they're both
the NDP wants to
they're
have
burning
success
Trump
tonight, they need Martinsville
voters,
Blairmore. They need White City Capel.
votes as well.
That's
I don't get
another
that.
path for them besides the full sweep, which is a tall order in Regina and Saskatoon, PA, Moose Jaw, those seats, the northern
Someone
seats.
in the chat
We'll
says
wait and
that
see when we get some results, but this is one that we have our eye on because, again,
they're in the United
as Murray
States,
talked about, as
and
Sam talked about,
They're talking about
Scott
people
Moe
going
spent some
around and
time here and he
burning the
spent some
ballot
time
boxes
talking
in the
about vote
US.
splitting, Sam.
Mhm.
And they're not concerned about vote splitting necessarily in Martinsville because the Green Party hasn't had traditionally a lot of
I
support
think
there.
there was two
So this
set
is a
on
bit of a
fire,
two-horse race.
and they did
We'll
it.
watch
My
that
husband says he
result
read the
tonight as
article.
well.
Says that they did it in a way
We've
that
heard
their
from reporters.
fire
We've
suppression
heard from
systems didn't
analysts.
work.
People
or
might be
something.
sick of hearing from us. Why don't we hear
Not
from
yet.
some? Why don't we hear from some voters?
Sure.
Shall we? Let's talk to Patrick Dinsdale. He is the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce chair, and he lives in Shaunavon. And Jackie Wall is an artist and business consultant in Beanfate. She's also the former executive director of the Estevan Chamber of Commerce. Thank you both for being here.
Well, thank you for the invitation.
As you're waiting for votes to come in tonight, Jackie, I'll start with you. What are you really watching for, particularly as someone down in the Southeast?
Well, it's a very exciting election for me this year because I have two children who voted for the very first time today. So proud moment as a parent. And it really put a different lens on the election for me. My children know nothing other than a Saskatchewan Party government. And so what I'm watching today is the shift that is expected to happen. The shift in how the polls are going to turn out, the shift in it looks like a real rural and urban split, which I think is always concerning in this province. And so that's really what I'm looking for. In our particular riding, the Buffalo Party was fairly strong 4 years ago, which is one of the parties that is a bit of a wild card in some constituencies. So I'm also watching that as well, and how the vote here could possibly be split.
Patrick, what are you watching for tonight? What are the issues for you?
You know, it's been really interesting, you know, going through the different party platforms and seeing what subtle differences and what similarities there are between the two. And of course, some of the more drastic differences that they have. I'm really interested to see which message and how they're resonating and where that might be resonating. It's interesting for me because it's the first election that provincially that I've had a personal friend that I grew up with running, and taking a look at how that's going to happen back in the northern areas where I finished high school and grew up, and how that translates into the different communities that I've been throughout the province.
Don't forget that
Sounds
we're
like there's
live
a lot
on
of
YouTube
change
and
happening,
Twitch
a
as
lot of
well.
different engagements going on. What's that going to mean, and what's that going to mean for myself? I always come from a perspective of economic development, reconciliation, and how is that going to impact, and what voice are we going to hear coming from whoever forms government over the next few years? That's going to be really important for me to see and understand that. And this is where it starts.
Patrick, I want to stay with you for a second because I understand you actually moved from Saskatoon to Shaunavon because of the high cost of living. Affordability is a huge part of the campaigns over the last month. Can you tell me about that experience?
You should try Vancouver
Sure.
Island.
You know, it's been really interesting to see, looking at things over the last few years, how whether it be a combination of pandemic, shortages, funds into the system, I'm not sure what, but we really saw an increase in the cost of living over the last number of years. For myself, that translated into a 35% increase in rent in the past over
And if
a 5-year
inflation is coming
time frame.
down, and I want
And
everybody to
so, you know, that
make
led to a
note
decision where myself
that
and my spouse
prices are
had to
still
sit
the
down and
same
decide, you know,
because
what do
of
we want to do?
greedy
We have this lovely house in Shaunavon,
corporations.
a beautiful town that is much more affordable than living in Saskatoon. And so we ended up making that choice. And so I'm really interested to see what's going to happen and how the platforms are going to impact housing costs.
Okay, Patrick, thanks for that perspective. We will come back to the panel through tonight for some more analysis and perspective from the voters. But from the voters, let's go to our political panel. And you hear the stories of kids voting for the first time and paying attention. I think there was a real focus on the youth this election, Stephanie.
Yeah, and I'm
One
just
of my
looking at some
mutuals said that.
photos
I
of
wonder
young
if they're the
people
same
at
person.
the various campaign headquarters getting ready for results to roll in. And you teach young people at your job at First Nations University, Merelda. How engaged do you think young people were in this campaign?
I think much more so than 4 years ago when students were really struggling. The pandemic was really hard on university students. I mean, it was really hard on everyone, so I won't say they were any worse off, but there were a lot of students who were away from home and isolating and all alone and
Did you
trying
hear
to do all of these
PG?
things. So I think this
The
time around,
NDP's
they
one
are
in
out and
BC.
they are talking about these things. There were a number of events on campus where they were talking through some of these issues.
I don't know what the final
and
count
a lot
was.
of them
Let me see if I
are
can
trying
search
to
that on my
find family
phone.
doctors. They are in a situation where education costs more and more every year, and all of their living expenses have gone up. So, you know, as somebody who works with a lot of young people, we're often trying to find ways to keep them sort of going until they can finish those things.
The
So
NDP has
it
47
really is
and the
something where
Conservatives
you
in
see
BC
those
have
guys
44.
just really needing support and starting to look to the government for it.
And we know that students have struggled with employment and making ends meet and all of that. Marie, I'm wondering what you think was promised for affordability that might resonate.
A majority,
I think there's a
yeah.
lot
They don't have
in
to
terms of even things like
form
gas
government with the
tax,
Greens.
and that lift that makes a big difference in people's lives. There wasn't actually a huge amount of promises compared to past elections that we've seen. A lot of it is related to issues that do tend to affect older people, like healthcare, like issues. But think about how much emphasis there was on education in this election, and how connected younger people are who've just finished university, finished high school, that just might be a little bit more in tune with some of the social issues. I'm wondering right now whether that is going to be a factor in this election, whether the Sask Party made a mistake, because I think some of the moves that they made during the campaign, particularly as it related to the change rooms before that, particularly as it related to Bill 137, the pronoun bill, was pretty much aimed at older people. They talked about parents, and then certainly this would be the issue for grandparents and other issues that came up. I don't know whether that kind of issue or the way the Sask Party was selling that issue was going to resonate with kids that are much younger, which might be a factor. And
I hope that's the case.
traditionally, Saskatchewan's elections are governed by older people, me being one of them. So I can,
Same here,
they vote,
same in
they
BC.
vote, exactly. So, but when I went to the polls, I was absolutely surprised how many younger people I saw out. Now, maybe that's just in the Regina polls or whatever, but I think when you're adding 250,000 people in the city, you're adding a lot of new Canadians, you're adding a lot of younger people. So there's a bit of a double-edged sword to that growth that I think the Sask Party has to, or the Sask Party might not have taken as much of an account for, as politically speaking, at least, as perhaps they should have. So.
Okay, thanks very much. Sam?
Thank you. Adam, still waiting.
That's what we're here for.
It is what we're here. We're here to bring the entertainment until the ballots start doing the entertainment for us. 38 minutes since the polls have closed, the ballots being counted by hand.
Wow.
We're going to look at some more ridings to watch.
Yeah, better to get it
Did
right.
Scott Moe
I didn't
ask
get
for
count by
that
hand.
for
So
ballots to
Oh,
be
wait.
counted by hand?
We have results.
Yeah, let's hold that.
They're coming in.
Bear with us.
Now we just watch that tiny scoreboard
What
at
is
the
it,
bottom of your
everybody?
screen.
What is it,
See
everybody?
what they say. There we go.
So I can talk about this one. Travis Kiesig in Last Mountain Touchwood. This is the 2 polls of 39 reporting 13 vote lead, obviously early on. Tara Nordahl running for a second time for the NDP. And Last Mountain Touchwood is one where the NDP has kind of said, you know, we think we have a chance here. We think we have a bit of something we haven't seen in a while there. Glenn Hart, who's the longtime MLA there, endorsed Carla Beck a few weeks ago. Athabasca, now this would be a pickup for the NDP. They would regain this seat. They lost in the
Radical
by-election.
says, I
Leroy
wonder if
Laliberty
they
running against
raised
the
the
incumbent Jim
option
Lemag, 33
of
vote
having a
lead
man
early
who
on
took the life of
in
another human
northwest Saskatchewan.
leader.
This was long-time safe NDP territory. We know this guy. Scott
Scott
Moe,
Moe's
the leader of
ahead.
the Saskatchewan Party, 135 vote lead with 2 of 38 polls reporting. And Scott Moe looking to
Did you
lead his
say
party to victory
135? It
for the
looks like
second
161
time
to
in an
me.
election. We'll be checking in with Dana, of course, in Shelbrook at that rink. We'll want to check and see what the Shelbrook Elks score is later. I know everyone's dying to hear about
Yeah, of
that.
course.
Come
Speaking
on,
of scores, Doug
Saskatchewan.
Steele in Cypress Hills.
What are
Now,
you
this
doing?
is one of the considered safest seats for the Saskatchewan Party in a pretty healthy lead early on. 4 years ago, the Buffalo Party finished second. It was one of 4 places they finished second. So we'll watch to see what the Buffalo Party, what the Saskatchewan United Party does. This is a Northeast Saskatchewan and Cumberland. This would be a pickup for the Saskatchewan Party. Gregory Sieb, 34 vote lead ahead of Jordan McPhail, the NDP. And we can tell people that the Saskatchewan Party with 8 ridings reporting, leading in 7, the NDP leading in 1, and of course, still 53 seats to come. We're hoping to get results fast and furious, but a good sign that we got some on the board right
Let's
now.
make
Sam.
it
It means
Scott
that
No
the
Mole.
party is starting, as we would say, the Super Bowl party for political nerds. We're going to, the Saskatchewan Party has held power since 2007, but there has been a lot of upheaval. And tonight, more potential losses for a party that's already lost quite a bit. Aishwarya Duda takes a look back.
The Saskatchewan Party of today looks very different
Somebody
from
in
the
my
one that rose to
neighborhood
power
is
and held
shooting
on
off
election
fireworks,
after
and it
election.
causes my
When
dog
Brad Wall
to
first
lose
led the
his
party to
mind.
victory in 2007, former Liberals who helped shape the party were key voices at the table, including June
Must be a
Drowdy,
wedding
Ken
or a birthday
Kravets,
party or
Rod
something.
Gantifor, and Bob Benrod. And some of the early MLAs would hold cabinet positions
These were
for
urban?
years, including Donna Harpower, Don Morgan, and Dustin Duncan. Other high-profile MLAs would come along, including Gord Wyant and Mark Doherty, and win multiple elections. But in the past year, there's been a mass exodus. 22 of 48 Sask Party MLAs elected in 2020 are not on the ballot this time around, including all of these long-term
Wow,
MLAs.
look at all
And
the
while
women.
it's true, some have passed away, been cast aside because of criminal charges, or lost their nomination bid, most have chosen to retire from provincial politics, including Harpower, Duncan, Morgan, and Wyant. Former Sask Party
Rural.
MLA Mark Doherty resigned last year, saying he couldn't defend the government's record on the doorstep. He threw his support behind Carla Beck and the NDP in the weeks leading up to the
My dogs
election.
are
I think
just
that the Sask
barking
Party's
like
lost
crazy
has
upstairs.
lost their way.
Randy Weeks lost his bid, then had a very public fight with his former Sask Party colleagues in the legislature. He also endorsed the NDP.
I never left the Sask Party. The Sask Party left me.
Weeks is among those who say the party has swayed too far right from its origins. And while the party touts a record of experience, the Sask Party of 2024 has a lot of rookies on the roster.
Thanks for that, Ashwarya. 53 seats still to come at this point, very early in the results. The Saskatchewan Party leading with 7, the NDP with just 1. Adam, let's take a look at some more results as they come in.
I was
It's important
hoping
to
for an
remind our viewers
orange
right now, we know
wave.
that all the
Not
results that
rave,
are coming so
an
far are
orange
rural
rave.
Saskatchewan, no Regina or
Wave.
Saskatoon seats reporting so far. Daryl Harrison in Cannington, 41 vote lead over the
2 of 40
NDP.
polls in
This
that
is
one.
really safe Saskatchewan Party territory. Historically, the Buffalo Party finished second here.
Like they're
4
counting
years
them
ago.
by hand.
Okay.
We're going to look at Lloydminster now. This is Colleen Young,
2 of 28
a
polls.
cabinet minister, minister of advanced education, 54 vote lead
It's like
early
30
on
per
over Adam
poll
Tremblay.
for
And
Colleen
Joshua
there.
Bloom of the Saskatchewan United Party close behind that with 5 votes, 2 of 28 polls reporting. Now, no orange on the board here in Weyburn-Bengoff. So far, we see Michael Uyghur, who's running for the first time, a lawyer in Weyburn. This is Dustin Duncan's longtime seat. Second place, the Sask United Party. Third place is the Buffalo Party at 42 vote lead for Michael Uyghur of the Saskatchewan Party. If you look at the map down here
Buffalo
behind me,
Party.
we can see the gray. That's where nothing is reported. Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, Prince Albert,
Oh, yes,
and Regina,
that's
all
what you're
gray.
saying. These are
The
all
orange in
rural
the
votes.
corner here, northwest corner, is
They're not
Athabasca. The
in
green is
where
Cumberland,
the
and these other rural ridings.
populated
green,
areas are.
The green ridings right now, as to be expected from the Saskatchewan Party, Sam.
And it is very early on. We're still waiting on a number of seats still to come, but we will get to those as they arrive. The election comes after the longest teacher strike in our province's history. We will talk about that a little later on, but let's go to the political panel for these preliminary results. Some reaction.
Thanks very much, Sam. And we were just seeing from Ashwarya there about the turnover in the Saskatchewan Party, not just amongst the NDP and its leadership over the last 10, 15 years, but this party has lost a ton of experience, Merelda. What do you see there in terms of what this Saskatchewan Party field of candidates has to offer compared to prior ones?
Yeah, I mean, if I think about back to the
I've
time
never
when I
heard of
was
the
your
Buffalo
backup
Party. I'm going to
covering
look them up when I'm
politics.
done this.
So not as good as you, but when you're looking at those things and you're thinking about the people that you were there, first of all, they knew how to handle the media. That's a big one. If you're going to be sitting in government, you're going to be dealing with the media a lot. So they know how to do that. They know how to talk to the media. Secondly, they had experience with government. They understood how government worked. They had, professions that kind of led naturally into those spaces. And so when you talk about that kind of change and turnover, what you have is a lot of inexperience. And sometimes inexperience is when those little mistakes,
Can
those
everybody
little
share the live out,
miscommunications,
please?
lead to bigger problems,
you.
not only with your sort of external
And remember, I'm
communications,
live
but
on
also
YouTube.
communicating internally, because you've also got to then
And
build
Twitch.
all of these new relationships with the civil service.
Good point. And let's talk about internally in the caucus, because Marie, some of the strongest detractors of Scott Moe in the last few weeks have been his former colleagues, either advisors or other MLAs, including Mark Doherty in Regina, who says that when he and Brad Wall disagreed, he could still meet and talk with him, and he can't get a meeting with Scott Moe, and he's in his caucus. So what do you think has happened here in terms of the Saskatchewan Party?
Well, you've lost your finance minister. You've lost Don Morgan and Dustin Duncan, who were your utility knights here. They could do
Swiss Army
absolutely,
knife,
yeah,
yeah.
Swiss Army knives.
In case my dad's watching.
In case your dad's watching, yes.
Thank you,
They could
everybody,
be
for
placed
sharing the
anywhere and
live.
were
I
placed
appreciate
anywhere.
it.
You've lost Gord Wyant to the Saskatoon mayor's race right now. Those are veteran people that and this is all before whatever happens tonight happens. And sometimes you lose
I don't know if
cabinet
I can
ministers
have guests
all night.
on
So this
TikTok.
is a little bit of problem. This is
I wonder if we
a lot
tried it if we'd
problematic for
echo.
the SAS party and could be increasingly problematic. But one of the real problems, I think, is they're not growing new people, younger people in this caucus in the SAS party. And I think in terms of where they have the younger people running, it might be in tough ridings for them to
Buffalo
get elected.
Party.
Okay, well, we'll be watching as you are.
The
Sam.
Buffalo Party of
So,
Saskatchewan is a
as I mentioned, this
conservative
election does
populist,
come after the longest
a
teacher
separatist
strike
movement.
in our province's history.
I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it
Who's this?
anymore.
More than 13,000 teachers walked off the job on different days as labor negotiations dragged on. The main issues were teacher pay and classroom size and complexity. Contract talks eventually stalled, and the dispute
Okay,
is
test it.
now in
Is
binding
it available?
arbitration.
Try it and let's just
Still,
see,
the
and then
teachers
people can let us
union
know if we
launched an
echo.
ad campaign urging people to make public
Or I'll try to
education
listen.
a priority at the ballot box. Our Ethan Williams is standing by with a high school teacher in Regina. Ethan?
Hi.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. Well, one person who knows
Not
a
to
lot
me.
about this
Hold on, I'm
is
gonna check
Christian
on-
Mbanza, and he is a high school teacher at Levoldis High School in Regina. He's joined us here at Hampton Hub Restaurant in Regina tonight. Christian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on this
No
exciting
echo?
night.
Yeah, of
Can you
course,
hear
and-
her
and
okay?
We don't know yet who is going to be forming government
Echo,
in
echo,
the
echo.
province. Of
No
course,
echo?
results still a little ways away here. But I want to know whoever is does form government
Nice.
next.
Okay.
What's your message to them about kind of what is the most pressing issue in the classroom right now?
I think we're looking for a government that's accountable, number one, and also addressing and prioritizing the
problem
needs of
is that
educators. Because
nobody
for
on
us,
YouTube can
the
hear
students
you.
are the future, and that's who
And they're gonna
we
wonder
want to
who-
continue to give
is
our
she
resource
talking
and
to
help
herself?
to. And so, addressing classroom complexity and classroom violence are primary
Okay,
issues for
awesome.
a
Thank you.
lot of educators.
How does
Okay.
classroom complexity and classroom violence,
Okay,
how does
bye.
that affect your job as a teacher and being able to teach your students?
Well, first, I think it's important to understand when we talk about classroom complexity, it's classroom sizes and then student needs as well. Right? It's important that for educators, they have to now be efficient and diligent with each and
Still
every
7-1.
student. And affording time for each and every student is not a luxury that we have. And also the needs, as diverse as our student population is becoming, we have to now to start to address the needs of these students as well. Not just inside the classroom, but outside the classroom as well.
Yeah, and I know that you are an advocate for students who are Black students, who are visible minorities. How does those issues in the classroom
I like the
ultimately
flag
impact
in the
your ability
background.
to
That's an awesome
advocate for
flag.
them? Like you say, even
Anybody
outside
else
the
notice the flag?
Well, for me, I continue to stay positive in understanding that my presence in representation is already an asset. So I try to use that. I can't unfortunately spend each and every second explaining to students that they belong in this education system, they belong in this community. So I try to do that by my presence and being present in as many different places as I can.
Now, I know you've been paying attention a bit to the campaign as well. Has there been any messages that you've heard from any of the political parties or any politicians that have kind of caught your ear as to they may be kind of working on solutions and might work best for classrooms?
Well, for me, it's always about a change and looking at a way to do things anew, right? We can't continue to do things the old way, especially since after
I have to
COVID
get
has
some
came,
water.
we have to
So
now
I'm going to stare
start
into
to reflect
space
on
for a
different
minute.
things. So I'm looking for a government that's also excited and positive and looking forward to that change.
Okay, Christian, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
That is Christian Mbanza. He is a high school teacher at Levoldis High School in Regina. And Sam, clearly something that is on his mind, education, of course, not just for him, but for a lot of people in this province, and something that we will continue to watch even after the election is over.
Thanks so much, Ethan. As you may have noticed, if you're watching the bottom of your screen or you're listening on the radio, it's time for a number update. 48 still to come. 12 leading for the Sask party, 1 for the NDP. Let's take a quick look Adam, at how things have potentially changed.
We're going to talk about Batoche right here. This is one in the last couple of days where I heard the NDP was making some gains, potentially a 92-vote lead for Darlene Rowden. This is Delbert Kirsch's old seat. He was a longtime Saskatchewan Party MLA, retiring after a number of years in caucus. And we see that the map is starting to green up in rural Saskatchewan, something Michael Boda from Election Saskatchewan talked about, Sam, saying that we're expecting the rural votes to come in early. Terry Brom with a 49-vote lead in Carrot River Valley over CJ
What the heck? I just went for
Binkley,
water
2 of
and there's
32
12
polls
now?
reporting here. This is Fred Bradshaw's old seat, another
Aw,
one of
man.
those Sask Party longtime MLAs who's stepping away from
I
politics.
thought that
We have
they would
Chris
at least have a fight.
Beaudry with a 182-vote lead in Kelvington, Wadena. The second place right now is the Saskatchewan United Party at 43 votes. Lauren Schroeder of the
I will
NDP
bet
with
that
33,
the fireworks,
with
they sound
3 of
professional.
33
Going off
polls
on Vancouver
reporting.
Island
So
here
early on in rural Saskatchewan, it's
NDP
going
win.
according to script for the Saskatchewan Party, Sam.
And when you consider it's 2,500 votes
I
in the
bet you any
system at
money
this
that's
point
why,
in the
'cause
evening,
there's a
when
lot
you
of them
know
and it
early
sounds like
voting was more than
professional.
250,000 people. We got a lot of
Fireworks.
votes still to come, but this is an early picture of where things are starting out, and it's starting out stronger for the Sask Party, but again, nothing in the cities so far.
Yeah, no surprises because this is where the
I like the
Saskatchewan Party
avatar
has their
because if I'm
strength.
gonna
It's in
drink
rural
water,
Saskatchewan, and
I
that's
can,
playing
like,
out right
just
now with that 12-1 lead. But as you said, very early,
have her
still
stare
the
off
city
in
seats to
space.
come, and early in some of these polls reporting. A lot of the ones that we've shown viewers and listeners, those are places where we expect the Saskatchewan Party to have a lot of
We
strength.
need more
And this is
orange.
going to take some time. They are being counted by hand, so some patience for those people who have to count those and get the results in. Let's go now to NDP headquarters. We heard through some
Someone
of the
was saying
stories
that
earlier
it's
tonight
just the
about how some Sask Party former MLAs
rural
and
areas,
staffers
so
have thrown their support behind
BC,
the
the
NDP,
rural
and
areas
Alexander
were all
Kwan
blue.
is standing by with one of them.
Yeah, say, come on,
That's
Orange.
right, Sam. Yes, I'm with
We have
Ian
to
Hanna. He's
manifest
a
it.
former speechwriter for Brad Wall, the Sask Party premier. Now, Ian, can you tell me a little bit about what changed your mind? What made you endorse and come out for Carla Beck?
The red line for me was Bill 137 when the premier used the notwithstanding clause. I felt that was inappropriate. Then we had the incident involving the 2 young children in Balgonie. I thought that was poorly handled. Quite frankly, what we have is a party that used to show integrity and used to stand up for things, middle of the road things that most people in Saskatchewan appreciated. Now they've turned into kind of a dog whistle wedge issue kind of generating machine. For me, it was inappropriate.
Yeah, using the
and that's why I
notwithstanding
decided
clause to bring in
endorse
the
Carla Beck
pronouns.
and the Saskatchewan NDP.
Using it to
Was
take
it a,
away
was it a
people's
tough
rights.
decision for you to kind of, you've obviously been a speechwriter for Brad Wall. You
Hi,
worked for the
B-News.
Saskatchewan Teachers Federation. Was it a tough decision for you to throw your support behind Carla
This
Beck?
guy is great.
It didn't happen overnight. We had a couple of conversations. I worked with her over a period of months. And, the more I saw, the better I felt. And I
Happy
think that
Stu on
was
TikTok says this
echoed
guy
in
is
what
great.
people saw in the debate. I think the debate was a real pivot point. You saw a woman who, for the first time, came out and became something in Saskatchewan, the leader of a political party that could form government. She sounded reasonable.
Yeah,
She
what he's
sounded
saying
humble. She sounded like she had good policies. And I think that's when we saw the undecided break. The undecided went down and started moving towards the NDP. Interestingly enough, one of the big motivators was healthcare. Healthcare is in chaos. We need more nurses. We need more doctors. We need more all staff. We can't have women going to Calgary for a breast biopsy or a mammogram. That's just not on. People in Saskatchewan won't stand for that.
You obviously have a background in education as well. What have you been hearing from people who you've been talking to? What have you heard from them saying what they want, in terms of a government, in terms of change?
What you hear from
Hey,
people is what
sparkly
you
West
heard from Mohammed
Coaster.
Fayez, who's running in Pasqua, my riding in Regina.
We've got them right
He's
where
the
they want us.
candidate for the Saskatchewan Party.
Hi, Alberta
he
girl.
complained about large-sized classrooms. He said his kid wasn't getting a good education. Those are the kinds of things you hear, and I wish Mr. Fayez would have said that publicly and done something about
Yay!
it. We've reached the point in
NDP
Saskatchewan
too.
in 2016,
We need
we
to
were
do
number one in
better.
the nation in terms of per capita student operating
Need to see
funding.
the
Now we're
the
dead
green
last.
one go
He didn't like that.
down.
Ian, thank you very much.
The Sask Party
Nice to meet you
number
as well.
seats go down.
Sam, I'll throw it back to you in the studio. That was Ian Hanna, former speechwriter for for Brad Wall, former SAS Premier. Sam, back to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. I will take you to Sask Party headquarters in a minute, but first I want to draw your attention to the results as they've come in, because I don't know
I hope
that
the numbers
we
change too.
particularly expected this.
Yeah,
Adam, do you want to tell us the numbers?
This is one of those things where we
It's still early.
It's very early, and so
Ugh,
we
look
see a
at that.
PC on there, and that would be surprising
531.
if it holds. But we'll see what's happening on the board right now. Kim Gardner, a 442 vote lead in Kindersley Bigger. This is another place where the SAS Party has a really somewhat safe seat. But this is also a
Brad
really
Wall
interesting
was
story where
involved
Randy Weeks
in the
ran
Clown
for the
Boy.
nomination.
Really?
You may be a familiar name, face. We've seen him tonight
Former
already.
speaker, perhaps, if you need a jogged memory.
Former speaker, and he lost his nomination in December to Kim Gardner. There's some bad blood there, obviously. And Randy Weeks has since spoken out against the Saskatchewan Party government very publicly, endorsing Carla Beck. But here, an early lead and a healthy lead for the Saskatchewan Party. In Moosomin-Momart, we move now to the eastern half of the province. Kevin Weedmark, he's the publisher and owner of the Moosomin World Spectator, one of the oldest, longest serving newspapers in Saskatchewan. He won the nomination.
NDP is ahead in
59 vote lead over Chris
Athabasca.
Ball with 5 of 35 polls reporting. So early on, Stephen Bonk was the former MLA here. He won the Conservative Party nomination. Lori Carr with a 93 vote lead in Estevan Big Money. This would be also considered very safe Saskatchewan Party territory. Phil Zajac on the board here. I want to draw your attention to him. He is the Buffalo Party leader. 4 years ago, the Buffalo Party finished second in Estevan. It was one of those 4 constituencies where they came a surprising second. And we have very early on, this is in Saskatchewan Rivers, Bernard Lalonde with a 2 vote lead over Eric Smalls, the Saskatchewan Party.
2 votes, 2 votes.
Interestingly enough, there's one person we don't see on the board here early. It's Nadine Wilson, who's running in Saskatchewan Rivers. She is the former leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, now trying to win her seat back. She's the incumbent. That's why we don't see a star on this screen here. And she is in probably what's going to be a 3-way race. Right now, it's a 3-way race that she's not in, but we expect to see her on the board at some point. Saskatchewan Rivers is one to watch tonight, and that's why.
Your map's getting colored in.
And the map just turned. The map just turned orange.
Look at
there.
Scott Moe. Really?
How about this?
Really, Saskatchewan? What?
Jinx.
Scott Moe already got his
It is a big
seat.
night for Scott Moe. A really big night for
How
Scott Moe.
long
This
has
is
it
his
been?
second
We've only
election
been
as
at
leader of
this
the Saskatchewan Party, and not really
an
a
hour.
surprise that he would do well in his own riding.
But
Yeah, Scott Moe, second
for a
win,
half
as
an
you
hour. So
mentioned,
we've only
as
been
a
at
leader
this
of
for
the
half an
Saskatchewan
hour
Party,
because
but also
the numbers didn't start
he won
coming in
in
until half an
2011.
hour
He won a
after they
contested
started.
nomination against Dennis Allchurch, who was a long-term
So he's already
Saskatchewan
got his
Party
seat.
MLA. So we won that 2016 as an MLA, then 2020 as a leader, and then once again tonight. So big night for Scott Moe. It could be a bigger night. We'll see what happens a little later on. But right now, we have our first elected member projection here for Scott Moe. And it's
I know, Alberta girl.
21
What
to
the heck?
4 on the board.
What the
leading
heck?
And elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 4 for the NDP.
Maybe the
But as we look
Saskatchewan,
down here, to the map,
Saskatchewan is
Sam,
the new Texas.
no results reporting yet from Prince Albert, from Saskatoon, from Regina, for Moose Jaw. So we're still waiting for those big races where the NDP is hoping to make a lot of gains tonight.
I just want to know how many more
I
times
agree
we're
with
going to say things
everybody in the
unison.
chat. I
Hopefully a
agree,
lot.
chat.
It's going to make it fun for the people at home. Okay, from here in studio, let's head up to Saskatoon. Sam Sampson is at Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon, and she is standing by with the former finance minister.
That's right. Someone who knows Scott Moe, I'd say pretty well over the past few years.
There's like
This is Donna
nobody in
Harpower,
there.
as
There's
you
nobody
mentioned,
there.
former finance minister.
There's nobody
but also
in the
an
headquarters.
MLA, in Humboldt watch
Sask
list for
Party
almost,
headquarters.
I guess 25 years.
25 years.
Congratulations on such a successful
they
career.
not invite
Thank
people?
you so much.
Let's start right away talking about the leader of the Saskatchewan Party. I mean, he has just been reelected in his own seat. You were the co-chair of this campaign. What do you think was successful for him as a leader this time around?
You know what? It is the record that he has set. Like we have led the country on many fronts for the economy, and our leader gets it. How if you don't have a strong economy, you can't pay for the services for the people of Saskatchewan. And yet he's still very compassionate for those services.
Sparkly
which is
West
why he
Coaster
delivered a budget
says
that was heavily
on
weighted
TikTok,
towards healthcare and education.
alcohol is
So
being
I feel that
served.
Scott
Everybody
Moe
is staying off the
is
streets
very
in case
connected with
Scott
the
Moe
people of
gets in his
Saskatchewan.
car.
He listens to the people of Saskatchewan, and he tries to do the balance between what we can do economically, because that pays for everything, as well as the services people deserve.
As the outgoing finance minister, though, there has been some criticism of challenges balancing the budget. What do you hope, should the Saskatchewan Party continue to govern over the next 4
They need
years? How do you
31
hope they
seats for
approach it?
majority.
It's always a balancing act.
They're
with
10
budgets
away.
because
10
there's always
away
more
from
that you
majority.
can do, and you need
It's
to
still
recognize that.
early.
And you need to balance it within the revenues that are available to you. Thankfully, the last two budgets were balanced. And hopefully at the end of this fiscal year that with this budget, although it's showing a bit of a deficit, will come to balance it by the end of the year too, by looking for efficiencies throughout the year. But
Okay, I think the NDP
I'm
here is
very,
having a
very
big party, and I was not
passionate about
invited.
balancing the budgets. However, it has to be in a
What the
balance
heck,
with what services you're
NDP?
delivering.
BC NDP?
I'm curious, if we look at it on a national scale, incumbent governments have had a bit of a challenge, and even Mo himself has said this has been a challenging election just this past weekend. Specifically, I'm referencing New Brunswick.
I
where the
don't
government
understand
flipped just last
Saskatchewan
week.
politics either.
Has that been part of the conversation during this campaign?
There is no doubt, as we enter a campaign, and it starts with the people and what we're hearing from the people. And
I'm just thinking that it's like
when you
Alberta,
have been a governing
Saskatchewan and
party for as long
Alberta
as we
are
have, there is
one
no
and the
doubt
same.
that a
If they
huge
could both
challenge is time
separate
for
from
change.
Canada, they would.
Time for change doesn't necessarily have a reason. It's just, they've been there long enough. And that is harder to battle than an actual reason. Also, the longer you govern, the more that there's going to be that one story or that one incident that maybe you didn't get it right, or maybe you couldn't get it right. But either or, that builds up over
There's
time.
not like
whereas
they've
the
got. There's
opposition
not a
has
lot
the
of
luxury
people.
of
Like,
not
what is
building
going
those
on at the
stories.
Sask
Is there
party
something you
headquarters?
think that your party didn't get right over the past few years?
Not specific, but there are times where you go, I don't know, if we would have went the other route, would have it turned out better? I don't have a specific.
Like, if you go to the NDP headquarters, you can barely hear the guy.
Power. She has been an MLA in Humboldt Watchers area for 25 years.
I mean, they're winning. They should have a ton of people there screaming and yelling and
thank you, Sam.
Thanks, Sam. That's never going to get old for me, thanking Sam and throwing to Sam all night long. The joke just writes itself, or does it? Let's take a look at the ridings. We have 21 elected or leading for the Saskatchewan Party, 5 for the NDP.
21 elected or leading.
First, before we do this.
5 NDP.
I'm sorry, Eric. I forgot about you. I started getting excited about the results. We're not seeing city results yet, but we are seeing the rural ridings.
Yeah, the city ones are going to be okay.
And
I had my hopes up for this election.
Votes, like the majority of votes, real close, like really close in some of these. They could still flip back and forth.
Yeah, well, that's possible. We're still very early on in the count, but it really matters where the results are coming from. If you look at the list of 21 ridings right now, where the Sask
you have to be careful using that.
Not a single one would be one that we thought that the Sask Party was going to lose. What we're seeing is that a lot of the results that are coming in are coming from rural ridings where usually the boxes where people cast their ballots, there's fewer ballots in them, because there's not as many voters in the community, for example. That's why it's taking longer to get some results from Regina and Saskatoon. There's a lot more votes in each of those boxes. They take longer to count. So if you're talking about what does this mean for the outcome, look at that Sask Party number 21, only 5 for the NDP. This is actually not going badly for the New Democrats, because the 5 ridings where they're leading,
that's not
2 of them are ridings that we thought that they should win, Athabasca and Cumberland in the north.
Can't use real
the
words
other 3 where they're leading, it's Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan Rivers, and White City Capel. Those are bonus ridings for the NDP. They're not ones that they would need to reach 31 seats to get a majority government. That doesn't mean anything yet, because a lot of these ridings, we're talking about dozens of votes, but it provides a bit of context to viewers and to listeners.
Have to stay
that
calm.
The big
we
number
are not
for
in
the
the city
Sask Party
results
right now,
yet.
21.
These are rural.
It would be a shock if they actually
if we
lost
looked at
any of these
BC
21
rural,
tonight.
they're
So
all
we're
blue.
still really early on. We don't really
And
know
the
what it's
NDP
going to mean
still
just
got
yet.
it.
So we still got lots of ballots to count.
Thank you for the context, Eric. I promise I will remember when we're coming back to you next time. Okay, from Ottawa to studio, for real this time. Adam Hunter, he was talking about the context and how the Sask Party may likely hold on to these 21 seats that we see so far, but there are still
don't say that.
more than 30 seats to go, and there is a big
More
old
than
hole
30.
in the middle of this map.
Yeah, this is Regina, and this right here is White City Capel, which right now is NDP orange. That's Lumsden Morse. That's
Look,
Saskatchewan
it's like
Party
half and
green,
half
and
there.
we have all of these seats, 12 in total in Regina, up for grabs tonight. And this was one of the battlegrounds: Regina, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, Prince Albert. So we'll be watching Regina. I can tell you that we're going to zoom to Saskatoon, and the area around Saskatoon is green for the Saskatchewan party, but inside the city right now, and we're still waiting on Martinsville-Blairmore as well. The 14 seats make that 15 with Martinsville-Blairmore. We're waiting on in Saskatoon. That's
PG on
27
TikTok
seats.
says
Those
hopefully
are,
it translates
most of them are
well. Man
expecting
doesn't vote.
I'm not here for my math, I can
It's
promise
exactly
you.
the same thing here in
Cut Knife
BC. Like
Turtleford. This is James Thorsteinson, the
rural
former
areas were
president
all
of the
blue.
Saskatchewan Party
Aw,
with a
thank you for sharing the
53
live,
vote
Brad
lead.
Mike.
No incumbent here. Ryan Domator was the former MLA for the Saskatchewan Party.
And don't forget,
later
we're
sitting
live
as an
on
independent.
YouTube.
Early on, 53 vote
Remember
lead
to
there.
like and
Barrett
subscribe
Kropp
to our
in,
YouTube and
Dakota
Twitch.
Arm River,
Please.
the new candidate for the
Maple Mines,
Saskatchewan
it's called.
Party,
The link is
replacing
in my
Dana
bio.
Scorapad, who decided not to run after one term, leads with 157 votes over Jordan Weens of the NDP. And Grady Burns here in White City, Capel, we talked about those communities outside the main cities. That's a place where the Saskatchewan Party NDP had some battlegrounds, potentially 39 vote lead for Grady Burns early on, just 2 of 29 polls reporting. And we have Doug Racine here now leading in Saskatchewan Rivers. We saw Bernard Lalonde earlier with that first poll reporting, now 5 of 34. And Doug Racine with a 33 vote lead. Still no Nadine Wilson on this board for the Saskatchewan United Party. That'll be a disappointment for them if that holds through the evening.
I'm just less speechless now that things have moved a little, because I really wasn't expecting that off the hop. You think of all the situations, and I mean, anything can happen, right, political panel?
Sure can. We've also been wondering what's up with SUP. And even if Nadine Wilson isn't doing
got a
well,
healthy
their
lead,
candidates
400.
are in a couple of rural ridings. They're running second with about the same number of votes as the NDP, Sask Party in the lead. Merelda, what do you see as the role of the Saskatchewan United Party in this election?
Well, I think what they are trying to do is show the Saskatchewan Party that they don't feel represented either. I mean, we heard from Ian Hanna not that long ago. He said he didn't feel represented. You're seeing those groups pick other parties and move into other sides. So their role is really to pull all of those people to them and actually get a seat and get a little bit of a voice.
So do
and
you
a
see
little
that Cumberland is separated by one vote?
Even if they don't get a seat, Marie,
NDP
they've played an
and Sask
outsized
Party?
role in policy. I think it's fair to say the Saskatchewan United Party, from sex education in Lumsden to change rooms in Balgony. What's the role of the Saskatchewan United Party so far tonight?
Well, you just described it. How influential they have been on Scott Moe can't be understated in terms of political policy that we've seen in the last 4 years and the result. Now, one of the reasons you're seeing Sask United results is they have very few candidates actually running in the cities. So this is where you're going
NDP is
to
not
see
even
them
in Evanston.
make some noise. It's very interesting that Nadine Wilson, very early, obviously, but very interesting that Nadine Wilson, who would probably be the best known Sask United Party candidate, has not registered on the board so far. I don't think that'll be the case. I think that'll be an interesting three-way race by the end of things, particularly the way things are going right now. But in terms of the impact,
Kindersley elected,
it's less about their electoral success than it is about the worry of their electoral success. And I guess the numbers are high enough that they validate the concerns that Scott Moe has been expressing pretty much since the 2020 election about splitting the vote, about third parties on the right, et cetera, et cetera. But is
so that
Adam
Kimbersley
has mentioned
has a Sask
that we have
Party
no
person
results
that was
from
elected there.
Saskatoon, Regina,
They
Prince
won.
Albert, or Moose Jaw is patently ridiculous at this particular
Meadow
point.
Lake,
And,
the NDP
and I think it's giving,
beating,
as Mr. Grenier said, a very
the
distorted
Sask
view
Party
of the
person
election
who
map
was
right now. This race could be potentially a little closer than we think it obviously is, with the board looking at 21-5 right now, because as Mr. Grenier said, those are the seats that the Sask Party is expected to win, whether there's split votes with Saskatchewan United Party, Buffalo Party, or the Progressive Conservatives, all running in those areas.
Merelda, it was the Buffalo Party that Scott Moe shouted out at the last election, but we haven't heard as much from them this time around. What do you see as for the role of the 5 other parties that we have not talked as much?
You know, with
as
11
the
of
NDP
38
and the
polls.
Well, I think they've
with
got to
Scott
ask
Moe,
themselves if they have something different
like 11
to really
of 38
offer, or
polls
if
in
you
Scott
have these
Moe's
sort of
riding,
5 conservative
and he's
parties that are all
already
kind of
elected.
now saying the same thing. And how do you even expect voters to differentiate between those things? It's a lot of the same. It's a lot of the same sort of connecting. And so their role is either to figure out what they could do together,
They
if
lost
they
the
really
lead.
want to sort of take charge here and get seats and do those
Now
things,
it's
or to figure out
42.
how then to reinsert themselves into the Saskatchewan party. Otherwise, you're
Right.
just
So
splitting the same
Athabasca
pie 5
has
ways
a
and no one's
healthy
getting a
lead
bigger
over
piece.
their
You're just redistributing
Sask
those
party
votes over and
person.
over and over again.
Murray, they did flirt, right? The Buffalo Party and the Saskatchewan
This is an early
Progressive
election.
Party?
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
early.
there's
This is the
talk
rural
about
votes, I
mergers and
think.
talk about Progressive Conservative Party have a whole lot of money from the old Progressive Conservative days when they used to be
Sparkly
government
West
here,
Coaster
and
on
everybody
TikTok
has their
says
kind of eye on
cons
that
know if
money.
they split the vote
there's even a
between
possibility of
con,
the Sask
normies,
party
and alt
basically merging with
wrong.
these
They
other
will lose. That's
parties, and I guess that's
exactly
a point of interest. So far, though, I'm really not seeing the way this campaign and this
It's going to be a
evening is
long night, yeah,
developing.
because they're
Right
counting it
now,
by
at this very
hand.
moment, them to be as effective is
Over
I think Scott Moe thought they'd
810,000
be. So far, we're
voters,
not seeing them
and
split
they've only
vote.
counted
Let's see what happens in
18,000 ballots.
Saskatchewan Rivers
Oh
and a
my
few other of
goodness.
these seats.
That was from
But my goodness,
MS
let's see
Lotus
what's happening
Lady.
in the city so that we can get a better idea.
Who has
of
the
what
link,
overall
by the
province
way?
is.
You can come in and out,
All
you
right,
know.
thanks for this. We are going to go now out on the street to our Ethan Williams, who is out at a watch party. Ethan, we've been hearing from Election Saskatchewan. It could be another 50 minutes before we
I'm
actually
not sure if this
get
is a snap election. I don't think
substantive
so.
results.
I think this is a normal
I know you
election.
talked to Michael Boda today. Do you want to run us through why this feels like it's taking forever? I mean, polls have been closed for an hour and almost 15 minutes.
I'm not sure why they're counting by hand, but I suspect
Saskatchewan
it's
was
like the
preparing
Trump
for
thing.
the
Like they
possibility
feel
for
like the
basically
machines
this
are
comes as a
somehow.
result of a change in the number of actual
In BC,
physical
we use the
polling
machines.
locations across the province that are particularly impacting those larger urban centers like Regina, like Saskatoon. There were fewer of them. So what that means is that there are less actual ballot boxes to be counting those ballots from.
NDP's down to 4
you
now.
have to make up for that somehow.
Oh no, that's what they were before.
Those ballots
My memory.
end up all kind of getting put all together in less ballot boxes. There's more of them to count in each box, essentially. Now, Boda told me earlier today that they have deployed about 175 additional teams of counters that will be helping out with urban results as a result of this. But
NDP went down to 3.
When I talked to him this afternoon, there was no indication of how long it was going to take to get all of that counted. But now we know it, a 50-minute delay, obviously a substantial wait.
Like when they go to the NDP one, everything's really loud and partying and happy.
All right, thanks for this, Ethan. We will.
They go to the
continue
Sask
to wait
party.
To see what's going to happen, but this certainly is having a big impact
headquarters
on the
and
major
everything's so
centers
quiet.
for sure tonight.
Excuse me, I got the hiccups.
It's adding to the drama.
It
We'll
is
just
adding
say
to the
that
drama.
because we expected this, and pollsters would have expected this, pundits would
this
have
drama?
expected this. Our panel's been talking about it. But this map being green right now behind me is not surprising where it's green.
No, not at all.
So Kim Gardner, we're projecting elected in Kindersley Bigger, convincing
14 of 37
margin
polls.
Here. This was
How does that
again,
work?
We talked about it, Randy Week's old seat, but it's a split.
He's elected
so
when there's
Ken
only
Francis
14 out of
was
37
held
polls
part
reporting.
of the seat.
Not even half.
Bigger area was Randy Weeks's riding. Kim Gardner will be the MLA there. Convincing
MS
for
Lotus
him.
Lady says there is a whole
margin
bunch
here,
of
Doug
ridings.
Steele
They haven't
in
even
Cypress Hills. But
started
interestingly
counting
enough,
yet.
Here, this was a place where the Buffalo Party was second 4 years ago. So the NDP is distant
So
second.
this person's
but still
elected,
second.
Doug Steele.
Doug Steele is first
13 of
elected
39
in
polls
2016.
reporting.
Kevin Weedmark, welcome to the legislature. 9-13
Another one.
margin here out in Moosomin Momart. Stephen Bonk's former seat.
Kevin
He won the
Weedmark,
nomination for the
elected.
Conservative Party of Canada
Already?
fairly recently. And then this is a familiar face, a cabinet minister. And
Are these guys elected already? What's going
Jim
on
Ryder
here?
returns to the legislature. 842 vote lead. Rosetown Delisle. If the Saskatchewan Party can form government tonight, Jim Ryder was the Minister of Energy and Resources. They need a new finance minister. They're going to need some other ministerial portfolios to be filled. Keep an eye on Jim Ryder. If that comes to pass for the Saskatchewan Party, still a long ways to go, obviously. 23 leading
Okay,
and
no, I
elected for the
guess they're
Saskatchewan Party.
I don't know.
3
The check
for
mark
the NDP,
means.
but as we talked about and as Ethan talked
Okay,
about,
I'm
still a long
confused.
ways to go. Our map for Saskatoon, Prince
Okay,
Albert,
you have a
Battleford,
link if you want to
Yorkton,
pop
Moose Jaw,
in
and
on
Regina, still gray.
YouTube or
Okay,
not.
thanks
It's
for
okay.
that,
No
Adam.
pressure.
We know that teachers and healthcare workers have been pushing hard this election campaign. they want more support.
It's time we remind all of them and make it clear. Safe staffing gets my vote. Safe staffing gets my vote.
Safe staffing gets my vote.
Safe staffing gets my vote.
Nurses and doctors have been sounding the alarm about what they call a broken healthcare system. Hospitals frequently over capacity, even being cited for fire code violations, emergency room patients being treated in hallways, and healthcare workers are complaining of burnout or just quitting altogether. They've been calling on the government to recruit more workers and to fix the systemic problems. Tonight, we are joined by Stephanie Fair. She's an ER nurse at St. Paul's Hospital in Saskatoon, and Dr. Kathy Ferguson, an ER physician
counting
in
all
Regina.
ballots
Thank you
by
both
hand.
for being here tonight.
By hand on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Stephanie, I want to start with you. Just tell me what it's been
Let
like
me look it up.
in your experience working in healthcare, let's say since the last 4 years, since the last election.
I mean, it has been a continuous slope downwards. We have been seeing worsening and worsening conditions. The capacity in the hospital has been worsening and worsening as well, which is leading to our emergencies being completely overburdened by the amount of patients we're expected to care for, because the rest of the hospital, I work at St. Paul's Hospital, and the hospital is completely full every day. So our daily baseline now is that we sit at 200% capacity, which is basically we have twice the amount of patients we can safely care for as a baseline every day. So as you can imagine, the burnout is incredible. We're losing very highly skilled,
Doesn't say
trained
why they
nurses who have
decided to
lasted
go
in
with
this
hand
career for
counting
years,
ballots.
but it's gotten to the point where they
Oh, my
can't
voice
do it
is
anymore.
going.
And
What
so
the
they're
heck?
leaving in droves. We're also killing off our baby healthcare workers, the healthcare workers that have only been in it for a few months, and the burnout and the stress on them is incredible, and they're leaving as well. We are at a dire crisis point, and I can't even find words for how bad it is.
Stephanie, thanks for sharing that with us. Kathy, you are an ER physician. I'm wondering what your experience is and what you're hearing from your colleagues. We've heard a lot from nurses over the last number of months about the amount of burnout, about the stress on the healthcare system. We haven't heard as much from physicians. What are you experiencing?
I think we're experiencing the same thing. We're very sad to see the lack and the loss of the senior nursing staff. They are really the people, especially in the emergency department, that carry
hand
the
counting. I
department
don't get it.
along. They're the people that we go to. They're the people we rely on. And I would say that 90% of our senior staff has left, and the new staffing coming in, their turnover is high as well. They're burned out.
Kathy, what are you hoping? I mean, it's still early. We don't know necessarily who's going to form government tonight, but what are you hoping is the first priority when it comes to specifically physicians and what you've been experiencing as a doctor?
I would really like to see more recruitment and retention of physicians. I think that a recruitment has been attempted, but not with any great gusto, and retention is sorely lacking. We have so many physicians who are deciding to leave, especially to go to the West Coast, and their pay drops by about 30%, but they're happier being there than they are making more money in Saskatchewan.
I'm curious, what keeps you doing the job? Why haven't you stopped?
I was born and raised here. I love my job. We work as a team. It's a
Does
really
my video keep cutting in and out on
tight-knit
TikTok?
group in the emergency department, and I love my team. They work hard, they're smart, they're capable, they're compassionate, and I feel so fortunate to be part of that team.
Stephanie, what are you hoping from when it comes to whoever forms government tonight?
I'm hoping that frontline healthcare has more of a voice than they've had in healthcare in the last while. I mean, as you can see, I'm sporting an NDP pin today because I am truly hoping for some change to come out of this election, because we've seen 17 years of healthcare under the Sask party. And I really think the NDP of the two leading parties is the only one who's actually shown up for the frontline healthcare workers. we held a healthcare worker forum that we invited both the Sask Party and the NDP to come to engage with us and hear our ideas, because the frontline does have ideas that we've been trying to get to help fix the problems. And only the NDP are the ones who spent their very precious time during the campaign to come out and actually engage with the frontline healthcare workers of this province. And so what I'm hoping for is actual engagement of the frontline to solve this problem. And the number one problem I think that needs to be fixed, as well as retention of our staff and improving staffing, is the capacity issue, because we are just bursting at the seams, I think, in probably every hospital across the province.
Stephanie, Kathy, thank you both so much for joining us to share your experiences tonight. And also, thank you for all you do in healthcare, because there's a lot of people who rely on you, and we appreciate it and hope you feel appreciated.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, let's go back to results and ridings and the numbers, Adam. Let's have a looky-loo.
Yeah, we have the 23 leading elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 3 for the NDP. Leroy Laliberte increasing his lead over the incumbent in Athabasca, Jim LeMag, here in northwest Saskatchewan. 302 vote lead, so this would be a pickup for the NDP, one they need. Jordan McPhail with a 1 vote lead over Gregory Sieb of the Saskatchewan Party. 4 of 37 polls reporting. This is the other big orange block here in northeast Saskatchewan. This would be a hold for the NDP. This would be a pickup for the NDP. 39 vote lead for Grady Burns. 2 of 29 polls reporting here in White City, Capel, just outside of Regina. And once again, I mentioned it last time I was on, Moose Jaw, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, Saskatoon, the Battlefords still have not reported. So we're waiting for those. Still 35 to come. So you're going to see that 23-3 or hear that on the radio. And it's still very early. We're going to be here for a little while, Sam. But we have so much planned for everyone.
A little while. We're going to be here for a long while.
That's okay. That's okay.
We got lots going on.
We got you.
This is early.
We do.
It's still
and
early,
Adam
and
will
it's
do a
rural
dance for you a
votes.
little
So
later on or something.
we all know that
can only hope.
BC is blue.
Do we?
Because people
let's
were
go
like,
now to NDP headquarters. Alexander Kwan is standing by, and he is joined by a longtime
this
MLA
does not
hoping
include
to
the
be
cities right
reelected
now.
Yes, thank you, Sam. Yeah, I'm here with Trent Witherspoon. He's the sitting NDP MLA. He's also a candidate for Mount Royal. Now, Trent, talk to me a little bit about what are you hearing on the doorsteps? What have you been hearing from people as you've been out campaigning?
Machines in BC,
well, clearly,
though,
right across this
when you
province,
come out
on the
from the ballot
doorsteps of
box,
the good
you
people
just
I
put it in this machine,
represent,
like
we're
you had to
hearing
do
that
it
it's
yourself.
time for change in Saskatchewan.
My
we're hearing it
daughters
from
got
many
stuck,
that had
and
placed
then
their
they had to
trust
put
in
an
their
X
vote
across
in
the one that got
current
stuck,
governing party,
and then
folks
she had
that
to
are looking
redo
for
her
something
ballot
better
again.
when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, when it comes to cost of living, when it comes to accountability and value for money. People are looking for change across this province.
Trent, we've just heard there's going to be a little bit of a delay for results in the cities. Any kind of response? Are you ready for a longer night
Yay,
tonight?
NDP is back up at
Listen,
5.
Everyone's been working so hard.
Sask
This is all
Party
about the
now
people
has
of
25.
Saskatchewan here tonight. We trust in the process. It's going to be a bit of a marathon. Our teams have worked so hard. Our candidates have been so
those are
inspiring right across
projected, right?
this province.
Those are like
we're certainly fine with
25
taking a
leading,
little time here tonight for all those votes
5
to
leading.
be counted. And I'm so thrilled as well to see some of the early indications that some of our rural candidates ahead in the polls right now as well. So this may be a long night, but we're excited about what's ahead of us.
Trent,
Scott
talk
Moe
to me a
was
little bit
reelected.
about Carla Beck. Obviously, first time that she's leading this party into a general election. What have you taken away from her as being the new leader of
JV
this
and
party?
Boots are also covering this.
She's a remarkable leader.
Cool.
She's as genuine as they come. She's rock solid as a person. She cares deeply about this province and the people within it. And she has the ability to connect with people of all different walks of life, whether that be on the farm in rural Saskatchewan, whether that be meeting with those that are working at the Everest Steel Mill in North Regina, whether that be on a First Nation, whether that be with the business community. She's really genuine and just real. She's just a real person. who gives her
Me,
heart and
I'm at
soul to
5K
building
likes.
this province.
Oh,
Now, Trent, you're
thanks,
also
everybody.
the MC for this event tonight. What have you been seeing from
Thank
people
you.
here? What have you been hearing from people here in
Maybe I
this room
should use
tonight?
my
Well, incredible
other
energy,
profile and
incredible
like it.
energy, incredible hope. And we have an election where, of course, we see a real path to
Look, I
serving as a
liked it too.
government.
See,
But really,
Holly
what
Chick
drives all of us is what that means for our province. It's not about one party beating the other party. It's about the future we can build in this province. We know
Yeah,
right
I need
now
more
that people
likes.
deserve
I need
better.
more
We know
comments.
it's time for change. And if given the
Get me up
chance,
in the
we're ready
algorithm.
to work with
And then
everyone
also,
in this province, in every region.
if
And
people can
frankly,
like and
regardless of how they
subscribe
vote in this
to
election.
my
Now, polling has also
YouTube
shown a surge in support for the NDP. Was that a
and
surprise for you? How did you feel when you started
Twitter,
seeing those poll results come out?
Maple
Well, it
Mines.
was
It's in
reflective
my
of what we
bio.
were feeling on the ground and hearing through
Maple
communities
Mines,
across our province.
YouTube.
What we were hearing door to door to
I'm,
door.
I'm live on
And
YouTube right
what
now.
our candidates were feeling, both in rural ridings and our smaller centers like Yorkton and North Battleford.
Oh, my eyes
but
are
of course also in
wonky.
Regina and
there we go.
Saskatoon and Moose Jaw and Prince Albert. It's exciting. We're taking nothing for granted. We've worked really hard
Tap
to earn
screen,
the
everyone.
trust to
Thank
serve,
you, Sparkling
and we
West
would
Coaster.
never take that duty lightly in serving all the people of this province.
Trent, obviously you are interested in your race. Anything else, any other races that you're kind of looking or paying attention to?
Well, I'm watching all of them because people have poured their heart and soul into these races. I'm watching some of the races like that in Last Mountain Touchwood with Tara Nordal.
Fact checking myself,
an
PG.
awesome
Elections
person,
Canada says
grain
they
farmer,
don't use machines for federal
multi-generation
elections.
family
Okay,
within that riding. And she's just a tremendous candidate and has earned a whole lot of support in that riding. So I'm watching it, or ridings like White City Copel with Grady Burns as well. So some of these rural ridings, obviously, it's going to be really interesting to see where we're at in all of the Regina and Saskatoon ridings and Prince Albert and Moose Jaw. But I'm really excited about seeing some very serious progress in rural Saskatchewan.
BC said they
And
did
frankly,
not
Carla
have delays
Beck,
in their election,
has really focused
and they
and
have
made
new
sure
machines.
that we've worked to build in every single
I think it
riding
ended
across
up
the province.
All right, Trent, thank you
what
very much.
What are they cheering about?
Thank you. All right, that was Trent Witherspoon, the longtime MLA,
Like,
also
look at
an
all the
NDP
people
candidate
there.
for Mount
And then
Royal.
you go to the
Sam, I'm going to throw it
SAS
back to
party
you.
one, and
Thanks
it's
for
like
that,
dead.
Alex. Adam, something that Trent said there that I think that we do have to acknowledge is that everyone poured their heart and soul into these campaigns. As we're looking at the numbers, it's easy to forget that these aren't just constituencies, these aren't just numbers, these are people who have worked really hard, who want to make a change and put themselves forward for public service in this province. And
Yeah.
it's not an easy job, regardless of your political stripes. And I think that that's something that we probably should acknowledge.
Green Party does
well
have
said.
some. They were
it's a
on
big
the board.
sacrifice for those people and their families
so
and the
was- no,
volunteers.
PC
We're
was
going
on
to
the
take a look
board,
at some more
and
results.
they're
We
now
finally have
off
results in
board.
Regina.
Bring it.
Give those ballot counters a hand,
Regina's
everybody.
looking
Speaking of Trent Waterspoon, we
orange.
just saw this guy, 37 vote lead in Regina Mount Royal. This one's interesting through redistribution. Trent Waterspoon's Rosemont riding
Hopefully
changed
he
quite a
holds on
bit.
to his
He
riding.
lost a bit of his traditional support through that change. He gained some SAS party territory, let's say, on the west side of Regina from Laura Ross, but he's leading early on. This is one we talked about early in the show. Jocelyn
NDP's
Roy,
at 6
the
now.
NDP with the 18-vote lead over Rahul Singh of the
6
Saskatchewan
leads.
party in Regina Northeast. This would be a pickup for the NDP there. Regina Walsh Acres, Jared Clark with almost a 200-vote lead. He's the incumbent in Regina Walsh Acres, elected in a by-election last year, new to the legislature.
These are the city ones
but,
now.
he is holding on to his seat at the moment right now in Regina Walsh Acres. We're going to Saskatoon, Meewasin. Nathaniel
One
Teed
vote.
is the incumbent for the
One
NDP.
vote
We see the
difference.
star beside his name. He's trailing by 1 vote with 3 of 12 polls reporting. This is the former seat of Ryan Miley, the former
3 of
leader
12.
of the NDP. And here in Prince Albert, Northcote, we talked about this
56
seat as
separated
well.
these
It was
two.
one of the
Sorry.
closest races 4 years ago. It's a
56.
rematch. The NDP really targeting this one. If they have a path to victory tonight, they have to do a
4 of
lot of work in
14
Regina and
polls.
Saskatoon, and they have to win in PA. Moose Jaw right now trailing by 56 to Alana Ross, the incumbent for the Saskatchewan party in Prince Albert. We have the Saskatchewan party leading and elected in 26 seats, and the NDP in 6 with 6 seats at the
Yay,
moment.
the
They're
NDP
leading
is
in
leading in
still
6
29 to
seats
come,
now.
but we've reached
Come on,
that halfway
NDP.
point. We're halfway to 61. Sam.
NDP.
All right, let's go to Eric Grenmay, our polls analyst. Eric, as we start seeing these results really trickling in as the night goes on, there's really some context needed behind it. I know Adam has done a really good job of explaining that, but from a polling perspective, what are you noticing?
Well, you were starting to get some of the results coming in from Regina and Saskatoon, as you were seeing there, but a lot of them are really, really early, so it's hard to know what to take from them. So looking at some of the ridings that we've had a lot of vote counted, which is mostly in the rural areas, there's two that I wanted to take a look at. They show some suggestions of the polling that we saw before the election. This is Rosser and Shellbrook. 61% of the vote for Scott Moe. This chart shows the count throughout the night and how it has evolved, but 61% for Scott Moe, 26% for the NDP. In the last election, Scott Moe had 78% of the vote in this riding, and the NDP had just 16%. So that is a big swing that we're seeing since the last election in this riding. It is reflective of the kind of swing that we've seen in the polls in the rural parts of Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean
it looks
that
like
this kind of
his
riding
support
is at
has
risk
really
for the Sask
dropped
Party. We've already
over.
elected Scott Moe, but it shows that we are seeing some
Not
of the
enough
movement.
because he got elected.
Another one that we can take a look at is Lloydminster. This was a riding that the Sask Party won with 82% of the vote last time. You can see that they're at 67% now. The NDP's at 27%. The NDP had only 12% of the vote in the last election. So we're seeing some ridings in the rural areas where we do have lots of votes counted, so we can actually read through some of the tea leaves, that there has been a drop in support for the Sask Party, an increase for the NDP, not enough to change the votes in these ridings, but we're going to be waiting throughout the night to see if the kind of swing that was picked up in the polls will be reflected in some of the other ridings in Regina, in Saskatoon, in the other smaller centers. Because in the rural areas, the NDP, in some ridings, some parts of the province, it is making the gains that the polls predicted, even if it doesn't get them an extra seat or two.
All right, thanks for this, Eric. From Ottawa, we head to Saskatoon. That is where Sam Sampson is standing by at Sask Party headquarters, and she is joined with another former MLA for the Sask Party who decided to retire.
I'm not getting this.
Absolutely. I have Dawn Morgan here from
There's
the Saskatoon
nobody
Southeast
there.
riding since 2003, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Well, congratulations on such a long career.
Thank you very much. No, it was a good run. Time to turn the page, pass the torch to somebody else.
Barclay West Coaster on.
So I want to ask you, what are you really
TikTok
hoping
says
for,
one generation
for your
and
riding?
Conservatives
Like
will be
regardless
extinct.
of whatever
That's
party
why
is
they're
elected
fighting so
in
hard about
your
schools.
area. It means so much to you. You've been there for more than 2 decades. What would you like to see for the future of Saskatoon Southeast?
Sure, it's a great corner of the city. I'm glad that we've got the city's second Costco there, which we had to do a lot of work to get to have happen. We built during my time when I was the education minister. We built a new joint use school there, which I understand is operating at capacity. So I'd like to see continued expansion there and working somewhat with to get a high school or high school facilities there.
Well, as a former education minister, what do you think of the state of education right now? It's a very controversial topic at the moment. What do you think right now?
You know, it's a challenging time, and I understand how parents feel. I understand how teachers feel. The teachers will be going to binding arbitration in the next couple of months, and I know the part of the platform has been to increase resources into the schools, into the classrooms. I think what we've got now is a situation where there's incredibly complex needs, real challenging students that were segregated before, and rapid growth. So I'm looking forward to working through some of those problems.
How will you work through some of those problems?
I think some of them with the additional funding that's been committed, and I think it's going to be a challenge for everybody to hire and get staffed up.
I'm falling asleep actually, because there is no.
When you are no longer running, are you frustrated at all? Like, because you even said I'm hoping to get things done, but you're not running anymore in politics. So I'm just curious of where your mindset
There's no
is at as
energy
you're
in
watching
this
so much
room.
more work.
No
to be done in
energy
certain
whatsoever.
areas, but you're leaving your seat.
You know, I'm able to step back and sort of maybe take a longer term view. I
It's
look forward
dead
to
in here.
having
Like,
some
what
of
is going on?
those costing
Is
issues.
that really their
and those are all things
headquarters?
that are related to growth, which is a really good thing to see in our province. We've seen about a 25% increase in the population
must be
since we
sad.
were first elected.
They must
we
be,
built,
very
a
low
massive number of
energy,
schools
zero
during
charisma.
my
Thank
time
you.
as
I needed
as
those
education
words.
minister.
I
I
needed
think we
that
built
word
35 new
boost.
schools. So
There's nothing going on here. Are they sad?
capital
Do
that's
they
gone
know
in,
something we
and it will
don't?
take some time to get them staffed up, and I'm confident that will take place.
thank you very much for your time and for your insight as someone who's been
They
part
should
of the
be
Saskatchewan
electric.
Party for, well, an MLA, I should say, for more than 20 years. Congratulations on a successful career.
Thank you very much. No, my privilege to be here. It's going to be an interesting evening. I know we haven't seen the city ridings come in yet, but those will be interesting to watch. So thank you.
Yes, they will. That was Don Morgan, retiring politician, was the MLA
So we're
for
going to
Saskatoon
see if
Southeast since
NDP has gained
2003.
any
And as he
seats.
mentioned, we are still waiting
The Sask
for a
Party
lot of
had,
results. So potentially there might be more coming in. We will keep an eye on Saskatoon
what
specifically
did I
and that
say?
surrounding area.
Sask Party
All right,
had.
thanks for that, Sam. Looking at the results here, there are 6 ridings that are reporting so far that are with less than 100 votes deciding who is leading or elected. So things moving a lot back and forth. We are starting to see some city results, Adam.
Interesting. Don Morgan hits the SCO, obviously, right? Like he's fired up about
Drops
that new
Costco first
Costco.
thing.
Loved
First
it.
mention. We got a second Costco.
Loved it. It's on top of mind.
They got a second
Saskatoon. Speaking of
Costco?
Saskatoon, we don't have Saskatoon Southeast. That's Don Morgan's already. We do have Saskatoon
Yay,
Center.
that's a
Betty
pretty
Nikki
big
Albright,
lead.
178 vote lead over Dale Herniak of the Saskatchewan Party. This would be a hold for
Sask
the
Party
NDP.
needs
Betty Nikki
31
Albright
seats for a
elected
majority.
for the first time.
Thank you, Chloe.
20.
Sask had 47.
Right now, we're looking at the board, and we can tell you that the Sask Party leading are elected in 30.
And NDP
7
had
for
14.
the NDP with 24 to come. That magic number is
31.
31.
Thanks for the pop quiz.
31 for a majority. The Saskatchewan Party looking good so far, but we know, as you mentioned, Sam, a lot of races that are very tight, less than 100 votes right now. So we'll watch for that.
All right, thanks, Adam. From here, we are going to go to the political panel and see what they make of these early results.
How
but
do
of
these
course,
guys
it
do
is
these
still
live, man?
pretty
That's
early.
pretty good.
Well, the numbers are what they are. There's not a lot of polls reporting.
Yeah, we are definitely still waiting to see how things shake out in the city. But Marie, with kind of a lock on rural Saskatchewan, we've seen that
7K
before
likes.
over
Thank
the
you so
years, a rural-urban
much.
split. We've seen it for Roy Romano and the NDP when the Saskatchewan Party was first coming up, and maybe we'll see it again tonight. What does that do for a province?
It's tough. It really is tough to bring people together on policy, on
This
everything.
is
It
disheartening
speaks to
to
the
see that the Sask
impossibility that
Party
the
is
NDP faced
gaining
tonight
ground.
because of the rural split. Eric Grenier pointed out, obviously, that there's
there a
gains being
chance?
made by the NDP in rural Saskatchewan, but they had such humongous leads in so many rural seats. If you look at the top 33 seats in Saskatchewan,
Does everybody
31 of them were
remember
rural
mule
seats,
politics
won by an average 3,500
on
votes
here?
last time around. So that's a massive hill for
He
the
lives in
NDP to climb. So the
Saskatchewan.
fact that they're doing
He
really
said
well
that
in rural
he predicted
Saskatchewan
that
is
the
the
Sask
Sask Party,
Party
and this will
is
be
going
the
to win.
foundation of government.
Of
If they
course.
form government, is hardly surprising. The outcome of that is unfortunate, though, because we're not building together, because it's actually in the cities where the population is growing, where there's industrial development, where there's an opportunity for Saskatchewan, even though Saskatchewan is still very much an agrarian province, a resource-based province. A lot of our income, a lot of our gross domestic product comes from those rural areas. The population is ever increasing in the cities, and we're not exactly doing much to offset this and rebalance. And at least we're certainly not doing much to rebalance it
Well,
politically right now.
if the Saskatchewan Party loses its bedroom seats on the outskirts of the cities or many city seats, then Meralda, you wonder why it was appealing to people on the right and not
Alberta
fighting for
Girl
more
says,
middle
has
ground.
And that's the thing, that
Saskatchewan
middle
not
ground,
learned
we
from
keep talking
Alberta?
about it,
No,
but
it
it
looks
really
like they
is
haven't.
so
They
important
go
to
hand in hand.
hit, and understanding the demographics of those groups too.
But
And
just
I
a
think
few
maybe
elections
if they
and
had
they'll be
looked
NDP.
at, some of the elections for RMs and seen the changeover from the people living in bedroom communities that are there,
I don't get
the
it.
people
It's
who are living in cottage areas now,
the
you
Sask
see
Party
that
is
real
running it
shift
right
away
now,
from
and
those who are
people
farming in
can't
those
get into
areas, sitting on
hospitals.
those
They have to be
councils, being
transferred
part of those groups.
out of the
And you see
province
the
to get
people who
taken
are
care of.
living just outside of the city, who
How are
want
they
to live
not
at the
seeing
lake
that?
and then commute in and out from Regina. Those are two very different voters. And if you haven't properly sort of calculated what that looks like, or even looked at some of those other
Yeah,
elections
they all
and
blame
said,
Trudeau.
oh, hey,
But
there's
it's
a big
provincial.
difference here. Maybe we have to think
It's the
about that.
province's
That
fault.
changes things.
Well, and Marie, Brad Wall as a leader was very
They take
proud
the
of
money
getting
and they
union
spend it
votes, teacher
elsewhere.
votes, other blue collar trades to vote for him. might there be a shrinking back of some of the big tent appeal of Brad Wall?
And that's exactly the problem. We just saw the results coming in below us, and for the people listening on radio,
Sparkly West Coaster says as long as they
right
own
now
the
in
libs,
terms of
they don't
percentage
care how
popular
much it
vote,
hurts.
which is kind of what we see, but it's
Wow.
not reflective of the
So right.
Saskatchewan that we're seeing right now. Certainly not reflective of the polls, certainly not reflective of, but I think we're going to see once we get a better look at what the city results are, but it is reflective of those the strength of the Sask Party in those rural ridings. What's happening in those established footholds that the Sask Party made in Regina and Saskatoon, though, is a critical issue. If they start losing those as the results start pouring in, hopefully soon, because we're an hour and 41 minutes into that, we still really haven't had city results.
We don't want to be here all night.
Then we might see something very different.
Do you want me to go count?
I want someone to please go count.
We should all go
For
count.
instance, I'm seeing Sally Hauser leading right now, Jean Mikowski, and I'm wondering if we're going to see, Merelda, some of these seats.
Oh, NDP's 12.
Flip in Regina today.
Well, and I think when you think about the places where the largest number of nurses work, the places where the largest number of teachers work, the ridings where they are, some of the popularity that Jean Mikowski may have
Sparkly
had
West Coaster
starts
on
to
TikTok
dwindle away
says,
if you
make
get
civic
tagged as the
courses
individual
mandatory.
who
I
is
agree.
part of the problem. And
Like so
doesn't
many
have a
people
good
in
solution.
BC voted because they
Murray, what else
thought
are you gonna
that
be
they were
watching as we
voting
do
for
see
the
these
federal
city results come in?
conservatives.
The Sally Hauser, Jean
They voted
Mikowski
BC
fight
conservatives
is
because they thought they
one
were
of the
voting
ones
for
that
the
have been
federal
most fascinated
conservatives.
by, because Jean Mikowski is singularly probably the most popular urban MLA cabinet minister I think they have left. He had a tough
Well, that's
haul in
what they're
social
trying to
services.
do, right? They're
It's never an
trying to
easy
make the
portfolio,
public
but
system look bad so that
interestingly,
everybody will want to privatize it.
emerged from it, I think,
The
still
plan.
rather likable. If this result holds that we're seeing right now, I don't know. It could be a tough night for the Sask Party in the cities still. And once again, that speaks to the unfortunate divide we're seeing in the province right now.
Murray, then why didn't the Saskatchewan Party campaign more to the middle?
Because I think they were sincerely concerned about that Sask United vote.
Even
Why they
still
were
picking up 65%?
Yeah, even still picking up 65%. It's one of the great mysteries to me. The results from the Lumsden Morris by-election a year ago, they still achieved more than 50% of the vote, yet they still campaign for the right. That's when we saw Bill 137.
I think the
That's
NDP
why
are
we're seeing
going
the
to gain
change
some
room
seats,
policy.
though. If they
I
don't
think
win,
that
they're
they
going to
think that they
gain
can
some
still
seats
build a
for
base
sure.
from a base of government from rural Saskatchewan, and they can. But they create all kinds of huge problems right now. And I guess as the evening goes on, we'll see how big those problems are, how successful they are in the cities. So far, we've only got a few results from the cities, so it's not horrible for
Please like and share out the live,
Party
please,
in terms
please,
of cities. But I guess we'll
Kiwi,
see.
thank
It
you
could
for
get
the
a lot
heart.
worse.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
very
you.
much.
All right. Thanks, you guys. We are seeing about 33% of polls.
Remember, I'm live on
reporting
YouTube.
Sask
If you
Party,
could follow
by
or
all intents and
subscribe
purposes,
and
having a good
like
night so far.
YouTube videos.
But there are about a dozen ridings
Twitch.
within a 100-vote margin. So things could very much continue to flip back and forth, as we've seen on the color of your map there that's been changing around.
It's not my map, it's the people's map. So it's green right now, as we
It
expect.
was your map when it was gray.
That's right. Rural Saskatchewan. I think what we're seeing now in the cities, as Murray spoke to and the panel talked about, is some fascinating races. We're going to take a look at that right now, Sam. We're going to start in Regina Pasqua. This would be a hold. This is one of those places where you said under 100 votes. Well, it's much smaller than that. 16 vote lead for the incumbent Mohammed Fayez in South Regina. Bujin Brar in Fayez, a rematch of 4 years ago. This was one we expected to be close. Alina Young with somewhat of a more commanding lead here in Regina South Albert. She was the Regina University representative. That kind of got switched around. She's still representing many of the same people, but it's a little bit different. And she has a pretty commanding lead. She's the incumbent, of course, for the NDP. Go to Saskatoon now. We talked about Churchill Wildwood before the show, and it's making me look smart.
Keith
Jorgensen, 179 vote lead.
It used to be
over
Lisa.
Lisa Lambert, the incumbent. This is one that the NDP was targeting, hoping to flip, and Lisa Lambert elected in 2016. So this is, if it holds, it's good news for the NDP. Matt Love is the incumbent.
69
Smaller
votes
margin
with
here,
3
just
of 11
69
polls
votes, but only
reporting on
3
this
of
one.
11 polls reporting. Matt Love, the incumbent
Yeah.
education critic, former teacher, another one of those former teachers for the NDP.
All right, thanks, Adam. Let's go to NDP headquarters where Alexander Kwan is standing by. And the woman with him on this day 4 years ago had just had a baby. This is a very different election for Alina Young, Alex.
Yes,
You look
it
at all
very
the
much
people
is.
at
And
the
as you can
NDP
probably hear
one.
behind me, every time there are results
The NDP
announced,
headquarters
big
is
cheer
just.
is going up from the NDP
It's because
crowd
they're
here.
all
So
younger,
I am
I
with
think.
Elena Young, NDP
Right, it's
MLA,
just 5
also
minutes
NDP
just
candidate
going. It's
for
electric.
Regina
There's
South
energy.
Albert. So
There's people
Elena,
talking.
4 years ago, take me back. How does it feel from then to tonight?
Better. It's kind of interesting. This is actually my first, I would say, normal election night. 2016 was
I mean, look at that.
was obviously not a great result for us, and then last election, I was in the hospital. So it's kind of fabulous.
People on the left are fun and happy.
With all the people watching the results come in. Yeah, it's incredible.
Now, the early results for your riding show you giving a commanding lead. Can I get your response to that right now?
Yeah, obviously it's what I've worked really hard for over the past 28 days, but not taking it for granted, right? It's early days for me, certainly in South Albert, and for constituencies across the province. But yeah, it's obviously the way you want the numbers to look.
Now, you're obviously running in a fairly new riding, obviously created through this process. How does that change your attempt to campaign? What did you do differently? Did you do anything differently?
No, honestly, I didn't. I think what I love the most about Saskatchewan politics is how authentic it is. It's actually just knocking doors, talking to people, meeting your neighbors where they're at, which
Thank
is
you,
literally
Alberta
at
girl,
their
for the
house,
heart.
and seeing
I
what they
heart
care
you
about.
back.
I've been knocking doors since 2015, and it is just, it's phenomenal what people will share with you, the stories they'll tell you, the personal things that you learn about your neighbors. It's incredibly humbling, and it is just an absolute joy and a privilege to get to do every day. I was thinking about that today, trying to actually like be in the moment for a moment and take it all in, both in the beautiful sunlight that we've had this month and just the opportunity to get to participate in an election. It's, yeah, just such a privilege.
You mentioned getting to know people in this new run. What have you heard from people? What have you heard during door knocking?
Yeah, so no surprise to anybody, the number 1 and 2 concerns obviously are healthcare and education. And number 2, the thing that was the most interesting to me was the number of swing voters that we had this election. Sometimes you knock on doors and somebody says, oh, I'm undecided. And so I've always said, well, have you ever voted NDP before? And then, people say, oh, God, yeah, I voted for Lauren, I voted for Roy, I voted for you guys last time. Or they'll say, no, sorry. You say, oh, yeah, it's okay. I know, sadly, not 100% of people vote for me. But the number of people this election that I door knocked who would say, I haven't voted NDP before, but I'm going to change my vote this time. No word of a lie, really, really surprising how many there were. Obviously very encouraging for us, but as I said, early days yet.
Elena, thank you very much. Thank you. That was Elena Young, NDP MLA, also NDP candidate for Regina South Albert. Sam, I'll
look
throw
how
it back
many
to you.
people are there.
All right, thanks, Alex. Let's go to Eric Grenier, our polls analyst for the evening. Eric, obviously the Saskatchewan Party is doing well with these early results. Is there still a path as we wait for these other seats to come in for the NDP to get to that majority? Because Alina's energy there is pretty darn infectious.
Well, you would look at the numbers at the bottom of the screen, 30 seats for the Sask Party, 12 for the NDP, and think, well, we must be getting close to calling a majority government for the Sask Party. Can't really do it just yet because 16 of the 19 ridings that have yet to report are from Regina, Saskatoon, Moose Jaw, and Prince Albert. Those are ridings that the NDP are targeting, and if the polls that came into this campaign
Only
are right,
10.
the NDP actually has a good shot of winning a lot of them, if not all of them. And there's also just so many ridings that still have,
5K.
they're really literally too close to call. There's 11 ridings
so
right now with
much.
less
Keep
than
liking the
100
live if
votes
you
separating
can.
first from second. We can take a look at some of them and you give you an indication of what we're talking about here. Saskatoon, Mewasin, a 1-vote lead for the Sask party. This would be a shock if the Sask party won this. This is a seat where the NDP is the incumbent party. You could look at Regina Rochdale, you're looking at a 4-vote difference for the NDP. That could flip. That could put the Sask party up to 31. You keep going down the list, there's a lot of very, very, very close ridings. We're still so early in the count in the cities. We can even look at the next set of ridings. Cumberland is another one that if the Sask party won, that would be a bit of a surprise. So you see
Hopefully
a lot of these ridings are right now
hopefully
too
the
close to
NDP
call.
at least gains
If some of them flip over to the NDP, that changes that calculation pretty significantly. And then again, we are waiting on 16 of those 19 ridings
Athabasca
that
has
have
a
yet
healthy
to
lead.
report a single vote.
It looks like they
A lot
might
of
be
them are in
elected in
Regina and
Athabasca.
Saskatoon. And even some of the other ones we're waiting on, they are ones that we were talking about. Martinsville, Blairmore, Yorkton, the Battlefords. These are ridings that we were talking about could be ones to watch tonight. So while it is very close for the Sask party right now, at least in the count, 30 seats where they're leading or elected, 12 for the NDP, still too early to make a call on who will form the next government.
I don't want to correct you, Eric, but Meewasin was not NDP, it was Sask party.
Well, it was a by-election, if I'm not mistaken, but I will defer to you.
It was more recent seat. But I will move on. Am I wrong?
That's right. Eric's right.
Eric's right?
I'm fact checking you. Eric's
okay.
right. That's Ryan Miley's seat. Nathaniel Teed won Meewasin.
Oh, then we're good. And I'm wrong.
It's okay. That's what I'm here for.
That's what you're here for.
We're going to take a look at some more results here, Sam, as our board is filling up. We talked about Regina and Saskatoon. Mira Conway, 77-vote lead in Regina Elphinstone Center. This would be considered safe NDP territory. Early on, just 3 of 12 polls reporting in the center of Regina. We talked about Regina Rochdale being close, just a 4-vote margin right now for Joan Pratchler. Over Laura Ross, the incumbent.
How many did she
for the
say? I
Saskatchewan
think she
party.
said,
One of
MS
those
Lotus
cabinet
Lady said
ministers who is down.
180,000
Here's
people
another one of
voted.
those cabinet ministers who is down early. Christine Tell trailing Brett Blakely,
Go,
a
Brett.
former teacher, by 18 votes, with 3 of 11 polls reporting in this race in Southeast Regina. And the panel talked about Regina
3
University.
of only 11.
Sally Hauser continuing to lead Jean Makowski there. So the NDP doing what they set out to do in Regina, which is have a sweep potentially. They're trailing narrowly in Regina Pasqua, but everywhere else they're looking really good right now, Sam.
You know what this is doing? This is keeping people up past their bedtime.
Oh, yeah.
It's building the drama, building the
Brew
drama.
the
The
coffee.
ballots are being counted by hand, so they only can go so fast. And that is why it is taking so long for the results to come in this evening. But you know what? Some people are watching this from places that are fun. And that is where we find our Ethan Williams. Ethan, tell us what's fun.
Well, I think it was a famous animated mermaid that said, I want
Where
to be
are you,
where the
Ethan?
people are, Sam. And that is exactly where we are this evening. We are at a multinational brewery in Regina, where they are having a watch party this evening for the results coming in. There's a lot of people here. We did have a few cheers a little bit earlier.
I have
when we saw
I have
results
3
come in
viewers on
for,
YouTube and
candidates like
Twitch.
Sally Hauser just a few minutes ago, but I am joined with a couple of these voters this evening. I'm here with Morgan and with Cameron. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you so much. Having us.
Yeah. So the
Oh, this is
results
funny.
a little
I'm
slow to
watching
come in this evening.
I'm watching a
But what do you
live
guys
of
think
somebody
so far,
watching a
Morgan?
live of Food,
Well, yeah,
watching
we've been really
a
watching
live
them come
of the
in,
election.
And we're really crossing our fingers for a little bit more for the NDP party here coming in. I would hope to see a little bit more of a rapid influx in votes for NDP, considering that we really need a little bit more of a communal perspective for our politics here. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely been a slow burn.
Election
throughout the night.
inception.
I will say that. Yeah.
And you guys mentioning that you're kind of swaying more toward the NDP. What is it about that party that kind of has captured your attention and especially going into this election?
I think that for the NDP, they have a little bit more of a representation of what it takes for the community to come together. I understand that the Saskatchewan party or the Sask politics are definitely relied on employment and agriculture and the things that keep people safe in their employment. But I also recognize that tackling the emergency services that the NDP can recognize is going to make a difference in the overall whole of the economics. So I just hope to see a little bit more of that come in with our votes.
And Cameron, for you, I guess, what have there been any major issues that you've been looking at in the campaign, or perhaps even before that have caught your attention?
Absolutely. I think education has been a major one that I have been watching closely,
I have
especially
4
with
YouTube and Twitch
the
viewers.
trans youth in our
My
province.
biggest amount
I
yet.
think they deserve to be in the
Or
schools
our biggest
and
amount, I
living
should
their
say.
truth
It's not
as much
just
as
me.
possible. I think healthcare has been a major issue too. Having family members that have struggled in the healthcare system in the last 3 years. I mean, Sask Party has been in party since
I think Sask
the
is going to
iPhone
get it.
1
I
has
think
been
no politics
around,
is right, but
and we haven't
hopefully
seen
NDP
enough
will win
change,
some more
and it's
seats.
been just stagnant things after another. And yeah, like I said, seeing personally my family members get affected and their health. I mean, what could I say more? I think that we shouldn't have to be waiting in ER rooms. Scott Moe said that he brought, I think it was 800 new nurses into the province. However, wait times are still crazy. I can't imagine here in Regina. I can't imagine what it's like in the rural areas. I feel for the people in this province, and I think we deserve so much better. And I think the NDP has a plan at least. And like I said, it's been so long with the Sask Party in power, and it's time for change.
Time for change.
Okay, Morgan, Cameron, thank you so much for both being here with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the party continues down here at Multinational. Sam, we'll be catching the
NDP
results here. I
people
think
are just
people,
partying it
maybe,
up. The
paying a little less
Sask
attention now that
Party
they've been slow to
headquarters
come
is
in,
falling
but,
asleep.
Maybe we'll be
Is
watching
it
a
because
little
of
closer now as things get a little
how
bit,
young people are
All right, thanks for this, Ethan.
who are supporting the NDP?
Ethan Williams, Where the People Are. Little mermaid reference there.
I feel like a multinational pint of sports. No free ads, but
No, I want
Ethan,
to be.
Ethan telling me that tonight. A little jealous of that. We have our first elect for the NDP.
Yes,
so congrats to Leroy Laliberte. This is a pickup for Athabasca. This is one that Buckley Boulanger held for a long time, number of years. He stepped away to run federally, and Jim LeMag won that by-election that led to Ryan Miley resigning.
Yay!
This will be a big disappointment
That means
for
an
Scott
NDP
Moe
took
and the Saskatchewan Party. They really like Jim LeMag.
The
They
NDP
were
took
thinking
a
that he had
Sask
a good
Party
shot here in
seat.
Athabasca, but a convincing win there for Leroy Laliberte. Another first-time MLA, Shauna Wilson.
Darn
winning
it,
in
that kind
Kenora
of cancels
Kelly,
out the win.
fairly convincing here. This is a hold for the Saskatchewan Party. No surprise here, even though this is a rookie for the Saskatchewan Party, but they're doing very well in the rural ridings.
19 and 40.
Warren Kading, elected in Melville Saltcoats.
Come on,
another
Melville.
incumbent with that star next to him, one-time cabinet
What's wrong
minister,
with
but
you?
back representing people in East Central Saskatchewan.
I don't understand why they're getting voted back in.
Another non-surprise for the
They're not
Saskatchewan
fixing
Party.
healthcare. They're trying to make it look worse so people want
another
private
rookie,
healthcare.
former assistant
Alberta
coach
will do the
of
same.
the Humboldt Broncos a few years back. We all know what happened there. So Chris Beaudry.
He was not on the bus.
He was not on the bus, but he was part of that coaching staff, and he is now elected to the legislature, winning in Kelvington, Wadena.
Okay. Let's go back to our voters panel, the people that we've been chatting with. Patrick Dinsdale is the chair of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce in Shaunavon, and Jackie Wall is an artist in Beamfate who is the former, let me get this right, former executive director of the Estevan Chamber of Commerce. We've heard about all different kinds of issues tonight, you two. I'm wondering, Jackie, you're in the Southeast. I'm wondering what your experience has been when you're looking at healthcare.
We want to try to make Canada
earlier
the
on.
United States of America.
On the patient side of things, what have you experienced?
Well, Mo won his
absolutely.
seat.
There is, of course,
so far,
shortages all
they
over
don't
this
have a
province
majority,
as far
but
as family physicians. In the rural areas, we do have to travel significant distances to,
I have 5
get
YouTube
specialty
viewers.
services.
We have 5
MRIs,
YouTube viewers. I can't speak for viewers.
ultrasounds, to see a specialist. We do have to travel to the city, and that is a challenge for a lot of rural Saskatchewan. So yeah, there's wait times. There's a lot of travel. travel times
You're
for rural
also
Saskatchewan.
awesome.
And it's very frustrating throughout the whole province. I mean, this has been on and off for decades. It's always been a challenge. And no matter who forms the government, there is a lot of challenges. There's a lot of challenges that have to be met. And I think a lot of conversations that have to happen with with the frontline workers and with the patients throughout this province, and to get a real handle on how we can do things differently. We are living in a system that is very different than it was
They
even
want to
10
bring
years ago.
in private
There's
health
a
care.
lot that's happening technologically, and how can we change to meet the times and to take advantage of some of the new technology to maybe mitigate some of these circumstances in healthcare.
And Patrick, I'm wondering, because we know obviously we need more nurses, we need more doctors, we need more people in the healthcare system, but in your opinion, is the government doing a good enough job of recruiting Indigenous people in all industries?
Oh my goodness, what? NDP
Through
has
all
21.
industries, I would say no. Generally, I mean, we're
Wow.
looking at about 12.5%
What is
unemployment
that?
amongst the
That's
Indigenous population in this
if that
province.
stays that way,
So there
they've
is a lot of
gained
opportunity for us to really reach out, and a bit of an untapped resource there.
7 seats, but
Challenges run deep, and it's looking at
32 for
starting
the Sask
programs
party,
early,
which
engaging
means
people early, letting them know what opportunities they have.
they only need
There's a
31
lot that
for
we can do to
majority.
really grow
So
that, and I'm hopeful
21
that
for
future
NDP.
governments
Are
are
you
going to
kidding
really
me?
look at early engagement and how we can really turn that page, because there
Wow.
is a lot that can be done.
What are you hearing from the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce as you were going into this election, the issues that really resonated with your members?
Biggest things that came up really seem to
Like
be
if it
rooted
stays
around
that way, that's
access
huge
in
for
multiple
NDP,
areas.
really, in
Access to
Saskatchewan.
capital, access to information,
Hopefully they
access
get
to
more, though. They
contracts.
need
When
more.
you look at how procurement policies are being enacted, there are a lot of different avenues, and hearing some of the things around there that are, really, I would even say unintentional barriers, but it makes it difficult for small businesses. One of the biggest things that we looked at is
Yeah, if
even
Mo
with
gets in, he'll be just like
greater
Daniel. They
targets being
both
set by
want
governments and private industry, there's still challenges in meeting those targets. And one of those is really
They said
based
that
around
these
number of
numbers could
Indigenous-owned
change, though,
businesses out there,
because
especially Indigenous-owned
there's.
businesses of a large enough capacity to qualify for a lot of these contracts. So
Sorry, I'm
sometimes
talking
we do
over
see
this
the
guy.
opposite, where a contract is too small for certain businesses. I have heard that, which is really interesting and exciting. But you see a lot of mom and pops and smaller privately owned businesses that are just having a bit of difficulty getting in there, whether it's because of access to capital, finance, or just not really being there to take on some of these larger contracts, even though they're successfully mid-sized businesses.
Jackie, you live in oil country, and talking about business, talking about access, how satisfied would you say people are where you live with the way things are right now?
There's still 8 seats not
Well,
reported.
energy is always top of mind in this part of the province. The Estevan Chamber fought for a lot of years to have a conversation regarding mining, regarding coal, of course, oil and gas. There have been inroads that have been laid. We've had some great announcements for our region as far as nuclear goes, but we know that is still very, very far out. And our concern is not just for our region here, it's for the entire province. We want to see energy that is, of course, very top of mind as far as environmental standards, but we want to ensure that our province is using our workers to produce our energy.
12K
and that we are
likes.
seeing
Thank
the
you,
advantages
everybody.
of that,
And
and
I've
that
got
we are producing
6
energy that is
viewers on
safe and reliable,
Twitch, which
and
is
that it is
amazing.
cost effective for the ratepayers across our
And
province. We are dealing
NDP,
with crown
21 seats.
corporations. They
That's
have
like
an
a wow.
obligation to the entire province, and they also have an obligation to ensure that employment in the energy sector and the standards are being upheld. And we are a beacon for a lot of the rest of the world when it comes to carbon capture, when it comes to our processes in oil and gas and in mining. So I think we better serve the world and our province as serving as that
I don't know how we get likes
for
on
the rest of the
Twitch.
world, and ensuring that we develop those
I
resources
just have likes on
in order
on
to show that example to the rest of the world
TikTok.
of what we've got here and how we produce.
Jackie Wall, Patrick Dinsdale, thanks so much for both of you for giving us some time tonight.
NDP
Thank you.
25, everyone.
Bringing it back to
What?
studio, bringing it back to Adam Hunter. If
NDP
you
25.
look at the seat share on the bottom of your
Wow.
screen, if you're
5
streaming
seats
or
to
if you're
go.
wondering on radio, the numbers are moving,
What?
Mr. Hunter. They're moving.
What,
31
everybody?
for the Saskatchewan Party leading or elected, 25 for the NDP. The Saskatchewan Party needs that 31 or the NDP for that majority. Still waiting on 5 more seats to report. We're waiting on Moose Jaw North, Yorkton, Saskatoon, some in Regina. We're looking at some places
That's a
where
huge
there
gain,
are
even if the
cabinet
NDP
ministers
does
right
not
now. Terry
win.
Warman's the Minister of
That's a
SAS Goods and
massive gain.
Procurement,
That
leading with a
is
healthy lead here
Terry
in
Jensen.
Warman.
You call him Terry Warman.
Terry Jensen in Warman. Good catch. Still not, it's too late. It's too early for
11
that.
seats.
707 vote lead. If we look at Wascana Plains and Regina, and this is Brett Blakely with the 18 vote lead, slim lead over Christine Tell, the Minister of Environment. This is one we'll be watching all night as it's a very narrow margin. That's part of the 25 you see on the border the NDP have, if you're listening.
Yeah, if
Darcy
they stay,
Warrington,
that's
a
massive.
teacher, Saskatoon Stonebridge, leading the Justice Minister, Bronwyn Eyre, by 146 votes. Remind our viewers and listeners, this is one that changed due to redistribution. So Bronwyn Eyre, a very healthy win 4 years ago, but lost a lot of that Sask Party support base in rural Saskatchewan, just south of Saskatoon. And so NDP picking up there. We're waiting on a couple of places in Regina, but as you see Regina right now on the map,
is orange.
It's an orange out.
Yep.
And the path for the NDP,
Land
a narrow
doesn't
path
vote.
to victory tonight,
Land doesn't
was a
vote. Say it
Regina
after
sweep,
me,
a
everybody.
Saskatoon
Land
sweep, picking
does
up
not
Moose Jaw,
vote.
NPA, and picking up the north. As we look at Saskatoon, there's a hole in the middle, but everywhere else, it's looking
32
good
for
for the
Sask
NDP
Party.
early
Come
on. And we just had on the map Cumberland flip back to the NDP. So the NDP is doing well in Regina and Saskatoon, has the north seats leading right now. Prince Albert and Moose Jaw, though, are both
Initially,
Sask Party green at the moment.
Sask Party was
I'm
the
trying to
coalition
count
of
as the
Conservatives
results
and
come in.
Liberals.
There are still
beat out the
a
NDP,
lot of
but
ridings
it's
where the
gone.
vote margin is less
Yeah.
than 100. So these ridings could flip back
That
and
was
forth.
And we have, Sam, we have 4 to come
comment
still.
from
The reminder,
TikTok.
that's Yorkton, 1 in Regina, and a couple more in Saskatoon.
Okay, let's go to Eric Grenier
4
for a
seats
look
left to
at what
go.
he's seeing with these results. Things getting a little bit closer probably than the Sask Party is comfortable with, Eric.
Yeah.
I would imagine so, because there's not too many ridings left to report. And even if the SAS Party won all of them, which they probably won't, because some of them include some NDP incumbents, the SAS Party would have a significantly reduced majority. So we'll see what's going to happen. But as you mentioned, still so many ridings that have very,
they
very
started
thin
out with
margins.
47,
Bad news for
everyone.
The NDP is that
They
they
started
are
out with
ahead in a lot of votes.
47.
So would require the SAS Party or to, if they flipped any of them, then we're looking at a bit of a more sizable lead for the SAS Party. But if we look at the seat change since the last election, you can already see that this is a wholesale change in the province.
Look
Now,
at
the
that.
biggest numbers for the SAS Party was that they could afford to lose 16 seats and still form a government. Right now, they're losing 14. They're behind, or they have lost 14 seats that they came in as the incumbent
seriously,
party. The
even
NDP
if
is
if
picking up
this
14
turns out
seats.
to be
The NDP needed to win 17. So this is why we're talking how this is still yet too close to call. Very close to
Saskatchewan should still be
just
proud.
a couple seats flipping back and forth could change the entire outcome of this. But we're still waiting on a lot of votes to come in from
Good night, PG.
Regina
Thanks
and
for coming
Saskatoon.
by.
If you look at the popular vote right now, it is a big lead for the SAS Party, but only because all of the votes, or a big
I
share
have
of them,
8
have come from the rural
YouTube
areas.
and Twitch
We're
viewers.
seeing losses for the SAS Party in its vote share throughout the province.
Don't forget to like
so
and
far, it has
subscribe
cost
for
them
YouTube
14
and Twitch.
seats. If they keep it to 14, Scott Moe will remain as premier. If we see a few more seats flip over to the NDP, then it could be Carla Beck. So still too early to call.
All right, thanks, Eric. I counted. It's 13 ridings with fewer than 100 votes in the margin.
13.
Still to come. And that Saskatoon Silver Spring that Adam pointed out was that hole in the middle. They're only leading by 2 votes. So that could change again. I'm curious what the political panel has to say on these closer results now, Stephanie.
So am I,
NDP
because
is
I'm seeing that
25.
in the Regina constituencies where we've not yet had anything reported. It's Regina Lakeview, where I believe one Carla Beck has won quite handily in the past. So looking for more of these vote margins in the city, which look like the vote margins the Saskatchewan Party has in the country,
Cumberland is
which speaks again, I think, you
777.
guys, to a real urban-rural disconnect here. Meralda, what are you seeing in these results?
I'm seeing an exciting night. And 4 years ago, I don't think we kind of had this kind of excitement. So it's selfishly, I'm excited by the fact that we don't have enough to actually call something and it's after 10 o'clock at night.
True.
So there's that. We're actually seeing some of those things where you run on your record and people tag certain ministers with being part of the problem. That then affects, of course, where people vote because they start to swing to somebody that they think can actually sort of meet their needs. So time for a change
Did the color
might be
change on
represented
my...
in the cities, and then you have that rural sort of stronghold. Anyone who forms government after this has to really start to consider how you speak to all of your voters, because we do all have some of the same problems in terms of accessing healthcare, education, all of those things. Those are shared problems. Those are not unique to one or the other.
Yeah.
Marie, what would you expect the parties to do with results that will have them more evenly matched to reach out to the people who haven't voted for them?
Well, this is a real wake-up call, particularly with the ministers that Scott Moe's losing in the cities. Interestingly, we saw what we thought we were going to see, the Sask party stall out once the rural seats stalled out and there was no longer rural seats to count. Now the city seats are coming in and it is a lot closer. And as you described, that's a sadly divided province right now between rural and urban. That's going to have this government.
Same in BC.
If
this is
they
exactly
form
the same in BC.
And they are ahead right now, reflecting
rural
on
is blue. Cities
healthcare,
are
on
orange.
their stance on education, where they had huge rallies in the government. Now, the thing is, we don't know whether they are going to form government. As you point out, it's after 10 o'clock, way past my bedtime. And mine too. And like, I mean, and we're probably going to be a while yet before we can concretely say. But once again, I guess that just underscores the problem that we have in this this province, and the problem I guess the Sask party have, and the NDP, because the NDP, notwithstanding making
Prince
some
Albert
vote
NDP
inroads,
is leading
are really no closer
23 to
to winning
15.
very many rural seats at this particular point that I can sort of so far see. They have to depend
Prince
on
Albert
winning these city
something.
ridings.
This one is
Divided
Prince Albert
province
North
with lots of issues that Merelda outlined that aren't getting solved.
Regina,
And we spend a
Douglas.
lot of time talking about other things. I don't think we can afford to talk about other things.
What does Scott Moe need to achieve tonight to keep his job?
I think he has for now. I think at this particular point, if these results hold, and once again, we're being a little premature.
33 to 24 in terms of elected and leading.
Yeah, he will be the premier again if this continues on. We don't know yet. It's not a great result for Scott.
He needs
Moe,
to get
though. We're
30.
recognizing that
He needs to get 30
losing,
seats,
a
please.
significant number of seats,
Just
losing 10
30.
14 seats so far is never something that you really want to put on your resume as premier. And
No.
one wonders what the next move might be for Scott Moe. But once again, it's still early.
Yeah, we'll still be watching.
He needs to
Well,
repeal,
thank you.
repeal
57%
the
of
bills he's
polls
put in for
have reported, but most of those are rural at this point. So we're still waiting for a lot of results. Things still could change. Adam, let's take a look at Saskatoon.
Yeah, we're still waiting for one more Saskatoon constituency to report. The green on the Saskatoon board is Silver Springs and Willow Grove, which are Paul Merriman and Ken Cheveldayoff, and those would be holds for the Saskatchewan party there. We're going to dive into these results, but look at this lead for Ken Cheveldayoff. Long time incumbent for the Saskatchewan party.
Come on, Alana, you can do it.
So we see the 33 on the board. That flips a couple of votes. That goes down to 32, and we have the NDP ahead. So very fascinating here to see what's happening in Willow Grove with Ken Cheveldayoff. Vicky Mowat in Saskatoon Fairview, incumbent for the NDP, the health critic, 200 vote lead with 3 of 10 polls reporting. So that's positive for the NDP. This is another positive for the NDP. This would be a pickup. Tom McBain in Saskatoon Chief Nistawasis, 132 vote lead over Parminder Singh. This is the former seat of Gord Wyant in Northwest Saskatoon. It was called Saskatoon Northwest. Gord Wyant resigned to run in the Saskatoon mayoral race. We're going to look at Saskatoon University Sutherland. This would be a hold for the NDP. Jajinder Grewal with a 211 vote lead over Gillian McLeod from the Saskatchewan party. Jennifer Bowes held this seat. It was switched a little bit through redistribution, but she decided not to run for a second term. So this would be a hold for the NDP. And it's looking good in Saskatoon and Regina for the NDP. Of course, Their path is a sweep and then pick up PA, as we talked about in Moose Jaw, still not quite there yet. But they're having positive results early on here in the two major cities. And I think because we've seen the majority of the vote come in rural Saskatchewan, that's why we see that vote split that's well over 50% for the Saskatchewan party that the panel was talking about.
I wonder if they're
Expect that to flip.
absentee
We have 4
votes
seats to
and
come right now.
mail-in votes.
One of those is Carla Beck, which will be more than likely, barring a surprise, a 25 on the board there for the NDP. So as it stands, 33-24 for the Saskatchewan party leading or elected.
We need
4 seats to come,
Saskatchewan
Sam.
party to get
Before I
30.
move away, my mom just texted.
Yeah, what did Mom say?
What about the mail-in votes, Adam Hunter?
Yeah, I was just.
What about the mail-in votes?
We're
When do
like
those
on
get
the
counted?
same
What about
vibe
them?
here because I was just wondering about that myself.
They get counted on Wednesday. So that's still a couple of days away. And depending on what constituency we're talking about, there's sometimes a bunch of mail-in ballots that were requested, a few. But we're going to talk about that maybe later in the night.
Hi,
with
the
these
missus.
really
Yeah, I try to
close
be
ridings,
everywhere.
but we'll see.
Okay. Got to make the mom happy. Okay, moving on. Let's go to NDP headquarters. Alexander Kwan is standing by with an MLA, hoping for, I'm not even sure.
Mom's
that
in
she's
your
in the
live?
Regina ridings. I
Yeah.
don't know that we've re-elected her yet. We're still waiting for results.
See, there we're back to an
Alex standing by
NDP
with Nicole Sarr.
stronghold, and everybody's talking, laughing, and drinking and partying.
Hey, Sam.
and-
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. I'm here with Nicole Sarr, longtime MLA for Regina Douglas Park. Nicole, obviously, for people who aren't in the room tonight, what is the energy in here? Can you describe it for us?
The energy is palpable.
Are you guys
in here.
okay if I go get
Everybody's
some water?
Excited. Everybody's
I'm
feeling
going to stare off into
hopeful.
space.
You can tell that this room is energized by what the campaign has brought, by Carla Beck and the whole NDP team. There's a lot of positivity here, which is it's really good to feel.
Talk to me a little bit about what have you been hearing on the doorstep as you've been campaigning?
You know, I had the opportunity to door knock nearly all corners of this province throughout the entirety of this campaign. What I heard door to door was the same no matter where I went. People ready for a change, people frustrated with this government, people feeling like they weren't being listened to. People wanted a government who would focus on the priorities that mattered, on affordability, on healthcare and education. And we were so excited to bring our message to those doors, and it was being very well received.
Nicole, I guess when you're out on the doorstep and you're hearing those type of things, does it encourage you as a candidate when you're hearing it from all corners of the province?
It does. It showed that the message that we were bringing was what people were wanting to hear and that we were listening. So it was a reciprocal relationship on the doorstep, and it was energizing for us. Everywhere we went, all corners of the province, people were ready to hear our message and people were open to a new government. People were very much ready for change, and that was very exciting for us.
Now, obviously, the results are coming in are very early. We're still going to get more. It's still showing a tightening race right now. What are your thoughts on a tightening race here as a result for the NDP?
I mean, it's really reflective of what we were hearing. Like I said, folks were frustrated. Folks were ready for a change. And that's showing up in the numbers right now. I think we have a long night ahead of us, but already we're seeing very positive results, especially compared to where we were in 2020.
Yeah, results are slowly trickling in. So are you prepared for a long night tonight?
You know, we're already past my bedtime. I have 2 little kids, but we're ready to be fitted in. We're ready to wait till this is finished, and we're ready to run in government. We're very excited.
Awesome. Nicole, thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm
That was Nicole
back.
Sarr, longtime MLA
Did
for
you
Regina
miss
Douglas
me?
Park. Sam, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
All right. Alexander Kwan with
Why are
Nicole
we not
Sarr, and I
at
did check because
minority
I left that
government yet?
ambiguous. Did we elect her? Did we not elect her? She is currently leading by about 1,000 votes in Regina Douglas Park at this time.
Yeah, not a surprise there for Nicole Sarr, who's, as Alex mentioned, a longtime MLA, former interim leader of the party when they were in between those leaders a few years ago.
Like seriously, even if they don't get it,
hey,
the
shout
voters
out.
in Saskatchewan should be
For
very
Royal,
proud
actually.
because
Let's
they obviously
let's
showed
go to
up.
the board. We're going to check out some more results, I think, from.
We're not. We're going to do that.
We're
in a minute.
not.
We're going to go to the Sask Party headquarters and check on the temperature
I
of
just
the
got
room.
I just got a new battery in my
After the provincial election in Alberta, they recounted the ballots
We're
twice
going to check
and
in with Sam
cross-referenced all
Sampson, who's
names.
at Sask Party headquarters. What's the
Wow.
temperature
They'll
of
probably
the room
do
there
that
like
here
right
too.
now? It's probably closer than they'd like.
It's definitely
Look how
closer
dead
than
it
they'd
is
like. I
there.
will tell
Like,
you though, when
seriously, I'm
we are
not getting
hearing
this.
of
I don't
different MLAs
understand.
across the
Why is
province,
it so dead
Saskatchewan
there?
Party MLAs, of course, so incumbents or even potential MLAs getting elected, there are cheers. There's woo, you know, there's that kind of classic noise
I
there.
hope you're right,
But it's
Sparkly West Coaster
pretty
says.
chill is the vibe.
I'm telling you,
Quiet.
another 10 years and
Not
Conservatives will
timid
be
exactly, because from the
archaic.
conversations I've been having, there is still a lot of momentum, definitely hope. And the other conversations I'm having are, okay, it's a slow ballot count, right? Because they're doing things by hand now. They're just expecting things to take longer. So it's not like the optimism has faded. I will say though, you know, as we're hearing these different results, and I think Adam mentioned Ken Cheveldayoff in
Her
Saskatoon,
background
Willow
shows
Grove,
that the
just that
optimism
really tight
has
race.
faded.
That's not something that this campaign was hoping for, right? When we're talking about Saskatchewan Party
Like, what a
territory,
snooze fest.
they were looking to take back a lot of those seats, especially after redistribution, redrawing of ridings. So not the exact night that this party was
I
truly
still
hoping
use
for.
that
I will
word,
also
and
mention
I'm trying,
it's a
like,
bit of
I
a
try
quiet
not to, but
room
I
at
forget.
this point. But remember, the Saskatchewan Party is pretty spread out across the province. Some of the more rural MLAs
So every
are
once in a
staying
while,
in
it
their
will come out
ridings
of me,
tonight. There's
and I have
the
to apologize
Saskatoon
for that
HQ where
too.
we are at. There is a Regina party going on for the Saskatchewan Party, and as well, Scott Moe is
There's a
in
party
his
going on?
own
Where?
community of Shellbrook, which is
Where?
about an hour and a half away from Saskatoon there. So he's having his own kind of gathering. So although this might not be the bump-in party that we were potentially looking
Are they
for, or
watching
that
my
maybe others
YouTube?
were expecting as they walked in, you got to keep in mind this is a
Knowing
big
that I'm complaining
province.
about
If anyone has driven around
how
here,
dead it is there.
or if anyone watching nationally has even just driven through, you know this is a large geographical area to cover, and so the Saskatchewan Party is making sure, yes, they are representing in their own communities, Sam.
Sam, of course, speaking from experience, driving all the way from Regina all the way up to northern Saskatchewan many times.
I think there's already some kind of ice warning or something in some parts of the province. So I'm like, I'm staying put tonight.
Yes, yes.
Those
Thanks for this,
roads.
Sam Sampson at
Is it
headquarters
snowing in
for
Sask?
the Saskatchewan Party. A pretty subdued room there this hour compared to NDP headquarters. But like
Yeah.
she said, they are spread out across the province tonight. So maybe some of the other rooms are a little bit different. We just don't happen to be there. But now you get to look at some ridings, Adam Puncher.
The energy in this room is great, Sam.
NDP 24.
Michelle Wakama, this is the Patterson battle. Megan Patterson, Melissa Patterson, once again, no relation, 142 vote lead for Megan Patterson.
Wow,
of the
how
Saskatchewan
could you
Party.
not
This
get
would
those
be
names
a
mixed
hold
up?
for the Saskatchewan Party, but one that the NDP
I
has
would vote for
targeted
the wrong
as a
person because
potential
I have a
gain.
terrible
Still early
memory.
on, 12
Megan
polls
Patterson
reporting.
and Melissa
So a
Patterson.
good sign for the Saskatchewan Party early. Tim McLeod with a healthy lead here is the incumbent Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Rural and Remote Health for the Saskatchewan Party. Just about 350 vote lead over Chantal Fisher of the NDP. We go up to Prince Albert Carleton. Very early on in the count, just an 8-vote lead for Carolyn Brostrom of the NDP. So we'll keep an eye on this one. We talked about those slow counts. Well, we're getting for a bit of a longer night. Sam Sampson, chill and get a chair in Saskatoon. Prince Albert North Coast.
Are
This
we
is another
even going
one
to
we
know
talked
these
about,
results
Sam.
tonight?
Under 100 vote
I don't
margin.
know.
Alana Rossi, incumbent there, 63 vote lead over Nicole Rancourt, who had been in the legislature, was defeated in 2020, looking for some revenge tonight. This one could be back and forth as we expect. We'll check in on this one a little later, Sam.
Okay, thanks, Adam. It is turning out to be an interesting evening. There's still 4 ridings that have not released any results. Stephanie, I'm wondering if this is Election Saskatchewan saying to the government, maybe we need those electronic tabulators that they didn't want us to have.
Not a single vote counted in Yorkton yet.
Or in Regina Lakeview.
Murray, what could you tell us about why we aren't having machines do the counting for us?
Board of Internal Economy. That's the body or that basically decides these things collectively. Government majority, government House Leader Jeremy Harrison, that you might have heard about, run into a little bit of trouble in the legislature, basically pushed forward this notion that we should modernize elections with electronic votes. And this is the net result we're seeing tonight, which is just far too slow. I think Yorkton has had no
So
results
yeah,
coming
it's
in.
exactly
I
what
think
I
we've had
thought.
other ridings. I think Lakeview is
We should
is
modernize it.
With
ridings
zero, yeah,
zeros.
including
Probably
Carla
against
Beck's
digital
And
ID.
in the modern
Which
age,
I
this
have, by the
shouldn't
way.
be tolerable for voters. We should be able to see results coming in very quickly. We've seen them on civic elections and other things, and this is just something that they have to review. But obviously, this is the side to the bigger story tonight, which is
NDP's
basically the
26.
very divided province, urban and rural. Significant gains for the opposition, where by the looks of it, if they cannot overtake the government, they're going to be a very substantial opposition that's going to reflect differently than we've seen
We need
for the
Saskatchewan
last
Party to go
16
down
years.
to 30.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a very, very big deal in this province in terms of how they're governed. We're going, the way it's looking right now, we're going to see a lot of rural MLAs having to drive in to Regina to sit in the legislature to pass whatever legislation that there's going to be tremendous amount of disagreements on because we're looking at for a change, a very capable forces opposition because of its sheer size and probably some of the people that they're electing. Very different people that we're electing. A lot of these teachers that Adam was talking about running for the NDP. We're electing a lot of those farmers that we all know are running in rural Saskatchewan, are people very connected to rural communities.
That is,
so
NDP
once
had
again,
14,
very divided.
they're now at 26.
And that's a part that's familiar to us, that whether we're counting ballots by hand or not,
they've gained 12
seems
seats.
to be pretty much the way it's been for a
so
substantial
far.
amount of time.
Yeah, that rural-urban split.
That's
and I'm wondering,
a huge
Merle,
gain.
what the NDP had to change policy-wise to get here. We know that Carla Beck is driving a big truck. She's going to cut the gas tax, and she opposes the carbon tax, just like Scott Moe. How much ground did she have to cede to get into the middle and maybe pick up, certainly
come down
pick up
to
some
30?
seats?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how much more she could have ceded to sort of get that vote. And I'm not sure that that isn't sort of a problem of messaging and this idea, like you kind of have to overcome
That is a
this
great
idea
trend.
that
That's
the NDP just cannot represent
phenomenal,
anyone in
really.
rural Saskatchewan, because that's not true. That it's also not true that no one in the Saskatchewan Party can represent people in the cities, but you have to get over what is a very big communications hump and then a very big ideological sort of conversation with them and start to kind of shift that narrative overall. That's a really hard thing to do. We talk about it all the time in policy in terms of saying, look at all of the things that you would benefit by coming over to us. These are all of the things that we are willing to do to walk into that middle for you. And it just, there just is, it might not be the policy or the fact that she's not ceded enough ground, but that people just can't hear it and or they're just not ready to believe it.
Well, I'm wondering, Murray, where people who like the carbon tax, if there are any in Saskatchewan, go or care more about the environment than these two parties campaigned on, for instance.
Well, certainly not the Green Party, because we haven't been talking about them all evening. So, it's going to be very difficult for those voices to be heard in this legislature because there's other issues that are going to be heard. And I can't believe that after these election results, we're not going to hear more about healthcare and education and social policy. And I'm kind of wondering whether this government might let up a bit on its social policy agenda, knowing full well that they're actually losing some votes in rural seats.
They're losing a lot of votes
losing the cities.
on
This
that.
is obviously not the big tent Brad Wall Sass party that we once saw. That basically did lay claim to, you remember the soccer moms and the elections that we covered where they were going after a very suburban vote and were rather successful and built a strong
where
foothold.
they had not been with their previous leader, Elwyn Hermanson. And that was a decided effort to appeal to more suburban voters.
Yeah, tonight it's gone.
Merelda, what do you think that the lesson might be for the Saskatchewan Party in these results? You mentioned earlier that maybe you stay in your own lane and let school trustees who will be elected in a couple of weeks do their work.
Yeah, and that is a really important point.
Party lost
Sometimes
12
it's
seats.
hard when you really, I guess, fundamentally believe in something, not to kind of step into those other spaces. But the province has some key jobs that it needs to do. One of them is address healthcare. There are a lot of wait lists out there. There are a lot of people who are waiting for procedures. There are a lot of people who are waiting for sort of
They don't want
smaller
to look after
healthcare problems
healthcare.
that
They
because
want
they
it
wait so
broken.
long become bigger healthcare problems. And then you have all of the other people who are living with addictions and other things who then end up in hospitals because they also don't have the right sort of spaces. So you have
That's right.
that big healthcare problem that you really need to sort of be investing in. You have the education space where you really need
Please
to be
like and
looking
share
at
the
actual
live if you can
resources
on
and human
TikTok.
resources and spending less time thinking about all of
Also,
those other policy pieces. So
if you can,
if
like
you
and
learn
subscribe
anything, it's
to
that when
Maple Minds
hundreds upon
YouTube. It's
hundreds
in
of
my
people
bio.
come to your doorstep
In my link
sort of
tree
month
in my
over
bio.
month, you might have to listen to them.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you for the
Sam?
likes.
All right, let's bring it back to some results and some ridings. We still have 2 seats yet to come. It's 10:30. I just want to point out the polls have been closed for 2.5 hours.
They need to thank
and
the
there are
people
still
who are
2
hand
ridings that we
counting
don't
these
have
votes
any
because
results for. But where are you taking us?
For my friends in the newsroom, bring me up a coffee, please. Por favor.
because they have
Right
right
now,
wing
we have some people headed to the
people who believe
legislature.
in
Terry Brom in Carrot River Valley, commanding margin here over
the
CJ
machines
Binkley.
being
This will be a
hacked.
hold for the Saskatchewan party. Brom steps into the shoes of Fred Bradshaw, who retired. We talked about Jeremy Harrison a moment ago. Jeremy Harrison heading back to the legislature, the Minister of the Economy and Immigration, going back from Meadow Lake over Miles Knockbar, former University of Regina Cougars basketball athletic trainer.
You would know that.
I would. I had to do it. Jeremy Cockrell is going back to the legislature. The education minister, and this is when we talked about, this is the education minister against Tom Krasinski, who was the teacher of the year in the Battlefords area in 2023, I believe.
Teacher of the year
competition.
Fascinating here, and Jeremy Cockrell. So the Jeremys
cool.
are going back, and another person heading back to the legislature. This is considered one of the safest seats in the province for the NDP in Saskatoon, Nutana, and that's Erica Ritchie, who reclaims her seat, the incumbent in Saskatoon, Nutana. And we are waiting for a couple. I believe that it's Lakeview is one and Yorkton is the other. And if Lakeview is Carla Beck, which we expect, as of the last I checked, the NDP was sweeping in Regina. So some of those are real tight and they can flip, but that's fascinating.
You're going to make that room cheer that's watching us right
If the sound's on. I don't think the sound's on. Here's our map. This is Regina Lakeview right here.
They call that a
man.
Is that a bingo?
We have the best team in the business, eh? They're making it look real smart. Appreciate that, you guys.
And also, in case you're just joining us and you see the stars next to the names and you're wondering why those are there, those are incumbents. No favoritism, no anything there.
Yes.
Just those are people who were there before who may or may not be going back.
We thought about fun emojis, but decided against it.
Emojis would have been great, but probably would have
done
got
emojis.
us in trouble.
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of things that are fun, let's go to Ethan Williams, who is at a watch party, as he referenced earlier, where the people are. Ethan, what's the vibe like where you are?
Well, despite the slow results tonight, Sam, people are still hanging around here at Multinational Brewery in Regina. We've heard some cheers from people at times as
they
the
need
results
to
have been coming in tonight. And I'm joined by one of those who has been keeping a close eye on the results. This is
praise the
Melanie.
people
Melanie,
who are
thanks for being
hand
with us tonight.
counting.
I just want to wonder. I just wonder, kind of right off the bat here, what do you think of the results so far that you're seeing coming in?
Well, I continue to remain hopeful. I have an imagination, and my imagination wants to see Saskatchewan taking care of its people, taking care of elderly, taking care of our classrooms. So I'm remaining hopeful about the results.
It's still good
and
though.
what
Like
are,
seriously,
that's kind of what you're hearing from
like
other people
the Sask
in your
party
community
lost
and
12
from people
seats
here
so
tonight as well.
far. Oh Jesus, my cat just scared me.
Yeah, like we all know that it's
My
time
cat
for a
jumped out of
change,
nowhere
and
on
we
right
need
in front
to
of me
lead
and just
with
scared the
love
poop
and
out
not
of me.
fear. And I'm really hoping to see we protect our
Sorry
children, we
if I
protect
screamed.
trans people, we protect our elderly, our houseless people. we vote for free Palestine. You know, I'm optimist. I'm hoping that these results that we see lead to a different Saskatchewan.
Okay, Melanie, thanks so much for your thoughts.
Yeah.
PTSD.
All right, the party continuing down here at Sam. We'll see how long people stick around. They're some of them holding out for a long time tonight down here at Multinational in Regina.
All right, thanks for this, Ethan. If you are paying attention to the bottom of your screen, you will see there are 0 seats left to come. That means we are getting results
NDP got
from
27.
all 61 constituencies, and right now it has the Sask Party elected or leading in 34 seats, with the Sask Party's 20, or the Sask Party with 34, the NDP with 27, and a lot of those ridings way too close to call at this point.
How many?
Many fewer than 100 votes in the vote margin. We're bringing in Eric Grenier to look at how things are shaping up. Eric, is there still a path for the NDP tonight?
Well, the reason that we still can't really make a call whether it's going to be a Sask Party majority or an NDP majority is because of how many close ridings there still are. If the Sask Party holds what they're currently leading in, the 34 that they have at the bottom of the screen will be enough to form that majority government. But a lot of these ridings are really close. So let's look at what ridings are really making the difference between the two. We're going to start with Saskatoon Willow Grove. You can see the lead is by one vote. One vote is not going to hold. I can tell you this right now, that at some point, someone is going to take a much wider lead than that. If we look at the next riding, Prince Albert and Northcote would be the next one on the NDP's target list.
29.
Behind by 29 votes.
8 of 14 polls reporting.
If we look next at Moose Jaw, Waccamaw, this is another one. It's the Battle of the Pattersons. There the lead is a little bit wider at 249 votes for the Sask Party. So it could be a bit tougher for the NDP to take that one. And then if we look at what would be riding number 31, for the NDP, riding number 30 for the Sask Party if they drop that low.
This is
you
so
can see
close.
In Prince Albert Carleton,
this is like our BC election.
Votes, 334 votes. There's also another factor that no one is going to be very excited to hear me say because of what it means in terms of how long we have to wait. There are those mail ballots that still have to be counted. Now, we saw in the last election in 2020, the NDP overperformed in the mail ballots. It actually turned the outcome in the riding for Ryan Riley, the leader.
This is like,
and we saw in British Columbia, where there's the mail ballots that have been counted there as well, that the NDP really outperformed the Conservative Party. So a lot of these ridings have anywhere from 300 to as much as 1,000 mail ballots that still have to be counted. If the NDP wins that mail ballot, as they've done in the past, as we saw in British Columbia, a lot of these could end up flipping, not tonight, but maybe in a couple days.
Eric, I did check that specific riding with Ken Cheveldayoff. There's 917 potential mail-in ballots in that riding. So even if it goes within a 300 vote balance, we're really going to be waiting on that final count because those won't get counted until later.
Is this going to be one like really BC where we're not going to find out till like a week later?
Seat that ticks up for the NDP, the Sask Party goes down one, and it doesn't take a lot to get the NDP up to 31 seats. So still
Saskatchewan, you
still
should
too
be
early to
so
call,
proud
even
of
though
yourselves.
we're approaching, what, 2.5 hours since the polls closed?
All still in play, which is interesting. I mean, this time 4 years ago, I think we were listening to Scott Moe speak, and we're slowly wrapping up our evening, and we're not even
flipped again,
close
35
to that.
26.
Adam, let's take a look at Lakeview, Regina Lakeview, because we are now seeing results come in from all 61 constituencies.
Yeah, this is the leader, Carla Beck, who was first elected in 2016. This is her first time leading the party, hoping to become the first female premier in Saskatchewan history. She's the first elected female leader for the NDP. And so far, so good for Carla Beck. And this is really the story tonight in Regina. It's right now a clean sweep for the NDP in Regina. And as Eric talked about, we're looking at Willow Grove with that one seat margin, 1 vote margin. That is so tight. So you look at Paul Merriman.
Wow, look at this. They're
and
even.
Hugh
Gordon. This is our first
dead tie.
Wow.
It's an exact tie.
They rock, paper, scissors.
7 of 10 polls.
7 of 10 polls reporting. But as Eric mentioned, this could be one where we're waiting on mail-in ballots, and this would be a big upset for the NDP.
Silver Spring, I will check for you.
We have Silver Spring as, this is the incumbent. This is the former health minister, current minister of corrections and policing. So this is something that we will be watching for. Regina Coronation Park, this is the first time we've seen this one on the board tonight. Healthy lead for the incumbent, Noor Burki. This is a rematch of 4 years ago. Riaz Ahmad and Noor Burki, last year in the by-election, where Noor Burki won. Coronation Park, of course, the former seat of Mark Docherty. And in Saskatoon Riversdale, commanding lead here for Kim Breckner.
They are pretty close
for the Saskatchewan NDP, an upset win for Marv Friesen.
No, Nadine Wilson.
This is Saskatoon Riversdale.
Oh, Saskatoon River. I'm mixing that up with Saskatchewan Rivers. My bad.
That's what I've been doing all night. I've been mixing them all up.
In Yorkton, our first Yorkton result is David Chan leading by 800 votes over Lenore Pinder. Now, Yorkton is one that this margin would be a lot larger.
Open your eyes,
4
Polly.
years ago, 8 years ago, but it's a place that both Scott Moe and Carla Beck spent time
I'm
campaigning
not sleeping,
in,
I promise.
which signaled to me that it was going to be a
13K
little more
likes. I
question.
wonder
We're
if we
still
can
waiting
get
for
the
a few more
15
polls, but a good start here for the Sask Party, and this would be a
on
hold
TikTok.
in Yorkton.
I feel like my brains are starting to turn to mush, so I will leave the
It's all good.
opining and the
No,
counting to you.
do what you do. You're
Because then
killing
you
it.
get to correct me.
Okay.
Let's go back to our panel. Patrick Dinsdale is the chair of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce for the province. He lives in Shaunavon. Jackie Wall is an artist that lives in Beanfate. She's the former executive director of the Estevan Chamber of Commerce. We have heard a lot about the carbon tax for quite some time now. We've also heard a lot about the relationship between the government, potential government, and the federal government. Jackie, I want to start with you. You are in energy country. How do these messages around the carbon tax land down there?
Well, they don't land very well at all, actually. Our chamber several years ago, the Canadian Chamber came out with a statement saying that they could be supportive of the carbon tax if certain changes were made, and we wholeheartedly said no. We do not agree with the carbon tax. I believe that there's a lot of research and there's a lot of advances that are happening in the private sector. I think those can be definitely supported by government. However, creating a tax that does not seem to have solved anything. I would challenge the federal government to make a list of what that carbon tax has supported as far as advancements in the areas of research and development as far as our environment. We know in our province, we have very high standards. Oil and gas companies are looked to throughout the world. Our mining is looked to throughout the world, our carbon capture as well. And those are the advances that need to happen, that need to support our economy and further support our environment.
Patrick, what about when it comes to the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce? Where do things stand with your members when it comes to the carbon tax?
Oh, it's a mix depending on who you talk to. There's a lot of engagement in the resource industries amongst the Indigenous community. It generates a lot of revenue for First Nations throughout the province. There's also a very strong sense within the Indigenous community and a lot of our members to focus on greener energies and how we can capitalize on those opportunities. We all recognize that we need to find more efficient ways to do things, and we need to find better solutions.
Hopefully
but
get to
at the same
15K.
time, recognizing that if we can look at building efficiencies,
People are going to
that
bed,
kind
though.
of gets us from one place to the other.
Patrick, Jackie, thank you so much for popping back in. We will check in as results continue to be counted. Let's bring this back to studio. And where do you want to go?
We're going to look at some cabinet ministers to how they fared tonight, and this is going to be a disappointment for the Saskatchewan Party, and I'm sure it'll be a big cheer at NDP headquarters in Regina. Joan Pratchler knocking off Laura Ross, the longtime MLA for Regina Rochdale and cabinet minister. So this is something that the NDP had targeted. This is a pickup, and this is continuing to be a good night for the NDP in Regina. How about this one? In Saskatoon, a lead for Darcy Warrington, and in Regina, a lead for Brett Blakely. Those Bronwyn Eyre trailing in Saskatoon Stonebridge. This is Christine Tell trailing, although under 150 votes
I
right
like
now.
how this program tells me your mic's muted.
Blakely, Sally Hauser leading a little more comfortably against
Come
June
on,
Mikowski.
NDP,
That's 4 cabinet
you're so
ministers,
close.
1 already down, and 3 more on the ropes here. And the Saskatchewan Party, this is going to send a chill through the room in Saskatoon where Sam Sampson is. Justice Minister, Minister of Social Services, Minister of Culture and Sport, all on this board, all in trouble. We saw Ken Cheveldayoff, who has been in cabinet before. Paul Merriman's in trouble in Saskatoon as well. So just fascinating what the NDP's been able to do in Regina so far and Saskatoon against these cabinet ministers, Sam.
All right, thanks for this, Adam. Let's go to Eric Grenier in Ottawa. Eric, one of the things that's interesting about the cabinet ministers that Adam was just talking about is some of those 2 weeks ago were considered very safe Sask Party seats.
Yeah, absolutely. Regina has
Wow.
been a big shift towards the NDP. The NDP knew that they had to sweep or nearly sweep all 12 ridings in the city, and at the moment they're leading and elected in all 12 ridings in the city. Let's look at how the votes have shifted in Regina, the provincial capital, since the last time people in Saskatchewan voted. You can see that the New Democrats are leading in the city with 55% of the vote. That's up about 6 points from where they were last time. Only 39% for the Sask Party, down 5 points. You can see that the Greens and the other parties also taking up some of the vote, but a big shift towards the NDP, and it has delivered the seats that they needed in Regina so far. They're up 5 seats. The Sask Party is down 5 seats. There's no other seats to swing in this city. The NDP is at the moment sweeping all of Regina. One of the reasons why they're not leading in the seat count overall across the province is that they haven't done the same thing in Saskatoon. There's still a few seats where the Sask Party is leading right now. But clearly the goal for the NDP at first step, sweep Regina. They've done that. We'll see what's going to happen in the rest of the province.
All right, thanks, Eric. Adam, let's take a look at some of those races that are just really, really tight.
Really tight.
This is
really close.
Eric just talked about Saskatoon and the NDP having to run the table there as well. We're going to look at Saskatoon, Westview, April Chief Calf leading by just 23 votes over the incumbent David Buckingham, who was famously knocked off Cam Broughton back in 2016. He's hoping to hold on to his seat for a 3rd straight election.
23.
Right now, he's trailing with just 5 of 11.
This is bringing back nightmares of the BC election.
This is one we talked about off the top of the show. 33 votes. It's historically been one of the tightest
I'm having
races.
flashbacks.
It's playing out like that tonight. Bujin Brar of the NDP with a rematch against Mohammed Fayez. 6 of 12 polls reporting here. When we talk about this back and forth in Saskatoon, Willow Grove, Ken Cheveldayoff clinging to a 35-vote lead.
I wonder if they could, they could swing it. They only need.
Wakula, thank you. This is one that we'll be watching as well. Sask United Party picking up 30 votes here, but we haven't seen a lot of blue on the board here with the Sask United Party. And again, we go back to Saskatoon Silver Spring. This is the same as our last reporting when we put this up here. Tons of votes counted, but it's a dead heat here, and the Greens maybe playing a bit of a spoiler here. 109 votes, 7 to 10 reporting, and still we have to impress upon people that on Wednesday we'll count the mail-in ballots. Many requested. They're going to check and make sure people haven't voted twice, so you can always request a mail-in ballot. And if you decide to go to the polls and vote in person, you do that. But the mail-in ballots will wait for Wednesday. So
we need 6 seats to swing. How many was there? I should have counted how many were so close.
The Greens may be playing spoiler there, but someone that we haven't really seen playing spoiler yet is the Sask United Party. Stephanie, I'm curious what the panel has noticed about that.
What have you noticed about that?
Need 6 seats to swing. I sound like Trump now. Should I call them? I only need 6 votes. No, 6 seats.
Yeah, we've kind of mentioned this already. There was an idea that there was going to be a
likes.
much
Thank
bigger
you,
split
everybody.
on the conservative side. And
on
I
TikTok?
think what you're seeing here is that a lot of people, if they
I don't know
wanted
how
the
you
Sask
like on
Party to
Twitch or
stay in
YouTube.
power,
You can
they
do
stuck
it. I
with
just don't
them.
know how.
They didn't go sort of shopping around for what they thought might work better for them, or maybe this was a little bit more of the message they were looking for. They went for a sure thing.
Marie, we heard that some cabinet ministers in Regina, Christine Tell, Laura Ross, had been out door knocking where maybe in the past they weren't on the doorsteps as often. Saskatoon, we saw Ken Cheveldayoff in a white suit on the boulevards. What do you think they were hearing that they were out there campaigning possibly more in earnest than?
Probably the same thing we were hearing, that urban Saskatchewan, at least the 2 major cities, Sask Party seems to be holding their own, at least last time in Moose Jaw and PA, but at least in the two urban cities, two largest urban cities, the people were very frustrated over healthcare, over education, over the issues
seriously,
that
there are people
were brought
counting these
forward. And it was
ballots
less
by
of an
hand.
issue in the rural seats, as we saw early on,
And they were
where,
keeping up with
there was
our
an explosion
electronic
of,
system in BC,
Sask
really.
Party leads and wins
Because we're
that took
having
us
like
to
the
that
same kind
incredible
of
total that we saw, where it looked like it was
time
going to be a
frame.
massive sweep until the city results started to come in. But what they were probably hearing on the doorsteps is the same thing I think that a lot of us have been hearing for a lot of times, and that is frustration with the very issues that Merelda talked about, the meat and potato issues, when they were dealing with other things that maybe were less consequential to people's lives. And health and education are two things that they just have not really focused enough attention on.
How many
You know,
tight
when the
races
teachers
were
were
there? Was anybody
striking
paying attention?
last year, they were dealing with Bill 137 when they should have been finding ways to end the contract. Now,
Who
maybe
has
there
more,
aren't
BC or
that many
Saskatchewan?
teachers
I have
in
never even looked that up.
Saskatchewan, but they all have spouses, they all have neighbors. Same with
Who has the
nurses,
bigger
same with everything,
population?
and it tends to spread in
BC,
that
right?
particular way.
Yeah,
in rural
probably
communities,
BC.
it's slightly different when you got resource-based issues, and people are legitimately concerned about the carbon tax
BC
and
by a
how
large
much they're
margin.
spending to drive from point
I've
A to
never
point
ever
B,
even looked
and what
into
it's
that or looked
costing
it up or
them, and
even
the
thought
cost of
about it.
living issues slightly different. So it does speak to how what their candidates in rural Saskatchewan might have been hearing that was different than what the urban candidates were hearing. But unfortunately, the urban candidates were left with the script the Sask Party put forward, you know, that the number one priority was going to be change rooms. A lot of people looked at that and said, well, in the cities, and said, that's not my priority. A lot of people in rural Saskatchewan, I'm guessing, looked at that and said, well, that's not my priority either, but at least you're still talking about the carbon tax, which is important to me.
And we did hear some younger people talking about the Saskatchewan Party's been in power since what the iPhone.
The population of
1
Saskatchewan is
came out or something.
estimated at
For
1.12
us who are
million.
old, the Saskatchewan Party is a relatively new phenomenon.
That's not a
but
lot.
for people voting for the first time, it's all they've ever known as
And
government.
what's
Merelda.
BC?
And I wonder if some of the boogeyman scare has gone from the Saskatchewan Party, talking about the NDP shutting down hospitals and doing things that maybe some voters simply don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, I teach a lot of people who have never known anything but this. And so when they are struggling to find a job, or when they're struggling
BC is
for supports,
5.6
and when
million.
they're
Wow.
thinking about buying a house and it's just completely out of their reach, or they're talking about affordability, it is a little bit different. They don't see that old NDP party there. And I actually have to say, I don't see that party anymore either. It's been 17 years. That's a really long time. And so when you think about how that plays out for people, they are not sort of looking at that and saying, oh yeah, remember that time there was that hospital outside of the city of Regina? That's been Sask Polytech for a very long time. So that's all they know of that building. So that time
NDP's
of
at
that
27
history,
again.
those things have really passed.
Rural Saskatchewan being older, that's what they
Yay.
remember too. Hospitals being closed.
We need more.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, we are going to go to our first elected guest of the night who has knocked off a cabinet minister. Alexander Kwan is standing by at NDP headquarters with Joan Pratchler.
That is absolutely correct. I'm here with Joan Pratchler, who we just recently projected to be elected for Regina Rochdale. Now, Joan, how are you feeling after hearing that you're being projected to be
I'm excited. I'm honored to be able to represent the people of Rochdale. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Now, obviously, you have now defeated a sitting cabinet minister in Laura Ross. That's obviously a big achievement.
You know, I'm watching the CBC. Do you think that the Sask Party told the CBC they can't be at their party headquarters?
They tell you things, and you can tell them that you can represent them.
Now, what did you hear on the doorstep? What did you hear from people when you were out campaigning?
They said they wanted somebody credible to represent them, and they hadn't seen their former representative for a long time, and they were glad that I was out there on their doorsteps.
Now, former school principal,
Sparkly West Coaster says, I think the BC NDP has really helped out the NDP parties nationally. I think so too.
Well, absolutely.
Hopefully they help out the federal, because I'm worried about that election.
And the next one is a principal that helped and loved kids in school and helped them learn. Yes.
Now, when you were out on the campaign, did you hear a lot about education, about healthcare?
Absolutely. Rochdale is filled with teachers, and they're not impressed with what has happened. And they know that I understand because I still am a teacher.
Happy Sue says,
Now,
I
when,
think Sask
you're,
Party has no friends
I
in
guess
the
heading
cities,
into
so their
having
party
been
is
elected,
quiet.
What are you hoping to see from
that's
the
true.
NDP as you
Their party's
look
just
into this
not,
next
like,
step and as an elected
electric
politician?
at all.
That we're going to make education better for the children because that's the future of our province. And we're going to address what happens in healthcare by listening and acting on what the frontline people are telling us. There's no way I would have asked a grade 1 teacher to implement a new reading program if I didn't sit alongside of her or him and do it with them. You need to understand what's happening on the front lines or you cannot be their leader, period.
Okay. Well, Joan, the other question I had for you is, your background obviously helped on the campaign trail. Regina is currently being swept by the NDP.
Sparkly West Coaster on TikTok says the only thing conservatives can offer
what do you think
are
made it
tax
such
cuts for oil
good
and gas.
message to
I agree.
for voters, I guess, that they want to support the NDP all of Regina?
Well, I can tell, especially in Rochdale, they care about education because they know children are their future. They care about healthcare because someone in their family is going to need healthcare. And so those are two critical places. And in Rochdale, people were telling me, we care about other people. We think you might be able to do that because you have frontline experience.
Welcome
and I have
back,
from
Brad
bedside
Mike.
to board table, from classroom to boardroom. I understand what the issues are, and now I can stand up for them. And that's what you need in a spicy grandma there.
Spicy
Joan,
grandma?
Thank you very much for talking with me.
Is that what she said? Did she just call
Thank you.
herself a spicy grandma?
That was Joan Bratcher.
That's cute.
Just recently projected to
I
be,
want to be a spicy
the winner
grandma.
for Regina Rochdale. Sam, I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Alex. Adam, did she just describe herself as a spicy grandma?
I think she did.
I love it. I want that on a t-shirt for her.
I didn't see that on her campaign flyer, but that might be for next time, 4 years from now.
I love it so much.
We're going to look at Regina, and Alex talked about that sweep, and that is happening right now. And we're projecting Carla Beck to be the winner in Regina.
Better than a raging granny.
Commanding margin here for Carla. Big night for her. We're seeing the board here. A lot of races still too close to call, but the NDP really performing well tonight from what we've seen in the recent past. Carla Beck leading them into the election for the first time here, Sam.
Her language has really changed over the last week too, from we're campaigning on change to we're going to win this thing. And it's not over yet.
It's not
in
over
2
yet.
minutes,
And
this live will have been 3 hours long, and I enjoyed every minute of it with all of you.
Was in the communities outside of Regina and Saskatoon. This is one, Martinsville, Blairmore. Jamie Martins with a just about a 400 vote lead right now over Tammy Pike, 6 of 10 polls reporting. So they're holding on here in Martinsville, Blairmore. There's a few other places where they're holding on where the NDP needed to make a breakthrough. Tim McLeod, we can elect and send to the legislature here. And this is one that the NDP they thought they had an outside chance in Moose Jaw North. This wasn't the Moose Jaw race that they were focused on as much.
Spent lots of time there.
But they spent lots of time in the city. This is a mix of urban and rural outside of Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw Waccamaw was the place where they were hoping to pick up, and they're down pretty convincingly right now with 9 of 12 polls
giving me
reporting.
lots of likes.
Moose Jaw is a hold for the Saskatchewan Party, it looks like.
I think I'm going to go check, but I also think I got more YouTube followers. We need more YouTube followers.
They needed to do that. We talk about White City right there, making me look good. Once again, Brad Crasweller will be going to the legislature. This is Don McMorris's old seat. Also, Christine Tell representing people in the White City area for the last 4 years, but a convincing victory here. This is one that the NDP thought they had maybe had an outside shot like Martinsville, but that's not the case tonight.
No, not at all. Okay, let's go back to Eric Grenier for some more analysis on how things are playing out tonight.
I like this, Eric.
We have all seats reporting. We have 84% of the vote in, but
Please
we
make
are
sure to
still
share out
not
the live.
able to project what's going to happen here, Eric.
Yeah, we're still waiting to make some final
We're still
calls.
here for
right
a
now,
bit,
the
I
Sask
think.
Party is deemed elected in 29 ridings. So they're only right now too short of getting to that majority threshold. Adam already highlighted some of those ridings that are really going to be the ones that will decide it. But it's Moose Jaw, Waccamaw, and it's also Martensville, Blairmore. The issue is that there's still lots of votes to count it. So right now we have about 2,700 votes counted in Martensville, Blairmore, and about 3,800 in Moose Jaw, Waccamaw.
Even if the Sask
that still
party
probably
gets
means we got about
in,
5,000 more votes to count, give or take, in Martensville, based on what
NDP
the
voters
vote
showed
count was
up.
in the last election, and maybe another 2,500 in Moose Jaw, Waccamaw. So still a lot of votes to count. But if the Sask party can win those two, those would be the easiest ones for them to win right now. That would put them at 31. Whether they get up to 32, 33, 34, we might have to wait longer. But they do have a path right now, and it is the much easier path than the New Democrats. The New Democrats need to flip some ridings where they're trailing by some pretty significant margins. So Sask party is on track, but there's still too many ridings that are too close to call.
Okay, thanks for this, Eric. I would love to go back now to Shellbrook, where Dan Zakreski has been all night long in Scott Moe's home riding. He's at the rec center. I want to know about the vibe in the room, but I also want to know, is there still hockey going on?
I don't hear anything.
Well, Sam, you know, there's nothing quite as forlorn and quiet as a hockey rink that's emptied out. The hockey ended about an hour ago.
The Sask party is so blah.
And things have gotten really
so
quiet
boring.
Here. We're talking two solitudes, really,
yeah,
with
Scott
this room.
Moe.
There's the reporter area out here on the concourse, which, you know, was pretty loud and busy when the hockey families were here. And there were a lot of political types coming and going. There was a wave of Sask party people who came in with a big pile of Scott Moe signs that are sitting over there. But in terms of Mr. Moe and his supporters in the party, they're all locked away in the Rogers above
they can't
the
have
rink.
the math doesn't work out for them to have a minority government, does it?
They're in the curling room.
It's not like BC where they have like 3 parties.
The past half hour or so, as the results tightened up, things just got really quiet.
It's one or the other,
There's
isn't it?
A couple of their senior officials who've come out and talked, but it's really they're in that room. We're in this room. We're waiting for the word. We don't even know if Mr. Moe is in the building yet.
Yeah, they're locked away from the commoners.
So that's kind of where we're at. A bunch of reporters watching you guys.
Scott Moe is locked away from the commoners.
Well, I will take the compliment.
The common people with the common sense.
We'll check in with you a little later on once we know that Mr. Moe has maybe arrived and we kind of figure out where this thing is going.
Locked in the curling
from
room.
Shellbrook to Regina and the panel. It's not uncommon for leaders to sit and watch the results in peace and quiet before coming out. That's not surprising. But
there's nobody there. Like, why is there nobody there? I don't get it.
Well, it's much later that Scott Moe is sitting waiting for results than the last time we were here. We were heading home by this time last time. So as we wait and talk about that, even if the Saskatchewan party is the government, what would it mean, Murray, for the opposition to double in size?
Well, it's tremendous because they have that many more resources, because the resources that they render from the Legislative Assembly office is based on the number of MLAs. And if I look at 27 compared to 14, that's almost a doubling. So they're twice as rich as they used to be. So this should be a very good night for the NDP. It should be a very good night for the Sask party, because this looks like at this particular point, we don't know yet, but if things hold, they're heading to a 5th-term government. It was just too big a hill for the NDP to climb with all those rural seats and those huge leads that they had in rural Saskatchewan. And I think that's a difference. It's kind of unfortunate because it overshadows 2 really good stories tonight that we should be telling. And the one story is the talk of a government that's on the verge of being a 5th-term government. We don't see that very often. That would only be the 3rd time in the history of Saskatchewan that we have seen that. The story of the NDP coming back from near oblivion 2 years ago when they lost the Athabasca by-election. They lost their leader.
16K
and they looked like
likes.
they were a
Thank
total
you
mess.
so much,
In
everyone.
comes
Please
Carla
share
Beck,
the
leader
live.
that nobody kind of really
I am
wanted.
live
and
on YouTube and
revised this
Twitch,
party
so
to the
if you
point
could
where
go
it's
and
at tonight, with
subscribe
27 seats,
to
short of
YouTube
being
and
government at this
Twitch,
particular moment, but a substantial
and also
gain
give
from
us
where
some
they
likes
were.
on some
So those are 2
videos,
tremendous political
comments.
stories, but yet
We have to try to
overshadowing
build the
this
channel up.
is this unfortunate divide between rural
We
and
need
urban, and the uncertainty as to where that's going to take us in terms of policy and in terms of other things in the next 4 years if this should hold up. And at this particular point, I guess we'll see. But unfortunately, two really good stories tonight are being overshadowed by an old problem.
Merelda, we heard a feisty grandma's going to the legislature. What else are you seeing in terms of new faces that might make their mark there?
Yeah, I was
Not
just when
feisty
you
grandma,
look at that and you
spicy
hear somebody
grandma.
actually use the term feisty grandma.
Not
I mean,
feisty. I'm pretty
I
sure she
hope
said
I can use that
spicy.
term one day.
Same difference.
You know, I think you're starting to
Feisty's
see
okay,
a
but I
lot
really
of
like
different people
spicy.
in not only just in those who have, you know, retired from the Sask party and retired from politics. So you've got a lot of new faces all over the map. So as you start to think about all of these different people coming in, their
not been
relationships are
called
going to
yet.
be a little bit different. It also changes the inner circles of those who surround
Can
the
anybody
leader.
look
And
and
when you
see?
start to think
I think
about
he said it was
who
29.
forms that caucus, who forms those inner
Sask
circles,
party is only
who is
confirmed in
advising,
29
those
seats.
things are flipping right now. And that's a really important thing and something that'll be really interesting to watch. How are they going to do that?
Thanks, you guys. Sam?
I should have wrote it
All
down.
right, we have 85.2% of the vote in, Adam, but it is still too close to call. But let's take a look at who's been elected.
And I want to just reinforce that 34-27 that you're seeing on your screen or hearing us refer to is leading and elected. So there is 31 for a majority, but those aren't 34 elects for
No guarantees.
Yeah, they are 34 leading and elected. As Eric
How
mentioned,
many elected
29
in each
elected
party?
so far for the Saskatchewan party.
Yeah,
So they're
29.
close, but not close
Okay.
enough. In Regina, a sweep right now for the
So they need
Saskatchewan
2
NDP.
seats.
This is what they wanted. This is part of their game plan. They're not doing enough outside of Regina and Saskatoon, but we can send Nicole Sarr back to the legislature.
Yes.
Dominant result for her tonight. Former interim leader, has been a justice critic, corrections critic for the Saskatchewan NDP.
So Sask party
So
is
Nicole will be
29
heading back,
confirmed
as will Winnie
elected.
Young, the incumbent for Regina South Albert. Another dominant margin here. So NDP really sending a message, and that's going to tighten up that vote share.
Sparkly West Coaster
province-wide
put up
once we
a
count more of
poll.
these
Can you
city
please
votes.
vote
Another
in the
dominant
poll on
result
the top
for
left
Betty Napier
of your
Albright,
screen
another
for
incumbent
TikTok
in
users, please?
Saskatoon Centre, who will be going back to the legislature for the NDP. That's 3 women elected. We had Joan Pratchler already, Erica Ritchie. You're seeing a pattern here, Carla Beck. So the NDP already had a big female contingent. Here's another one, Kim Breckner, a lawyer in Saskatoon, 1,200-ish vote margin here. This is a pickup in Saskatoon, Riversdale.
Okay, so in the bottom it says that
welcome news for the
Sask
NDP.
party is elected in
They never wanted to
29
lose
and
the
they
Roy
lead in
Romanow
5
seat in
seats.
Riversdale. They did 4 years ago. They've got it back, and they're electing a lot
And NDP
of women
is elected
tonight
in
will be in the Legislative
17.
Assembly in their caucus.
Regardless of your political stripes, Adam, I think it's really, as a woman,
Is
I say
elected
this,
in
it's cool to
17
see
and
women
they
get
lead in
elected.
10.
It's cool to see women be represented in the legislature. I know
So
that
really, so far they
for a long time
14.
women were just not part of the Legislative Assembly, and
They've
then they
gained
start
3
moving into those
seats.
things. But to see yourself represented as a woman, and potentially even for Carla Beck to do what she's done tonight, for girls to see that there is a path to leadership
For
in that
sure,
way, I
they've
think is
gained 3
really
seats.
powerful, even if you're not necessarily someone that supports the NDP. That representation matters. So I just wanted to point that out as you talk about the trend.
And I'll just say very quickly, if the results hold in Regina and in Saskatoon, we saw Bronwyn Ayre trailing, there's going to be at least 3 cabinet ministers for the Saskatchewan party who are women who potentially won't be back in the legislature. One for sure, and Laura Ross, we saw her go down to defeat tonight.
But she lost to a woman.
That's true. But in the government cabinet, that's going to be trickier if Scott Moe can form a majority tonight to find those candidates. And that's going to be another issue for the Saskatchewan party.
Oh, if it's all dudes. I did not consider that. Thank you, Adam. Speaking of the Saskatchewan party, let's go back to Sam Sampson, who is at headquarters in Saskatoon. She's joined once again by Donna Harpower.
That's right. Another woman who has spent a lot of time in the legislature, Donna Harpower. Thank you for coming back on CBC. We just checked and made sure. So the Saskatchewan Party is holding on to your old riding of Humboldt Watchers.
Now it says they're elected in 30.
You know, congratulations to Raquel.
So
I think she will do a great
Sask
job,
party is now
and
elected
I'm quite
in
excited
30.
for her.
So let's talk about
They
those
lead
really
in
tight
4.
races and the losses for the Saskatchewan Party at this moment. We know for sure, as Adam just mentioned in our show, Regina
And
Rosedale
NDP
has
is
flipped
still
to the NDP.
17,
We also
leading
saw a
in 10.
Saskatoon riding flip back to the NDP after the Saskatchewan Party gained it 4 years ago. I mean, What is going through your mind at this point as you're seeing these changes?
You know, I would be foolish if I wouldn't say it was disappointing. However,
It is
realistically,
slow.
it is very, very difficult
There's like
for
nobody
any party
there.
to form government for 5
Look at all that
terms.
food.
So it's unprecedented for us to be able to form government for the 5th time, but also concerning, and I've seen it throughout my political career, of the urban-rural divide. And I think this election is going to show that divide is fairly wide yet again. It has been in the past, and it's going to be on the new government to kind of bridge that gap again and bring the urban and rural back together. Ultimately, in this province of Saskatchewan, we're very center. And in order to keep, both urban and rural supporting you and supporting the initiatives that you put forward, you've got to always keep to the center.
Sask Party
and
is elected
the new
in
government
30.
needs to be mindful of that.
Is there a concern that the Saskatchewan Party drifted away from the center at all for you?
There isn't for myself personally. I mean, I just brought forward a budget that was heavily weighted in funding for education and healthcare, which should be considered very center. But perception. I think there was a perception building, and it started with COVID, and COVID just divided our province in a lot of ways, and people came out of it kind of grumpy. And again, it goes back to that time for change. We're not sure why, but we're kind of grumpy, and it's time for change. That is definitely in play in this election. But
We're not
perception
grumpy.
becomes reality if you don't do something about it.
What concerns you specifically about that urban-rural divide that you were mentioning earlier?
Specifically, it's going to be policies and future initiatives.
Like,
quite frankly,
try not
that's gonna
taking
address
rights
it.
away from trans
All you can do as a
people.
government is the best within your means.
Try not taking rights away from the
although
2S
that we have put a lot of
LGBTQIA plus
resources into
community.
the urban centers, such as healthcare facilities and schools,
And parents to
maybe we
decide
need
for
to
their
do
own
better in
children.
messaging what
Like,
we're
I don't
doing in the
understand how
urban
people
centers.
don't even see that.
Let's talk about the leader of the Saskatchewan Party. He has been reelected, Scott Moe, in his own riding. But what kind of conversations happen, if these numbers hold 34,
They're watching a
27,
different channel. They're not
sure,
watching
the government, the
CBC.
Saskatchewan Party forms government, but what happens to the leader now? What kind of conversations happen tomorrow?
I won't be having those conversations, quite frankly. That is
They're watching
entirely,
CTV.
His decision as to what he thinks his future holds. Obviously, he has the confidence in this election to lead us again, and I've been very proud to serve under him.
What would you're not part of those
You've been
conversations,
very
of course,
proud to
'cause you
serve
are
under
leaving
Scott
politics,
Moe.
and congratulations again on a career. But you've got to admit it's a tough position to be in after the Saskatchewan Party is in power for 17 years, and now a leader has to deal with those repercussions. So where do you even go from here?
But is there repercussions? Like I said,
There
is this
are.
unusual?
You're lost so many seats.
I think that, quite frankly, we're in an envious spot across the nation because no other province has been able to hold government for 5 terms.
You're
So
not
is
going to hold it much
repercussions
longer.
or is it a success?
That's an interesting way to look at it. Thank you very much.
Do
And what
these
you were
people think they're
referencing
going
there,
to
of course,
hold it for a
should the
longer
Saskatchewan
period
Party
of
win
time?
tonight, they will form a majority government for a 5th consecutive term. Hasn't been
No, they
seen
won't.
since the days of Tommy Douglas.
They're at 30.
I don't know the history
Did
on
she
that.
just
I
say
know
they're
a
going
lot
to have
do,
a
but
majority
it's been
government?
a very long time since that's been seen.
They're not there
Very
yet.
much so. Well, thank you so much for your insight. Really appreciate it during a very competitive night. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you so much.
That is Donna Harpower. She's the former finance minister, and she is retiring from politics. She's been an MLA in the Humboldt-Watrous area since 1999, giving us a bit of insight into some of the conversations that might be happening and some of the perspective shifts that she's seen over the past few years within Saskatchewan.
Cabinet
that
shuffle
maybe
in
led to
progress,
some of these very
says
competitive
Sparkly
races that we're
West
seeing right now.
Coaster.
Sam.
Wet Coaster.
Thank you,
It is
Sam.
kind of
I'm going to
wet.
bring it back to Adam here. We're going to look at some more results. I will say we have 87.6% of the ballots counted, which tells you just how close this is, that we're not able to make a call.
Yeah, it's nail biting time. Get the Tums out, hit the coffee. People are nervous
How do they know
about
I
what's
just took
happening.
a
Not me,
Tums?
but
It's
the
like,
people
they
that's a
watching
weird
this.
combination.
Well, do you, I suppose. So we're going to look at Regina Northeast here. Jocelyn Roy with a 161 vote lead over Rahul Singh. This would be a pickup for the NDP if it holds, and this is one they were targeting. This
Great
is part
conspiracy.
of
They're
their mission
watching
Sweep
me.
Regina, which they are completing
They
at the moment.
see me.
All right, thanks, Adam. Let's go to NDP headquarters, where Alexander Kwan is standing by with Jocelyn Roy.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Sam. I'm here with Jocelyn Roy. Now, Jocelyn, how
It's
are
vibing.
you feeling
It's
about
got the
today's
vibe.
results? How are you feeling about today in general?
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Yes,
They should be
yeah.
proud.
Now,
even if they don't get
as
the majority,
as a
like
teacher, what have
that's
you
a
been
lot of
hearing on the doorstep? Have you been hearing a lot about education?
Absolutely, and I guess that's one of my reasons for running in the first place is sort of a lack of consultation with frontline workers and some other issues going on in my particular riding. It comes up a lot on the doorstep. Great concern about the future, not only for kids and of our province, but also for the staff that's feeling very stressed and overwhelmed right now.
Now, obviously, you're not the only one who's projected to be winning in Regina for the NDP. It looks like a full sweep for the NDP so far. What do you think that says about the priorities for people living in the cities? Is it concern over healthcare, concern over education, or both?
I think it's both. Definitely people are concerned about healthcare. They are concerned about education, and they're also concerned about
the Real
affordability.
Native. How are you
so
tonight?
We see a lot of different things going on in my riding. I represent people from lower income and higher income groups, but across the board, everybody is concerned about health and education. And I think that made a really big difference here.
How did you
What
feel
province
about
are you in, the
campaigning?
Real
What did
Native?
you feel like going to those doors?
I can't remember.
Talking to
I have a
people?
terrible
How was
memory.
it for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I suppose in 2018 and 2020, under one of our former MLAs,
I'm
Jens
good.
Peterson, I was greatly involved with his campaign, did a lot of door knocking, so actually knew quite a bit about the riding from back then. So getting back out there was wonderful. It is one of my favorite things to be on the doorstep, listening to people, because that is what is important, is accountability and transparency with those that you represent.
Saskatchewan.
Now, is it different going from a door
Saskatchewan
knocker,
is
volunteer with a campaign
Sask
to being
Party
a
is
candidate?
confirmed.
Absolutely.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
See, that's Brent. It's a big difference. Yes, absolutely is.
They're watching Global.
Yeah. What can I say? Sorry, I'm
if
just.
it didn't
Not a problem. It's
expose
obviously
me
a
to
very
show,
exciting night for
like, to
everybody
change
here at the
channels,
NDP
I would
headquarters.
change around
For
too.
you in particular, is it what are the emotions
if
you're
I
feeling
can.
right now?
I guess a lot of pride,
Hold
a lot
on.
of happiness. Some of it feels surreal. I've
No,
been
I'm just gonna
working
leave it.
quite hard since the May Long Weekend
Okay,
of
so
last year to
Saskatchewan,
see some change in this community that I care deeply about.
Sask Party is
So I'm
30,
just very happy and
confirmed.
very grateful to the residents of Regina Northeast
ahead
for giving
in
us the
4.
chance here, and
NDP
quite
is
frankly, everybody
17
across
confirmed,
Saskatchewan,
ahead in
for
10.
giving us and Carla Beck a chance too.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sam, I'll throw back to you in the studio. That was Jacqueline Roy from Regina Rochdale, projecting to win there. Sam, back to you.
All right, thanks, Alex. 34 projected or elected or leading for the Saskatchewan Party, 27 for the NDP. There is one riding that we are all watching very carefully. Eric Grenier
still trying to
is
sleep.
coming back to talk about it because there is one seat that would be the Sask Party's path to victory sooner than later.
Yeah, well, that's what we've been talking about all night is the 31 seat mark. The Sask Party is above it in the leading and elected, but in terms of the elected, if we look at where the numbers stand right now, the Sask Party is just on the cusp of being in that position to win a majority government. They are now leading or elected in 34, but they're elected in 30. They're missing one riding.
Oh,
and
the
that
NDP
one
got
riding
another seat.
likely to be Moose Jaw Waccamaw.
It's 18
that
now,
has
confirmed.
the biggest margin right now. For the Sask Party, Megan Patterson is ahead by 740 votes. There is only one more box to count. That box likely is a big one, probably has over 1,000 votes based on how many votes are left to count. But if the Sask Party can hold the margin in Moose Jaw Waccamaw that they've had throughout the night, the count has been pretty steady in that riding. We haven't seen a lot of fluctuations. Then that would be their 31st seat, and that would be a majority government. If they get a couple more, would be helpful for electing a speaker and having a legislature that might survive for a full 4 terms. But the Sask Party does seem to be in a very strong position. And for the NDP, I think that was really where it might come down to being unable to flip Moose Jaw Waccamaw. That was supposed to be one of the ridings that was on their target list, but it looks like the Sask Party is on track for holding it. And if they do that, then Scott Moe will have 4 more years in the Premier's office.
And I did look, Eric, at the mail-in
Why
ballots
Saskatchewan?
for potential mail-in ballots as it is, because we know not everybody mails them in. There's only 419 for Moose Jaw Wakamo, so even with the current lead, it wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a number of ridings that we are going to be watching for that mail ballot count that could end up flipping. So the final count could be a bit different from what we're looking at right now, just based on how that count will go over the next few days. But we are taking that into account to decide whether we can call these ridings, and a riding like Moose Jaw Wakamo will be decided tonight.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Adam, let's take a look at some more results, shall we?
And I wanted to take a look at, we were talking about at the top of the show,
Hours
third
ago.
parties. That was many hours ago.
Many hours ago.
And John Remick is the leader of the Saskatchewan United Party. He took over for Nadine Wilson. He's finished third here in Lumsden Morris. As it stands, we still have 10 more polls to report, but if this holds to be a disappointing result for the Saskatchewan United Party, they're hoping to make a breakthrough. A lot of advertising, a lot of John Remick doing media rounds, and so far it hasn't made much of a impact. Another third place right now for the Saskatchewan United Party in Sask Rivers. This is the former leader, Nadine Wilson. This is their first member in the legislature. 6 more polls to report here, but a distant third for Nadine Wilson. So that's a disappointment for them. Not on the board in Estevan Big Money at all. They did have a candidate here. Phil Zajac is the leader of the Buffalo Party. Reminder, they finished second in 4 different constituencies 4 years ago. But the Buffalo Party and the Sask United Party haven't finished second anywhere. So not much of a factor at all for these two parties tonight. They, of course, took votes. They had many candidates running.
Scott Moe's going to be in for another 4 years,
much of an impact
more than
on
likely.
Over
like,
to
what
the political
heck?
panel. I think it's interesting. You guys
up
talked about this
Saskatchewan?
earlier in the fact that Scott Moe was really
Like,
talking
he's gonna
to those
break
further right
the
voters
healthcare
in the hopes that
system
they wouldn't split the vote.
so
And
that
we're not
people
even seeing him
will
come in second
be
place.
like, okay, bring in private
And I wonder, Marie, if
healthcare.
this is the end of the Saskatchewan United Party and the Buffalo Party in terms of wagging the dog on policy, as you wrote not too long ago.
Yeah. I don't know, because
Cats are breaking
they
things.
still maintain a significant influence when it comes to Saskatchewan government policy. So why would you give that up by basically dismantling as a party?
Because you lost a bunch of
Well,
seats.
because you lost a seat. If that was your end goal to win seats, perhaps. But if it's your end goal to have influence in a party, it's hard to argue that they're not having influence. I guess it'll see if Scott Moe's #1 priority is still change rooms, because that's certainly Mr. Remick's #1 priority. He cheered that policy. So that is going to make things rather difficult for Scott Moe if that, I guess, that perceived threat that obviously
But
doesn't.
hasn't he learned tonight that that threat is not as real as the one from the middle in the cities from the NDP?
One would think, one would definitely think that that should be the message tonight. But I watched this government for a considerable amount of time under Scott Moe, and I don't see him getting the message. This wasn't the first time on an issue like this that this was told. It was told on COVID. It was told on this, and it seems to have worked in rural Saskatchewan, because what does seem to have happened in rural Saskatchewan is all those votes that he feared would go to Sask United didn't go to Sask United. They went to his party by basically moving further right. So that would be their argument right now tonight. So I'm very interested to see what lessons are learned. One would think, okay, yeah, they see the NDP come up and significantly come up in urban Saskatchewan, but specifically in the
I'm
two
hoping
big
the
cities,
more I
and
do
not
this,
even in
the
Moose Jaw
more popular
and,
it'll
and
get.
PA. So there is a bit of a mixed message.
I can't
here.
wait for the U.S. election.
Merelda, is this a rebuke of the Saskatchewan Party, or as the former finance minister Donna Harpower said, is this a victory? 5 wins in a row for government is very difficult.
I think both of those things can be true. I don't think either one of them is sort of not part of this narrative. I think it is a victory for them. They if it tracks the way it is tracking right now, they will form government.
3 on Twitch and YouTube.
Though they also have to do some real soul
and barky
searching.
dogs.
And I think those that are left, those who are coming in, the new people who are coming in, I think have to ask themselves, all of those people who got up in front of reporters and at press conferences and rallies and said, this party has left me, I didn't leave them. That message, I think, resounded with a lot of people, and they will have to think through how they work that.
What do you think the Saskatchewan Party could do to win those people back? I mean, if it has to elect a speaker, how does it even deal with that after what happened with the last one?
Well, that's a good question. They're not in bad shape, and everybody likes that job because it pays a bit of coin, and it's they'll find someone, to run for it.
But will they text that person 700 times to make the rulings they want?
You'd think they learned that lesson, but I'm not 100% sure.
What?
Maybe only 600. I honestly don't know.
They
but
text their
it's
speaker?
there are going to be tremendous difficulties, both managing caucus and managing this party. Like, what do you do with the caucus where you really don't have the same depth that or the equivalent depth to what you've lost? And if you think about the Gord Wyants and the Don Morgans and the Dustin Duncans and the Donna Harpowers, they've lost a considerable amount of talent. I didn't see a lot of similar talent coming in. Now, in fairness, some people come in, they just prove themselves.
So for those
they were
of you
kind of
that
hoping that of
have
Jeremy
just
Cockrell,
arrived,
kind of hoping that of other people. And sometimes it works
Sask
out,
Party
and sometimes
is at
it
30
doesn't work
seats.
out in
They
terms
need
of
31 for
of
majority.
a government election.
So
You
30
get who you get
confirmed,
elected. So there's going to
and
be those
4 they're in
challenges.
the lead
They
for.
still have a lot of people in that
NDP
caucus that
18
come from
confirmed,
the resources,
and 9
agriculture,
ahead.
industry, solid economic background, solid economic
They gained
basis.
8 seats
But
so
they're
far.
going to struggle to find people that are going to be capable of addressing the needs that they have. I think perhaps the biggest loss, if it's official right now, is Gene Mikowski, because he was thought to be a very likable, former football player.
They swept Regina.
They swept
so,
Regina,
yeah.
and like, I mean, it's an unfortunate thing for the Sask Party when they lose someone that they can, and they've already lost Derek Myers. They already lost Mark Doherty, people that they can sort of relate to. They need to take that into account, and those are very much the middle road people that Merelda has been talking about all night. They need to be grounded in a way that they have.
I'm
and maybe
hoping
that's up to the newer people to come in and step
the
forward.
Daniel Smith will see
What do you think the Saskatchewan Party
what's
would
happening
need to
here,
do to
and will change her
regain some
tune
of the
on
people that
trans
it's
kids
lost?
in school.
I think it's going to have to look at some of the things that it put forward here and start to say, is the Marshal Service the right way to go? Did that really win us any votes? Because I don't know that it did. Is, all of these other policies that we talked about, change rooms and other things, maybe we need to start refocusing on a few other things. I think
maybe forget about
when
change
most
rooms and
conservative parties
attacking
sort
the
of
2S
start to soul search and look
LGBTQIA plus
back, they go
community.
back to things like affordability. They go back to things like, how do we sort of make the most of the resources that we have? How do we invest them in ways that people
And how
really
you
need?
don't destroy
And there are a
healthcare
few sort of
for your
typical plays
private
that you
agenda.
can sort of start with, but for them, I think they really have sort of that, and also part of an image problem.
Well, I
right
think
now in
this
the
one
cities,
cares because
obviously,
she's
since you can see
The
a
perception
college
problem that
teacher.
Donna
I think
Harpower
she's
mentioned. She's
NDP
saying, hey, I
leaning.
presented a middle of the road budget.
Right.
But people don't perceive us as
And
middle
when you
of the road
can-
anymore.
Yeah, and when, as Marie says, people like Gene Mikowski, who are actually very likable, can even work through that, then you have to ask yourself, okay, how do we present ourselves as somebody who does have those needs in mind and can be part of that?
I don't think the budget was the government's message. I truly don't. I think the message you heard.
I don't think the finance minister thought her budget was the message either. Yeah.
We heard what the number one priority
right.
was halfway through the campaign.
Yeah.
And didn't work too well, or as well as it should have.
Sam?
Thanks, guys. Let's take a look, Adam, at Regina University, which is what they were just talking about with Gene Mikowski running against Sally Hauser. And Sally worked on some pretty successful campaigns before running in this riding. She worked with Rachel Notley's campaign, and she worked with, we're not going to talk about that yet.
We will talk about it, so you can hold your horses on that. We'll get to that one.
I'll let you do the fun fact checking. I will stop.
No, this is one we were watching, and this is one Erica talked about as well as Moose Jaw Waccamaw, Martinsville, Blairmore. If those pick up for the Saskatchewan Party, they get to their 31, 387 a vote lead here in Martinsville, Blairmore. 6 of 10 polls reporting here. This is one that the Scott Moe went to campaign, and that kind of raised some eyebrows. Why is he in Martinsville? And this is why. It's a tight enough margin here. We look at Moose Jaw Waccamaw. That's the other one I mentioned, Sam. 740 vote margin here for Megan Patterson over Melissa Patterson. One poll left to go. Eric mentioned that as well. We're expecting about 1,000 votes left. That could flip Prince Albert Northcote. Tight race here. One more poll to go. NDP could still flip this. It's under 100 votes, but 71 vote lead for Alana Ross. This is the path the Sask Party needed to go on, and they did. We're going to look at a couple elects here. This is Vicky Mowat here in Saskatoon Fairview, going back to the legislature. This is a hold for the NDP. So that's another woman elected for the NDP, as we talked about. Nathaniel Teed going back to the legislature, an incumbent who won in Meewasin a couple of years ago in the by-election after Ryan Miley stepped down. Another comfortable victory for the NDP there. And we can send Tejinder Grewal to the legislature. This is one that the NDP is holding. It's kind of a hybrid. Saskatoon University Sutherland was Silver Spring Sutherland. Saskatoon University was Jennifer Bowe's seat. This is one that they held on to. So not quite a sweep in Saskatoon yet. They're close. They got one in Regina at the moment. We showed Martinsville, Moose Jaw Wakima, Prince Albert Northcote. The NDP needed those 3 seats. They're down 4 to make a majority. Right now, the Sask Party leading elected Sam in 34.
Okay, thank you. We are not going to talk about Sally Hauser. I was all primed up to go.
You're ready.
But we're going to talk about somebody else. But it's not going to be you and me. It's going to be Alex Kwan, who is at NDP headquarters, and he is joined by a projected elected NDP candidate.
Cool.
Yes, that's correct, Sam. Yeah, I'm joined by Brent Blakely. He is the projected winner and projected elected for Regina Wascana Plains. Brent, how are you feeling tonight?
Just grateful. I'm just grateful for the people of Wascana Plains that voted me in, but grateful for all the help that I received in the campaign. It doesn't happen alone. We had so many great volunteers and campaign managers and everybody that worked behind the scenes, and I'm just grateful for all their help.
Now, you defeated a sitting minister, Christine Tell. How do you feel about that?
You should be able to see that
I just think,
left.
like we have always said, that it was time for a change, and I think the people of Wascana Plains thought it was time for a change, and I just think they want better representation. I'm ready to give them that. So.
Now, you and I actually met and spoke while you were out campaigning, door knocking. What did you hear on the doorsteps while you were out doing that?
Just lots of positive stuff. I was anticipating this might happen just from all the things that I heard, and it was such positive energy on the doorsteps, and which kind of energized me to keep going. So, yeah.
So what kind of things did you hear while you were out door knocking?
Just that people wanted to change, and of course the big things that they wanted to see improvements to were healthcare, education. Those were the 2 big things that that people want to see improved.
Okay. Now, Brent, how are you feeling after obviously winning this? But what do you see? What do you feel when you see that the NDP are sweeping Regina, taking all of the seats there as well?
Well, I think again, it's just a point that we're going to have if we manage to be the opposition, will have just a stronger opposition to just keep things running smoothly.
And holding the government to account. Do you think that you're better able to do that if you have a larger opposition?
We'll see that. Yeah, we'll see that happen, I'm sure.
Brent, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Now that was Brent Blakely. He just won, or is projected to be the winner for Regina Wascana Plains. Sam, back to you.
Okay, Alex, this is where I have to be the spoiler. Brent has not won Regina Wascana Plains. He is leading in Wascana Plains. This is the point in the evening where my brain starts to go to mush because it's 11:30 p.m.
Projected winner. He didn't.
And there are 1,100 mail-in ballots potentially in that riding. So a 300-ish lead means not
Straighten
much,
out eyes,
unfortunately, at this point in the evening, or maybe when it's over. Let's go to Eric Grenier to take a look. We are still
share my
waiting
live
on that riding, among others. How are things looking as you analyze all of this data as it's coming in?
Yeah, we're just waiting on more of those votes to come in before we can make that final call. But we wanted to take a look at where things have been shifting in Saskatoon, because we'd already looked at how Regina went hard for the NDP. The NDP swept the city. Saskatoon, the NDP is also doing very well. They're up about 11 points since the last election. They're at 56% of the vote. The Sask Party is down 11 points to 40%, actually outperforming a little bit some of the polls. Some of the polls had them below 40% in Saskatoon.
Sask
And that's
Party
probably
a
why,
lesson.
and we'll look at the
Like, I hope
the
they
seat
look at
shifts since
this
the
and
last election.
say maybe
It
we're
isn't a
not going in the
complete
right
sweep right now
direction
for
as
the
far
NDP.
as
They're up 7 seats in Saskatoon. The Sask Party is down 7 seats. The only seat that the Sask Party right now is leading in is Saskatoon Willow Grove. This was almost the exact playbook that the NDP had. They wanted to sweep Regina, try to sweep Saskatoon. Maybe Saskatoon Willow Grove would be out of reach. But we've seen, as Adam was showing some of those results in Moose Jaw and Prince Albert, those smaller cities are what is going to end up deciding this election, I think, if it goes in the Sask Party favor. But Saskatoon and Regina have swung hard for the NDP, and you can see the NDP made all the gains that were reasonable to make in Saskatoon, but the Sask Party was able to hold them off, at least so far, in the rest of the province, and that's why the Sask Party is at 34 seats and elected in 30. We're waiting on that 31st before we can make that final call.
The drama continues. Thanks, Eric.
Drama?
Okay, Adam, let's take a look at some of these races.
And you mentioned Sally Hauser a few minutes ago, which is called a tee-up, foreshadowing. It's a literary device.
Or just jumping the gun.
And you nailed it, because we are going to talk about, we have the Saskatoon map up now. Eric talked about that with Willow Grove, that green chunk. And we're looking at Saskatoon, Stonebridge, Darcy Warrington continuing to lead. Bronwyn Eyre, the Justice Minister,
Darcy.
700 vote lead. We still have 3 polls left. That's why there's no check mark there yet. This would be an upset. The Justice Minister being defeated if it plays out this way.
Only 792 potential mail-in ballots in that riding.
And so we have Ken Cheveldayoff, who's increased his lead in Willow Grove. He's the lone Saskatoon
Come on, Alana. You can do it.
Member right now for the Saskatchewan Party. If this holds, still a very small margin. 3 polls yet to report, but this is another positive sign for the NDP, because that was one that the Saskatchewan Party is a stranglehold. Speaking of that,
but that one has 1,000 mail-in ballots.
Come on, Hugh Gordon, you can do it.
Because it's so close at this point in the night. It explains why we're waiting.
This is 10 of 10 polls reporting Hugh Gordon is leading by 258 votes over Paul Merriman. This would be another upset, another cabinet minister going down. We've already seen Laura Ross defeated in Regina. Christine Tell's on the ropes. Jean Mikowski's on the ropes. And Bronwyn Eyre is on the ropes as well.
Do you want the mail-in ballots for this one?
No, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And look at this. Jean Mikowski, as I just mentioned, on the ropes. And he's officially, we've projected that Sally Hauser is the winner in Regina University. A 463 vote margin.
Good job,
with 10
Sally.
10 polls reporting. This is one that the Sask Party was desperately trying to hold on to even today.
I don't think this is
Sally
going to
Hauser
get
has
decided
pulled it off
tonight
for the
either,
NDP,
Rad
and
Mike.
yet another woman heading to the legislature.
Rad
for
Mike
the New
on
Democrats.
TikTok says,
And they cannot
I don't
blame
think this
the
is getting decided
vote splitting
tonight.
on this one, because even with the votes that came in from the PCs and the Greens, it does not even close to be enough for what Sally has with the lead. Let's go to NDP headquarters, where Alexander Kwan is standing by with Sally Hauser. Alex?
That is absolutely correct. I'm here with Sally Hauser, so I will pity. Oh, and you can actually hear them chanting her name right now in the background. So, Sally, you have just been projected to win your riding. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, it's an amazing feeling, to be honest. But what
Did
I
he
feel
say
with it
projected?
is all the
I
people
thought they
who've been
said she was
behind me
confirmed.
this entire campaign. Volunteers, members, but also new members of
We
the
need to
community
see the
that
actual
hadn't met
numbers.
before, but just decided that they wanted to come out and help on the campaign because they thought it was time for change.
Now, obviously, you've been in and around NDP campaigns for a while. Is it different when you're a candidate?
It is indeed. But you know what? I've grown to really like it. I mean, it's kind of like the campaign metrics of walking 20,000 steps a day, but still not losing any weight because you're just eating pizza and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, getting to talk to hundreds of people, thousands and thousands really over the course of this campaign. I've been out knocking on doors since
I just want to
April
see
when
if
I was
Sask
first
Party
nominated.
gets
And so it's just been a
31.
marvelous
They're
experience.
at 30
and people, whether they're
confirmed.
voting for you or not, have been really very pleasant. Most people out there, Sask Party, NDP, or any other party, have that level of
NDP
respect
was at 18
for people who
confirmed.
kind of put their name forward and going to do the work. But
Or were
I
they
also
19?
just want to say
No, they were 18.
a real shout out to Gene Mikowski, my competitor opponent tonight, who's really given a lot to his life to serving Saskatchewan, either in politics or on the football field. They ran a really good campaign, but ultimately I'm honored to take that mantle from him for Regina University and represent the people of that constituency.
I got
going
5
forward.
YouTube
Speaking
and
of Gene
Twitch
Mikowski,
watchers.
obviously
Hello,
a very
everyone.
familiar name for people here in Saskatchewan, former Rough Rider, sitting
I can see your comments too if
minister
you comment
in
on
this
YouTube
Saskatchewan
and
Party
Twitch.
government. What does it mean
Please
to
make sure
defeat
to
him to take
subscribe
this
and
seat
like.
for the NDP?
Well, I think it shows that no political party owns the vote of the people of Saskatchewan. Right? You have to.
He's like,
you
I'm
have
on
to
TV.
connect. You have to serve. You have to listen. And I think ultimately that's what people felt wasn't happening with the Sask Party. Still lots of votes to be counted, but either way, you've seen this massive growth
Okay,
from the
eyes,
NDP
straighten
here
out.
tonight. I think it's probably the largest percentage of the popular vote that the NDP has seen in several generations here. So a big shift in Saskatchewan politics, however it shakes out here this evening.
And speaking of that big shift, obviously, there's a lot of been a lot of projected pickups in Regina, in Saskatoon for the NDP. Do you think that sends a message to the Sask Party?
I think any time any political party has a massive shift in the popular vote, as they've seen, it's time to do some more listening. I imagine that they were probably thinking about that perhaps a little too late over the course of the campaign. But when you represent Saskatchewan, you have to represent all of Saskatchewan. And that's something that certainly the NDP has been bringing to the voters, that we're here for everybody in this province.
Awesome, Sally. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, Alex.
Awesome. You too. That was Sally Hauser, who just won Regina University. Back to you, Sam.
All right. Thanks, Alex. CBC's Decision Desk has seen enough. Yes, at 11:39 p.m., and we are ready to make a projection. CBC News projects Scott Moe and the Saskatchewan Party will form a majority government, a historic win, 5 consecutive Saskatchewan Party victories. Moe promised a strong economy, a bright future with a campaign that was based on affordability and tax cuts, and Saskatchewan voters took him up on those promises. Forming a 5th term, they've done something not seen since Tommy Douglas's Cooperative Commonwealth Federation or the CCF. Adam, it is a big night for Scott Moe, and they had to work for it tonight.
Yeah, Scott Moe sweating it out more than they had in the past, but this will be a very exciting night for Scott Moe and the Saskatchewan Party, because as we talked about 4 years ago, he was speaking to supporters in an empty room. It was COVID.
So that means they have 31.
Be really interested to hear what Scott Moe has to say in Shelbrook, in his hometown. We look at a quiet room
many
right now,
seats.
but it'll fill up with supporters and with Scott Moe's family and friends a little bit later. I'm sure a huge sigh of relief.
It's been quiet
for
all
Scott
night.
Moe tonight as they waited that out. They'll be excited. You see some hugs there on the screen, and that'll be a similar story, I think, in Saskatoon at their headquarters. But they had to work for it tonight. The NDP put up a fight, but the Sask Party held its base. They held rural Saskatchewan, and most importantly, they held the NDP off.
They
in places
lost
like
tonight,
Martinsville,
really.
Moose Jaw, and Prince Albert Sound.
With as many seats
There
as they lost?
32 they're elected in now, leading in
32?
So there are still seats to come. The numbers you're seeing on the bottom of your screen, or that you're wondering about as you listen on the radio, 34 leading or elected for the Saskatchewan Party, 27
so they have 32
for the NDP,
confirmed
and
seats.
we are projecting a Saskatchewan Party majority government. It's 20-12.
It's exciting.
Let's
and
look
it's,
at the share
She
of the
doesn't
vote.
sound
And
excited.
it
She
is
sounds like
different
she's
from 4 years ago.
Yeah,
not
this was
liking the
60-30 4 years ago, and it has been like that even more in the past. And we didn't see much of an impact from the other parties.
So
or the
Sask Party
Saskatchewan Party,
has
as the panel
32
mentioned.
confirmed
The NDP is really had an
elected
efficient vote tonight
seats.
because they only got about 40% of the vote at this point, but they're going to have more than half of the seats in the House. Sorry, they're going to have less than half, 45% of the seats, I should say. So they're doing really well. The magic number at the start of the night, the NDP needed, say it with me, 17. They got 13. The Saskatchewan Party could stand to lose 16. They were at this point, it's 13. So the NDP is close, but no cigar. And close doesn't count in elections. You have to get over that. They had to get to 17.
20K likes. Oh, thank you, everybody.
For the Saskatchewan Party.
Don't forget to go to YouTube, find Maple Mine.
And a second election for Scott Moe as leader
subscribe.
as well, which I think is important
also
to acknowledge
Twitch,
for him
if you have
as well.
Twitch.
An MLA.
That's why I did both,
before,
just in case
going through
people
that
don't have
leadership
both.
race, going through the election in 2020, and again tonight here. I'm just so curious how the rest of these seats are going to play out, because there are still
Me too, actually.
so many that are too close to call. But let's go to Sam Sampson in Saskatoon at the Sask Party headquarters. We did do a look at that room just a few minutes ago. It is still pretty quiet there, but Sam, a lot of the candidates are not necessarily in Saskatoon tonight.
That's correct. Yeah, because well, it's a big province.
Where are they?
They, I guess,
big
have
night.
decided
Why
to
are
spread
you not in
out a lot of their candidates. So some of them are actually in their more rural ridings. Some of them are here. They've come, they've gone. I was
well, I guess
speaking
they
with
should
some
be
of
in
them
their
earlier.
ridings.
Some of them are not showing up until their
the
ridings
American
are decided,
election.
which
Chloe's
as you
going
and Adam
to
just clearly laid out,
join us for that one.
Might be taking a while, and I think that's really what's driving this emotion. Actually,
it'd be nice
there
if
was
we could recruit
bit
a couple
of
more
time
Americans.
where it was pretty tense here, but when this crowd understood that there was a projected majority government for the Saskatchewan Party, there was quite a bit of cheering. So it is a celebration here, and congratulations to those
they're celebrating.
Saskatchewan Party candidates
I can
who
see it.
Look
how they're
their riding, but
celebrating.
we are
Look
still
at they're
waiting
dancing.
to hear about
They're
two cabinet ministers
singing.
here in Saskatoon.
They're really
Paul Merriman
celebrating.
And
It looks
Bronwyn
like
It's
it.
just too close to call. Ken Shevel-Dayoff.
They really
Long-term
lost tonight.
MLA,
They
former
lost
cabinet
so many
minister,
seats.
also too close to call. So what does that mean when, yes, you want a majority government, but not by that landslide that you were hoping for? I was speaking with former finance minister Donna Harpower a few minutes ago, as well as I had a conversation with Don Morgan of MLA, who's also retiring from politics. He had to leave, but I asked both of them, what are those conversations now?
You're very welcome. Thank
with
you
the
for
party.
being here with me.
The message there was, we've got to get more united. There are different views and different ideas of different topics. Education, for example, was one that Don Morgan gave me. So now there needs to be a reset, was the word that he used. The other question I asked, okay, the leader, what happens now? Scott Moe, yes, now the Premier of Saskatchewan once again for another term, but this was not, again, the blowout win that they were hoping for. So what conversations happen in terms of who will continue to be the leader of the Saskatchewan Party? Donna Harpower telling me, you know what, full confidence, and it's his decision of what he wants to do. And I asked about repercussions of tonight because of that 50-50 moments there that we experienced, and she said, well, is this a celebration, or should there even be repercussions? Because as you mentioned, 5 majority governments in a row is a feat in itself, has not happened since the days of Tommy Douglas. So it's all about perspective here, I think, tonight at the Saskatchewan Party headquarters in Saskatoon. Again, still waiting for those ridings that are just too close to call, which, yeah, celebration, but man, there's some anxiety in this room as well.
All right, thanks so much for this, Sam. We are at 94.5% of the vote counted at this point in the evening. I would love to go over to the panel and get some thoughts on, we're going to go to the panel in a minute. We're going to talk about the ridings that matter, and then we're going to go to the panel because I want their thoughts on a majority government for Scott Moe.
Yeah, the roadmap for the Saskatchewan Party was pretty simple. Hold rural Saskatchewan, win Prince Albert and Moose Jaw.
Can they even have a minority government?
And they've done that. Jamie Martins is going to the legislature, Martinsville, Blairmore.
Poor
this
Tammy.
is something that we talked about early in the show that the NDP was hinting at. It didn't come close, and that's why this map north of Saskatoon is green. Megan Patterson defeating Melissa Patterson, again, one that the NDP had targeted. Sask Party campaigning really hard there throughout the campaign, both sides campaigning hard there. Megan Patterson pulls this one out. That's why Moose Jaw down here is green. Tim McLeod already went. I'm starting to learn it. So, it's been a night. We have Prince Albert Carleton, Kevin Kassoon.
Oh, wow.
This is one that the NDP had also targeted. 474 vote margin here, so much tighter.
Yes.
But this is also a sweep in Prince Albert because Northcote has stayed with Alana Ross at this point. So the Saskatchewan Party
did what they needed to do.
Yeah, the sweep in the cities in Regina and Saskatoon is still on for the NDP, and they got the north seats, but the math doesn't work. As we say,
I don't see how it could be a minority government ever.
The math isn't mathing, and right now the Sask
I think it would have been a
Party did what they
majority.
needed to do. They got the seats they needed to get. It's slim, but a win is a win.
And it is a much more significant opposition going into the legislature. But let's talk about majority government for Scott
for
Moe
those
staff.
getting here,
Murray,
Scott Moe has
does
won
this government look like
majority
to you?
government,
Well,
32
this
seats.
it's not quite historic because the first Walter Scott government, the one I covered,
It's confirmed.
won 6 seats, but this is still reasonably amazing. And it's weird that it's almost a story lost tonight. The mood in the Sask Party headquarters in Saskatoon doesn't seem to be the vibe of a party that just won something that was major, 5 terms, 20 years.
They really
21
lost
years
tonight
in government. By the time they're ready to for the next election in 2028, this is an amazing.
How many
thing,
seats
an
were there
amazing
total?
feat.
47.
Also, a rather amazing feat, of course, with
No,
Carla
that's
Beck
what
at
they
the NDP
started out
winning
with,
27 seats
47.
from oblivion.
And now
2
they
years
only
ago
have
after losing
32
the
confirmed.
by-election and not knowing where this
How many
party
does
was
that
going.
leave?
So, as I think I said earlier, kind of a bit of a victory for both parties, but there are some
47.
significant questions to be asked in terms of that we've been talking about all night about what is the nature of this government? How do you bring the province together? We have the former finance minister
Down
asking
15
that very
seats
question
so
about how do
far.
we bridge the rural-urban divide. Significant challenges ahead for the Sask Party right now. Also, there is a real interesting divide because it's kind of even getting wider. I don't even know if we can lump Prince Albert and Moose Jaw in with the major cities as we seem to have always done, out of habit from historical past about them just being part of urban seats. They clearly aren't anymore. There's a
Scratch
real
my
new
face and my head
defining
goes all
of
weird.
what Saskatchewan
Scratch,
is.
scratch.
It's basically Regina, it's Saskatoon. We've seen this elsewhere, by the way, in Calgary, Edmonton, in Alberta. We've seen it in Winnipeg and the rest of the province. I think this is sort of a national trend in terms of urban voters,
We need
city
voter
voters,
reform,
big
though,
city
'cause the
voters
majority of
voting very differently than people in other
left-leaning
parts of the province do.
parties
And
were-
this is going to be
Never mind. I don't know what I'm
huge
saying.
challenge for any
I
government,
do
and
know
a
what I'm
huge
trying to
challenge
say, but
here
my
where we
brain
are
is not
so
catching up with
dependent
my
on
mouth.
rural
I'm too
Saskatchewan
tired.
for our economy,
We're
for
going
our
on 4
economic base,
hours.
and just providing certain services.
What do you see in these results, Merelda?
Well, I see some smaller cities that have big city problems and don't have the resources. And so it makes sense in a lot of ways to vote with the party that you think is going to be in power and hopefully get some of those resources to you. That has worked well for places like Meadow Lake, like Yorkton. When you vote with the party you think might win, you tend to pull some resources your way. So that's something that I see sort of playing out in those spaces. I mean, overall, I think it is, like Marie said, kind of sad that there's kind of this really exciting election, and it has this, feel of like one party's winning a 5th term, another party has come back from the brink, and because there's no big landslide win, nobody feels good about it. But it's like, this is going to make for some really interesting times going forward in the legislature.
And I did get an email, Sam, from Stony Rapids just asking about voter turnout, which is something Merelda was watching for, 4 hours ago. Right now, it's just crawled over 50%.
Good night, Alberta
and
girl.
of course,
Thanks
we know
for
that not all of the
being
votes
here.
have been counted, so it will go a little bit higher. Whether it will break our last vote numbers of 53-ish.
I'm probably going to shut it down here soon.
We'll have to see.
We won't have a final count on that for a couple of days. Let's go back to Eric Grenier. Now that we know we have
here comes the
that Sask
NDP
Party
leader
majority
now.
Government, we can stop staring at the ridings that we were so carefully watching for. And how did
They should be proud.
with the
Like they did really well, actually.
Well, we saw that the Sask party, as Adam said, really was able to win the places where they needed to win. And we can take a look at how this vote
had to stop
broke down across the province. And it does tell the
girl
story
coming in.
of the election. The Sask
they're
party
letting
is
them
right
go.
now at 53% of the vote. It's likely going to keep ticking down. We've seen that happen as more of the votes in the cities has been counted. But based on where things are tonight versus the last time people in Saskatchewan voted, you can see that it is down across the board for the Sask party, but they're only down 4 points in southern Saskatchewan. That's including Moose Jaw.
I think
they're
they'll
only
be
down
out the
5.5
next
points in
election.
northern Saskatchewan. That includes Prince Albert.
Unless
Those
they
are really
smarten
the two
up.
cities that helped ensure that Scott Moe remains in office
Stop
because
trying
they've
to
dropped
take
11
people's
points
rights
in
away.
Saskatoon and nearly 7 points in Regina. So you can see that the Sask party has taken a step back, that there has been a message that's been given to Scott Moe and the Sask party by Saskatchewan
Look at all
voters.
those minuses.
Not a message that they don't want them in office anymore, maybe a message of a little more humility going forward, but a big win nevertheless for the Sask party. We should point out that as it's been said, this is 5 consecutive victories for the Saskatchewan party in the province. To still get over 50% of the vote, if that's where things end up at the end of the count after this much time in office, is still a testament to the performance of the Sask party, Scott Moe and Brad Wall, and how they've really transformed the province. So it's still a big win.
Saskatchewan really showed up.
A bit of a setback, certainly, for the Sask party, but
this is
the win's a
huge.
win.
I wonder what
and
voter
if you can
turnout
still
is
get 50%
as well.
of the vote after 17 years in office, it is a message as well that voters in Saskatchewan are happy enough with the performance of Scott Moe.
No, they're not.
The Sask party.
Eric, we are just waiting to hear from NDP leader Carla Beck, but as we wait for that, I wanted to ask you about voter turnout because we saw record numbers in early voting, 253,000 people casting ballots before today as election day. How has those early voting translated into more or less voter turnout in other elections across the country?
Yeah, we've seen this pattern actually pretty consistently, that as electoral bodies make more opportunities open for voters to cast a ballot, as we've seen with Election Saskatchewan having this voting week before Election Day, more people take advantage of that convenience. It is not always a sign that there is increased enthusiasm or interest in an election. There's enthusiasm and interest in getting the vote out of the way. So I think that is probably what we're going to see here when all the votes are counted, that turnout might not be all that much higher than last time. Even if it was higher in the advance polls, more of a reflection of people taking advantage of that extra convenience, and also maybe a sign that for a lot of voters, minds are made up pretty early in a campaign, and voting a few days ahead of Election Day, not a problem for them.
All right, thanks for this, Eric. As we await Carla Beck speaking tonight, Stephanie, I don't know that this leaves a lot of questions, this result about her future as the leader.
Oh, she'll definitely keep her job. I'm wondering what you two, as I watch to see.
This is a
when she
win for the
walks in, will be
NDP. It's not
listening
really
for
like
from
it's a
her
loss, but it's
tonight,
still a win
given
because they
the rural-urban split that we've seen. Merelda?
really did.
I think we want to
an outstanding
listen
job.
to see how she's going to develop that message of we want to represent everyone. We want Team Saskatchewan. We want
not orange or green.
Yeah, not orange or green, Team Saskatchewan. We want to present a united front, when we go forward and deal with our federal counterparts or work with our municipalities. We want to be on the same team. So I wonder how she will put that message forward now, given that it's just so very
I do want to
clear
see
what
this
the divide
speech.
is.
So
And what do you think, Murray, that she would need to do to help with some of the very stark rural-urban divide that we're seeing?
I think it goes beyond tonight. It will be what kind of opposition she chooses to lead, because one of the problems, even going into this election, is this felt like a very urban party. Feels more like a very urban party with a couple northern seats right now. And I don't know if rural Saskatchewan relates to Sask NDP MLAs in the way that voters in Regina and Saskatoon obviously did tonight. So that's all part of the vibe right now. There has to be somebody like Carla Beck saying, here's where I'm from. I can relate to you too. That was all part of her campaign, by the way. And the fact that it was only effective to a certain extent may just be a reflection of how large a hill she had to climb. To be quite frank, I'm more interested in what Scott Moe has to say tonight. and because he suffered the way bigger loss. And will this be humbling? Will this be interesting? Interested in both.
Thanks. All right. We are still waiting for Karlibek to come in. I see them shaking signs. This tells me that she may be coming in any second now. Let's go back to Eric Grenier. Eric, when it comes to leaders and seats won and lost, can you draw any threads from the other elections that we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
Well, we've definitely seen for the New Democrats that this has been a good performance for them relative to the history of the party. We've seen that, as we talked about at the beginning of the night, it's been a tough time for incumbents. Doesn't always mean, though, that the incumbent is defeated. As we've seen in British Columbia, the incumbent government lost a lot of seats but held on to power. Looking at the same thing for the Sask party tonight. And if we look at how the NDP's vote has really broken down across the province, we can see that they have made gains. There are wins here for the NDP compared to where they were in last elections. They're right now at 39.4% of the vote. Again, they're probably going to crest over 40% once the mail-in ballots and more votes are counted. They've been trending upwards throughout the night. You can see a big gain in Saskatoon. This is why they've been able to make so much progress, almost sweep the city. 11 points, they went at 56% in Saskatoon, 56% in Regina. The two cities are almost identical when it comes to each party's support, but they weren't able to make enough gains in northern Saskatchewan, only up 3 points. They weren't able to make enough gains in southern Saskatchewan, only up 5 points. This urban-rural divide is probably as stark as you can get when you look at these kinds of numbers. 56% in the two biggest cities, anywhere from 25 to 38% in the rural parts of the province. So progress made for the Saskatchewan NDP. They can look at this map. They can probably find the ridings they can target for 2028. But clearly, what wasn't going to happen tonight, though. This is a big result for the NDP, their best result since they formed government.
Okay, let's listen in. Karlibek has entered the room at NDP headquarters in Regina, making her way through a very happy and excited room. Of course, Carla keeping her seat. She will lead the opposition. And let's listen into what they have to say and the cheers for her as they make their way through. Adam, we're seeing some familiar candidates there as well.
Yeah, she's giving hugs to a bunch of winners tonight in Regina. Feeling good by the Sheepdogs, local music content, Saskatoon's own. So
I was hoping that
Saskatoon
or Saskatchewan would turn orange.
There, one of her closest confidants in caucus.
I was very hopeful. They did win tonight, though. I mean, they really did really well, really good. They're not confirmed in 27 seats.
Well, you're all up late. Friends, what an incredible journey this has been that we've been on together. Standing here tonight, looking out at all of you, I'm filled with a deep, deep sense of gratitude. So much pride. Friends, we came so close.
Very close, actually.
You know, when we started this campaign, many people didn't give us much.
They are like conservatives, though.
And because of the hard work and determination of all of you in this room and right across this province, we gave people a reason to hope again. And that's not nothing. In fact, that's a victory in its own right. Now, we might not have crossed the finish line first tonight, but my friends, we have changed the landscape in this province.
Yeah, they should be proud. Like, they did phenomenal.
To our entire team, to my family, to every volunteer who poured their heart into this campaign. And we had a lot of fun.
I agree with you, Ripley and Payne.
I want to say thank you.
Too many independents.
For every phone call, every door you knocked, every conversation, You made a difference. You truly did. And tonight, I'm incredibly proud of what we accomplished together. To all those who believed, who supported us, I know you're feeling disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Oh.
No way.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed. I know this isn't the result that we had hoped for. But let me tell you, tonight is not the end. This election has proven that Saskatchewan
What are you talking about?
wants
She didn't
positive
win.
change. Across this province, people are feeling tired of being left behind, seeing the healthcare system crumble.
You obviously don't even know what's
struggling
going on.
As costs grow faster than their paychecks. The close result tonight is a message that the people of Saskatchewan want and deserve a government that puts them first, and we are not going to stop until that vision is a reality. Now, I do want to take a moment to congratulate Scott Moe and the Sask Party, but to his new government, I also say this. Tens of thousands of Saskatchewan people have sent you a message that they want better for their province, and we'll be there to hold you accountable every step of the way. Tonight, I say to every person in this province who allowed themselves to hope, who left everything on the field, who believed in this campaign, and who showed up for that change, I promise you, I promise every one of you, this is not over. We've built something incredible. We've built something lasting. We have awakened hope in this province, and we're only going to grow it from here. Because we know that change is a process. It doesn't happen in a single night or a single election. As much as we tried to make that happen, you know, I'm pretty stubborn. But lasting change happens through the commitment of people like you who believe that Saskatchewan can be better, that we deserve better. So tonight, let's celebrate how far we've come, and tomorrow we're going to get up and we're going to continue the work. We're going to keep fighting for healthcare that is there for people when they need it, so that they don't have to drive out of province or pay out of pocket to get it. We're going to fight for our kids so that they get that good education that we all want for our kids and our grandkids, for jobs that pay the bills, and for a Saskatchewan economy that allows every region and every family to get ahead. This campaign, truly, this campaign has shown me more than ever the spirit and the strength
They did
of this
good.
beautiful province.
These NDP, they did good. They didn't win, but they
from cities to small towns, from the north
made
to
an
the
impact.
south, people have shown their desire for a brighter future. And you know, I've had the privilege of traveling all over this province, and I have fallen even more deeply and completely in love with the people in this province from corner to corner. And that's been really a joy. Together, we're going to keep pushing forward until that brighter future is in reach. So tonight, I ask you to keep the faith. And please, hold your heads incredibly high. We have so much to be proud of. We are stronger than ever because we did this together. And I have a message for those newly elected MLAs tonight. It wasn't so long ago that I don't remember that feeling. Never forget how incredibly special it is for your neighbors to select you to be their representative. And this, I'd like to say also a huge thank you to everyone who put their name on a ballot in this election. We thank all of you.
They're not confirmed in 27 seats, though, so I don't know why they put that there.
To the team,
they're leading
in caucus, party office, all those who came in to work on this campaign, all those who showed up endless hours, I want to say thank you so incredibly much.
To every person who hand counted the votes. Holy.
Along the way, and I hope we ignited a spark in all of you to show up and keep showing up, because we know that Saskatchewan is looking to
I'm
us
writing that
to
down,
deliver
Donna.
that better change.
Writing that down. Donna says on TikTok, it'll end up being 32-29. So I'm gonna check. I'm gonna write that down.
My husband,
Donna says.
my son Guy, my rock. Thank you for your unwavering support. To our kids, Maya, Nolan, Hannah.
She's holding
Chloe,
back
who's
the
with us
tears.
here. Please know that you are my reason why. And despite the outcome tonight,
Women can't cry.
how lucky am I to have such a beautiful and caring, supportive family.
I hope you're right, Donna, though, really.
My parents, Judy and Ray, are up here with us tonight. You raised us to be people of character and integrity, and you showed us a hell of an example. I love you and thank you. Friends, from tonight, from the lessons learned on this campaign, we will grow, we will learn, and together we will continue this journey towards a Saskatchewan.
No, I don't
that
agree.
works for
The
everyone.
NDP won tonight.
To all of you, to all of Saskatchewan, I say thank you. This is only the beginning. Let's continue to fight for the future that we believe in. Let's continue to fight for Saskatchewan.
Like, I'm
that
hoping
truly
Scott
is
Moe sees
stronger
this and will be
together.
like, holy crap,
Thank you
I'm
all.
going the wrong direction. And he will. We'll see his speech next and we'll see what he says.
Carla Beck speaking to her supporters at NDP headquarters in Regina, taking some moments to hug her family members who were up there on the stage with her. Her oldest daughter voting for the first time today. I don't want to have to say, I wonder who she voted for. But a really special moment for their family too, right? In an election where mom is running not only as an MLA, but as leader of the party. And while it was a concession speech, to me, Adam, that sounded more like a promise of what's to come.
And I'm sure her kids didn't see her for the last 22 days, 27 days
Right.
from the start of the campaign, because she's been everywhere, multiple places a day, crisscrossing the province in that pickup truck. I saw her driving to the Rough Rider game the other day in her truck, and she went into the game, had a jersey on, and talking to people. So yeah, it's a way different. I've been in the room when the NDP has been decimated. I've been there when they've chosen a new leader a couple of times. This is a different vibe. This is a different NDP. And this is an NDP that's hopeful that they have.
Sorry, I hit the
26, 27-ish.
Ripley and Payne. I meant to
members
look
to
at
the
who
legislature.
you are and I accidentally hit
and
mute.
That is,
so I unmuted you again.
That's a success for Carla Beck. I know her
I
supporters there,
apologize.
Sam, were cheering her on when she said, wait, I'm disappointed. So I think that's the message that she's trying to tell people. You know, this isn't good enough.
Right.
That we're close, but we didn't win, and we were trying to win. And you mentioned earlier in the show that that message is flipped over the last little bit from
Campaigning for change to
time for change.
we're going to win this.
We're going to win this, and they were close.
And they got that taste, right?
Yes.
Of getting so close. We could get into the sports analogies of coming into the end.
And here comes Scott Moe and his wife Krista. Sam is
late night. That's what we my first takeaway. It's late evening.
Okay, let's listen in as Dan Zakreski managed to get a microphone in there as Scott Moe was walking with his wife, Krista, to the podium.
Ramo, you're in the lead.
Holy, fix your sound.
A fifth consecutive Saskatchewan Party majority government.
There's
It
like
is a big
half
night
the people
for Scott Moe and the Sask Party. Let's listen in to what the leader has to say.
I was going to say good evening, but I think I'll actually say good morning. What a great day to be in Saskatchewan. And I want to begin by saying thank you to a number of people here. First of all, to all the people of Saskatchewan, all who went out and exercised their democratic right to vote and voted for a strong economy and a bright future in our province. Thank you once again, Saskatchewan, for placing your trust in our party, in the Saskatchewan Party. And thank you for electing a majority Saskatchewan Party government.
There's like half the people in the room than there were for the NDP.
I want to say a quick thank you
it.
to a number of friends, community members, voter supporters that have stuck it out. A number have left as we're late evening and there's school tomorrow and work tomorrow and everything.
Seats have changed again
else.
already.
But I want
NDP's
to say
down to
thank
26.
you, to
Well,
all
that
of
was
the
a
voters
27.
across Roster and Shelburne for re-electing myself as your MLA, sending me back to Regina to the Legislative Assembly as your voice within the provincial government. The support that you provide myself, my family, and the honor that I have in representing each and every one of you each and every day that I have had the opportunity to do that. I appreciate that more than words could ever express. And so I want to say thank you to the community, all of the voters of Roster and Shelburne. And of course, and I say this often when we're in Regina, but no one serves in public office by themselves. They only do so with the love and support of their families. So I want to say thank you to my children, but most importantly, thank you to my wife of now 31 years.
They're not clapping for that.
Never do it without you. Thank you as well to our Roster and Shelburne campaign team that is delinquent, one MLA throughout the campaign as we travel the province. Thank you to Patrick Bundrock and all of the Saskatchewan Party team that is at headquarters. And thank you to the small group of folks that traveled across the province with me in what is now affectionately known as the truck. I want to say a thank you as well to all the candidates from all the parties that ran in this election. Whether you were successful or not, thank you for putting your name on a ballot. It's no small thing to put your name on that ballot, your name on a line sign, and to put yourself out in the public arena. To stand up and say, you want to represent your community, you want to represent your neighbors, and you want to represent your friends. And so I would say to each and every candidate that put their name on a ballot this election, I appreciate the fact that you did that, and I thank you for doing that. And I also appreciate the family that you have that supported you in doing that. And I want to say as well that I would say thank you to each of the party leaders for what they have done, not just over the course of the past month, but for the course of their time as a leader. And I want to single out Carla Beck for the very strong campaign that she ran. And I want to thank not only her, but thank her family as well that supports her in the work that she has done each and every day as opposition leader, but also the work that she does as leader of the NDP party. She ran a strong campaign, and credit to Carla Beck. Specifically as well, I would like to thank all of the Saskatchewan Party candidates. And through them, their teams, their supporters, the volunteers, the door knockers, we achieved this campaign a level of volunteer participation that I've never seen before.
Then I'm going to end
and so to each volunteer on a Saskatchewan Party campaign, I say thank you, thank you, thank you.
You better thank every person that counted your votes, because you have somebody in that's scared of digital
it was
stuff.
Going to be a challenging campaign. Recent history has not been kind to incumbent majority governing parties in this nation or around the world. We saw what had happened in British Columbia, New Brunswick, and Manitoba a short while ago. But we also believed that we had a message and we had a record that we could be proud of. And we knew that we had an outstanding slate of candidates that would work hard to bring that message and that record to the doorsteps across this province. And each of the candidaats that ran for the Saskatchewan Party, they did that in an incredible way. And I thank each of them, and I thank the families that supported them behind.
He lost a lot of seats.
This was a much closer election than what we have seen in quite some time in this province. Just over roughly half of the voters voted for the Saskatchewan Party, and there's another half of the voters that voted for someone else. And I would say this, that I've heard the message that was delivered here this evening.
Sure.
And the Saskatchewan Party will be a government that works for all of the people of Saskatchewan. And now some may allude to tonight's results as means that we are divided in this province, and I would disagree with that. Because I know, regardless of who you voted for in this election, you did so because you wanted what was best for the province that we know, love, and live in. And in this, I would say each of us is united. So tonight, I want to say a couple of words to each and every Saskatchewan resident that voted in this election. First, to the thousands of Saskatchewan voters that supported and re-elected the Saskatchewan Party. Thank you for your ongoing support. 17 years ago, you elected a new government in our province, and tonight, 17 years later, you voted to re-elect that very same Saskatchewan Party to govern. Because you know and believe, as do I, that Saskatchewan's best days are still ahead of us, and you believe that the Saskatchewan Party is the best choice to lead Saskatchewan to that brighter future. So,
Ripley and Payne, are you still here?
Now to the thousands of voters that may have supported another party in this election. With the commemoration of 80 years since the
Leave the 2S LGBTQIA plus community alone.
A place where our forefathers fought and so many made the ultimate sacrifice to defend our democracy
and stop destroying the hospitals,
the very right that we have in this province and in this nation to vote, and thereby collectively elect a government. I say thank you to each of you that voted in this election and took part in that great democracy and showed honor to those folks that fought those battles. And I thank those that supported or voted for another party this election for the message that was delivered tonight. I've heard that message, and our team has heard that message.
Sure you have.
And we must do better.
Yeah, let's see.
And we most certainly will. When you look at the results tonight, there are many people who voted for the Saskatchewan Party in the past, but chose not to in this election. We have lost your support.
Because you're picking on the 2S
whether it be due to
LGBTQIA plus
management of
community.
healthcare or education or the cost of living pressures that we're all feeling in this province and across this nation. All of us in government, and it starts with myself. We're going to take a little bit of time. We're going to reflect on the message that was sent here this evening, to reflect on just what exactly that means. And you have my word that we are going to do that. And we will strive. We will strive to earn back your support.
Yeah, let's see.
We have heard on the doorsteps and in our communities that your expectations of a government is of a government that will do better when it comes to accessing healthcare services. Your expectations is to have a government that will do better in supporting our children in their education. A government that will do better in representing you. Tomorrow, we're going to go back to work. We're going to do just that.
Sure you will. Yeah, right. Repeal what you've done already with the 2S LGBTQIA plus community.
And I would provide an example. In 2007, for those of us that can remember, we had in this province the longest surgical wait times in the nation of Canada. By investing as a government and by focusing on the results, by 2014, we had the shortest wait times in the nation of Canada. Well, what we need to do is bring that type of focus to all that we do on behalf of you, the people of this province. And in that focus, we are going to ensure that people in Saskatchewan will be able to find a family doctor. People in Saskatchewan will not have to wait too long for their surgery. We will ensure that the people in Saskatchewan will be able to access mental health and all too often subsequent addictions supports, recovery supports. And we will ensure that families feel safe wherever they choose to live in this province. And we'll also get to work on delivering on the election platform that we had put before the people of Saskatchewan, keeping the promises that we made to each and every person in this province in the election campaign that we had just came through, and working more broadly to achieving the targets that we had set out in our Saskatchewan plan for growth. We will keep Saskatchewan's economy growing, and we will continue to focus on creating new jobs and opportunities so that our children can stay here.
Stop picking on the
So that we can have the resources to ensure that we can make those investments right back into those
0.001%
classrooms
of
and into
people.
our
Sorry, my
healthcare
brain is fried.
operations. So on this evening,
We're going on 4.5
a very
hours.
challenging time for incumbent majority parties across Canada and around the world, it's not lost on me, or it is not lost on your Saskatchewan Party team, that you have provided us with the honor to form a government in this great province for a 5th consecutive time. That hasn't happened very many times in Saskatchewan. In fact, it has happened 3 times, and it hasn't happened since 1960.
Another 4 years.
It's also not lost on me the message that has been sent this evening to our government, to this 5th-term government. There's a message that has been sent, and I'd say that that message has been received. We are the Saskatchewan Party.
We'll see.
And thanks to the voters of this province, we are still the Saskatchewan government. And our pledge to you this evening is that we will always work and focus on what matters to you and what matters to the people that we represent across this province. And tomorrow, we're going to get back to work.
You just said
building a strong economy and a bright future for everyone that lives here.
Did you write a
So
speech?
thank you very much to everyone that has joined us this evening. Thank you to the people of Saskatchewan, and God bless our great province of Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Scott Moe with his victory speech in his home constituency of Shellbrook. You can't tell from where they are, but they are at a hockey rink this hour.
An empty
and
place.
The hockey was over hours ago. The counting took a little bit of time tonight, but the Sask Party, maybe not with the victory they wanted, but a victory nonetheless, Adam.
Yeah, it's Scott Moe really harping on the 5th majority. He wants people to get that message that, hey, we did this again. It may not be what we're used to seeing as Saskatchewan Party and Saskatchewan Party supporters, but we got it over the finish line, saying we've heard people thanking Carla Beck for the campaign she ran. Be interested to see, Sam, what Scott Moe does now as the results hold right now. He only has 2
Please make sure that you go to
MLAs
YouTube,
potentially,
Maple
still lots of
Mines,
votes to be counted, mail-in ballots, things like that in Saskatoon,
follow the
not in
YouTube
Regina.
Mhm.
And so creating a cabinet, picking up the pieces of this, and a lot of incumbents and cabinet ministers going down to defeat tonight. So a lot of work to be done. He said, you got to get back to work tomorrow, and I believe him.
99.1% of the vote is in. 7 ridings are still too close to call. Let's go to Eric Grenier to talk about that, because things are close. Elected and leading in 35 to 26 for the Sask Party.
Absolutely. It was a close election in the end, but the Sask Party was able to hold on. I think that the way that Scott Moe termed it in his speech was pretty accurate, that this was a victory for the Saskatchewan Party, pretty historic one to win 5 in a row, but also a message that came from voters to do a little bit better. And I think you heard that from Scott Moe, that he heard that message loud
just
and
leave the
clear. The urban-rural divide in the province is still very, very stark. It's perhaps starker than it's ever been. And it suggests to me that elections in Saskatchewan are probably not going to be as lopsided as they've been in the past. So maybe this is a new beginning in politics in Saskatchewan.
We will see how it all plays out. Eric, thanks for everything tonight.
Thank you.
And as we get closer to wrapping up this crazy election, over to the panel for final thoughts.
Okay, I don't think they're going to
Sam.
stay
You can
it.
just roll me into the corner until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning when I start my other job. Merelda, what do you make of this historic night?
Well, I think it really just shows that there are 2 teams out there now that have a lot of work to do to get where they want to be. Some have been, told that the direction they went was not the direction that was wanted, and others have been given an opportunity that they really can't afford to squander.
What did you hear in those 2 speeches?
2 really humbled leaders, particularly.
Trying to figure out how I can. So I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight. If you can, please subscribe to the YouTube channel, Maple Minds. For my TikTok users, you can find it in my bio, in my link tree, the link. Follow it and subscribe, please. Like some videos, comment on some videos. That would be nice. And we'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Good night, everybody. Thanks again for joining me.